Today I'm going to be talking about the origins of the First World War, an extremely important historical topic. I think probably more attention has been given to this particular historical issue than to any other historical issue of comparable scope. First World War broke out 100 years ago, and people are still talking about it, still arguing about it. And you'll probably be hearing a lot of these arguments this year because of the 100th anniversary. Why is this subject of such interest from our point of view? Because it plays a very central role in international relations theory. There's scarcely any international relations theory that you could point to that doesn't include some reference to the origins of the First World War, that doesn't make some sort of argument about what caused the First World War and use that argument to support more general claims about how international politics works. Okay? And the issue is also important because after the First World War, in the 1920s especially, but also in the 1930s, people argued a lot about what had caused the war. And different interpretations of the origins of the war had enormous political importance. Right? The peace treaty that was imposed on Germany after her defeat in 1918, the Treaty of Versailles of 1919, this was rooted quite explicitly in the claim that Germany was primarily responsible for the war. A lot of German policy was rooted in the desire to throw off that burden of guilt and all of the discriminations that went along with it. And so that the conflict between Germany and the Western powers, the victorious powers, that began almost immediately after Germany's defeat in 1918, turned in large measure on these questions of what had caused the war. And in fact, it became clear that you weren't going to have a stable peace as long as people were talking about who should be blamed, who were the aggressors, who had decided to kind of plunge Europe into this enormous catastrophe. Right? And so gradually a different view emerged, which was that, the war wasn't a war of German aggression. It wasn't a war of aggression on the part of Germany's opponents either. The war wasn't consciously brought about. It wasn't deliberately brought about by anybody. It happened because of the workings of the system that was in place at the time. The political system, the system of alliances, the old diplomacy, the way diplomacy was practiced, that it didn't take account of moral principles, like the principle of self-determination. Right? It was based on this kind of old-fashioned idea that politics was the province of the political elite, that they should pursue their policy based on what was in the interest of the country, interest defined in terms of power, that the whole goal was to improve a country's power political position vis-a-vis its neighbors. And it was that struggle for power political advantage that pushed these states into conflict with each other. It was the system that was to blame. And the military system went along with that. Military system. It was all this, the interacting mobilizations, the emphasis on offensive military action, all that kind of thing. This led to a war that never should have happened. It was the system that was responsible, not human beings. Right? And so people wanted to believe these things because it let everyone off the hook. And it provided the basis for some sort of reconciliation between Germany and the Western powers. So these issues of historical interpretation were politically important, especially in the post-World War I period. And they were also of enormous theoretical significance, especially since the basic historical arguments have a certain direct political direct theoretical resonance. What's the basic historical issue here? Well, is this a war of aggression or not? Especially a war of German aggression. Did the Germans deliberately cause it or not? Or did some other power, to blame? Who's to blame? This is the normal, natural way of approaching the question of the origins of a war. Who's to blame? It's the way people do it if they haven't studied these things. And the power of international relations theory is rooted in the insight that that is not the way to get at these issues. Right? There's something more going on here than aggressors deciding to start a war. Right? The whole theoretical framework that developed, and a lot of this is associated with the term realism, about which we'll be talking a lot in the course of the quarter. The theoretical framework is that there are mechanisms in place that go beyond simple aggression. Countries are pretty much forced to behave like aggressors if they're in a certain strategic environment, whether they would want to or not. They have to reach for increased power just to provide for their own safety, their own security. And that struggle for security is what puts states at odds with each other. Right? So this whole notion, was it a war of aggression or was the system responsible? That has this kind of theoretical significance that relates to these claims of what makes for war. Should it be approached in terms of individual actions, or should it be approached in terms of the logic of the system that's in place at the time? That is to say, should we emphasize human decision or should we emphasize structural forces? All right. So the issue is very important in those terms. Right? Question: are those the only two ways in which the whole problem of the origins of the First World War is to be, can be approached, is to be understood? Was it, a lot of people think, well, either it was a war of aggression or it wasn't. Either people wanted it, or they didn't want it. If they didn't want it, it must be the system that's responsible. All these impersonal forces. Are those the only two ways? And one of the basic points that I want to make today, and hopefully convince you of today, is that there's a third way to kind of get at these issues. And this is the historical approach. This is the approach that views war as the climax of a process unfolding over time. So, not just years, but even decades. A process that has a certain logic to it. A process in which countries pursue policies about which moral judgments are somewhat problematic. Hard to say, who's the aggressor and who's the victim. The moral issues are kind of very fuzzy, very blurry. Right? War results from that process unfolding over time. You could put yourself in the shoes of the different actors involved, different countries, leaders of different countries, on each side, and you could have a certain sympathy for what each side is up against and why each side is making the decisions it does. Doesn't mean that everything is all determined in advance. There's always a range of choice and free will and so on. But you can sympathize, see things through the eyes of the different actors involved. When you do that, you can construct a story that makes sense, has the elements of a tragedy, if you can sympathize with people on both sides. They're doing what they think is best. They're not evil people. And yet, the policies that they pursue, the interaction between these states, leads to a conflict that in retrospect, all of them would have wanted to avoid. Okay? In this sense, getting at the question of what caused the war, getting at the question of historical explanation, is tantamount to grasping what that logic is, the logic that leads from point A to point B to point C to point D and ultimately to the war. Right? I mean, I have to say that for me, when I first took a course in European diplomatic history when I was a freshman at Berkeley in 1962, I was just bowled over by the power of that perspective. Because I had come in thinking, well, how do you understand a war? You figure out who's to blame. And then I took this course, and it was about the European diplomatic history in the 19th century, the period up to 1914. And the instructor, Raymond Sontag, who's the author of one of the things you're going to be reading this quarter, he basically told it as a story. You know, he kind of showed how things looked through the eyes of the different actors involved, right? And that there was this you can make sense of that story. It had a logic to it. Totally different way of approaching the problem of war causation. I'll be coming back to this. So what do I want to do today? I want to kind of, in very broad brush terms, give you some sort of sense for what that story is, what how the problem of the origins of the First World War is to be understood, especially from that last point of view. And to do that, we're going to start in 1871. I'm going to just get the map now. There we go. Good. 1871, extremely important date in the history of European politics in the 19th century. Okay? Because the structure of European politics was utterly transformed with the victory of Prussia in the Franco-Prussian War. Right? The victory of Prussia leading to the unification of Germany and to the emergence of a powerful German state in the heart of Europe. It didn't exist before 1871. Before 1871, there were German states. There were a lot of them. The two most important ones were Prussia in the north and Austria in the south. But the maker of Prussian policy in the 1860s, Otto von Bismarck, the titanic figure who dominates this whole period, in a series of 3 wars, he managed to transform Prussia from the weakest of the European great powers into this powerful German state, which was the strongest of the 5 European great powers. So instead of a relative power vacuum in the center of Europe, where Prussian and Austrian ambitions in Germany, which would be the number 1 power within Germany, largely cancel each other out, you know, and it meant that the wing powers, Russia in the east and France and Britain in the west, would be the dominant powers there. Now Austria had reconciled herself to the predominance of Prussia in Germany, and this new German empire, this new German unified German state, was essentially Prussia writ large, right? The most powerful of the European powers. You no longer have a power vacuum of sorts in Central Europe. Now Germany is number one. But number one doesn't mean that this new German empire is a hegemon. That's to say, the dominant power, by far the strongest power, could deal with any situation that develops. Doesn't have to worry about all the other great powers in Europe ganging up against her. You know, she could assert her will, and there would be no countervailing force to stop her. Prussia, now Germany, is not in that position at all. Not strong enough to impose a will. The Germans still have to worry about the configuration of power in Europe. Whether they have to worry about the other powers in Europe, forming a coalition to kind of balance Germany and limit what she could do, and not necessarily invade her and destroy her, but in all these political disputes that develop, those disputes are the outcome of those disputes is determined by what would happen in a war. Who's the strongest country or block of countries. And so all these statesmen have to worry about power considerations. They have, it's not like they're necessarily afraid of being invaded, but in all these issues that come up of, what the fate of the Balkans is going to be, or Turkey, or whatever, they want to have a certain say. Because if they don't have a say, then things can develop in a way that a long way down the road it's going to affect their power position and maybe in a very negative way. They want to head that off. So they have to be concerned with power. Very normal, very natural. What does it mean for Bismarck in 1871, this situation? He said, in a Europe of 5 great powers, the key thing is to be one of 3. Right? If you're not a part of a block of 3, you're at the mercy of the rival block. They would beat you in a showdown. Plus, you would be totally dependent on the one remaining power that continues to be associated with you. That also limits your power position. You don't want that. You want to kind of dilute that sort of dependence. Therefore, you want to be at least one of 3, maybe even one of 4, if that's possible. But what sort of coalition is possible for Bismarck? Not one that includes France. France is hostile to Germany throughout this period. Why? Because Germany had annexed these 2 provinces, Alsace and Lorraine, that thought of themselves were French, that all the French thought of as French. French never reconciled themselves to the loss of those 2 provinces. Okay. It couldn't include France. So what sort of coalition was possible? Well, there were two coalitions that were conceivable. One, the coalition of the 3 Eastern empires: Germany, Russia, Austria. Right? This had a certain logic to it. These were 3 conservative states. They had a common interest in suppressing revolutionary activity, and especially in areas like Poland that they had divided among themselves in the late 18th century. But there was a problem with that coalition, namely that Austrian and Russian ambitions clashed in southeastern Europe. And this whole area here we call the Balkans. Balkan Peninsula here. Russia was not a status quo power. Russia was, throughout the 18th century, you look at the maps, Russia had been expanding by leaps and bounds. And Russia's still had her eyes on expansion to the south, and especially in getting control of the Turkish Straits. And the road to the Turkish Straits led through at least the eastern Balkans. Plus, within Russia, there were all these people called Pan-Slavs who thought that it was Russia's historic mission to liberate the Slavs from what was still then, in the 1870s, Turkish rule or Turkish misrule, people would have said at the time. But if Russia dominated even the eastern Balkans, Romania, Bulgaria, and that whole area down there, then Austria's position in the Western Balkans might be undermined. No guarantee that Russia would simply be content to keep what she had, but rather the liberation or the penetration of Russian influence into the Eastern Balkans would create a base for Russia to penetrate even the Western Balkans and to support the aspirations of the Slavic nationalities in the Western Balkans, like the Serbs and the Croats and so on, and what was to become ultimately Yugoslavia, at Austria's expense, to destroy the integrity of the Austrian state. So to kind of prevent that from happening, the Austrians felt that they had to head it off. And they didn't want Russia to kind of control even the Eastern Balkans. Well, this created a natural tension between Austria and Russia, and it meant that the viability of that particular alignment, the 3 Eastern empires, Germany, Russia, Austria, was problematic, right? that tension between Austria and Russia could easily prove its undoing. So Bismarck felt he needed a second iron in his fire. And what was that? Alignment with Britain. Britain, Germany, Austria. Because Britain and Austria, they had a common interest, namely the containment of Russian expansionism, keeping Russia away from the Turkish Straits. Keeping Russia away from the Mediterranean. This common interest meant that Britain and Austria, with Germany in the background, could kind of cooperate in keeping Russian power at bay. In principle, it was a viable alignment. There was only one problem here. The problem was that Britain was a democracy by this point. And that meant that every 7 years or so you had a change of government. And when the conservatives, people like Lord Salisbury, the great diplomatist of late 19th century England, were in power, this sort of relationship with Germany and Austria could work very smoothly. On the other hand, when the liberals, people like William Gladstone, were in power, you couldn't say that. Gladstone believed in moral principles, namely the right of self-determination. He was sympathetic with the aspirations of these Balkan nationalities to throw off the Turkish yoke. It was intolerable that the Turks should be allowed to do what they were doing, and just, whenever there was an uprising in the Balkans, they would send in these irregular troops, and there would be massacres and so on. When Gladstone was in power, the alignment with Austria to contain Russia and prevent a change in the status quo in the Balkans, that couldn't work. And would force Germany to come out much more overtly on the side of Austria than she would have preferred, and that would alienate Russia and drive Russia over to the side of France, and Germany's power position would be weakened. So there's a problem with the alignment with Britain as well. Right? So what's the best Bismarck can do? He has to balance between these two possible alignments. The alignment of the three Eastern empires and the alignment with Britain. It serves a certain purpose to have two irons in the fire. Because if Russia pushes you too hard, you say, well, then I'm going to lean much more strongly to this alignment with Britain. And if the British don't go along with you, you threaten the British that you're going to lean more strongly toward favoring Russian interests. And those two threats would tend to keep relations with both Britain and Russia fairly decent from Germany's point of view. That's it's a complex strategy, not an easy strategy to understand. And there are no guarantees that it's going to work even. Because if Russia says, we're not getting a fair shake from our relationship with Germany. In the final analysis, Germany is going to side with Austria. In fact, Germany has an alliance with Austria, 1879. Let's just wash our hands of this whole business and go over to the side of France. Right? And there were real problems with this Eastern alignment at the very end of the Bismarckian period. Bismarck did what he could to preserve it, but there are clear signs that maybe this is not going to last forever. As it was, a new emperor takes office in Germany, William II. He and Bismarck do not get along at all. Bismarck is basically forced out of office in 1890, and William II decides to pursue a different, more straightforward policy than Bismarck had. He refuses to maintain the alignment with Russia that Bismarck had worked out, and instead kind of opts for developing friendship with Britain. Right? The Russians get frightened by this. They feel like they have relatively little to lose. They make an alliance, first an entente, then an alliance with France, 1893, 1894. The Germans kind of get second thoughts. They thought it seemed like they had made a big mistake alienating Russia like that. They then try to make amends for it by being very nice to the Russians. The Russians say, well, this is proof that what we did was right. that the alliance with France made sense. It's bringing Germany to her senses. Let's maintain our alliance with France. It gives us more independence. Notice that the Franco-Russian alliance is not an alliance that had as its origins fear of German power. It's not like these two countries are coming together to kind of contain rising German power. In fact, when Germany was strong during the Bismarckian period, Russia was very eager for good relations with Germany. Right? And now it's like a sense of, oh, maybe Germany isn't quite that strong. Russia has a much freer hand to kind of develop an independent policy. Okay. So what you have in by the early 1890s is continental Europe being divided between these two blocks of approximately equal power. Germany and Austria, Germany being the strongest of the continental powers, Austria being the weakest, number 1 and number 4, so to speak, versus France and Russia, number 2 and number 3. Right? Bottom line, approximately equal power. And so the structure of European politics is going to be determined by what happens with Britain. Which way will Britain go? This is the great drama of the 1890s. Will Britain side with Austria and Germany in a policy based on the containment of Russia? Or will she side with France and Russia, trying to kind of work out deals with those countries? Because British interests clash with those of France and Russia throughout this period in very major ways. With Russia throughout the entire rim of Asia, from the Turkish Straits in the west, through Iran and the approaches to India, Afghanistan, Tibet, and then even all the way into northern China. That is a vast area. And British interests clash with France, especially in Africa. Most notably in the case of Egypt, but other parts of Africa as well. Right? Britain has an interest in ending those conflicts. Whenever you have bad relations with another country, that's a source of weakness. It makes you vulnerable to pressure from third countries. Which way will Britain go? Side with one of the continental blocs, or keep her hands free, trusting in the notion that neither of those two blocs is strong enough to defeat Britain on its own. And not only that, but if Britain ever got into real trouble in the hands of one of those two blocs, the other would probably come to British support. Right? You don't have to make any commitment. This was Lord Salisbury's view. But British power is on the wane. British power is declining. Why? Because Britain had achieved an exceptional power political position by virtue of the fact that she had been the first country to industrialize. Right? Britain throughout the 19th century was the world's premier industrial power. Right? She didn't have to maintain an army because she was an island. The resources that would otherwise have gone into an army were plowed into a navy. So Britain was the world's premier naval power. Navies being more capital intensive than armies, made sense also for a very wealthy country to build a powerful navy. Thanks to a powerful navy, Britain was the world's premier imperial power. She had scooped up all the best parts of the overseas world and forged them into this huge British empire. Right? But in the course of, especially the late 19th century, the continental countries were also industrializing, above all Germany, which was industrializing very rapidly and on the verge of overtaking Britain in terms of industrial power. The sense of Britain in decline meant we can't afford isolation anymore. We need to find some way of reducing the burden that we have to carry, by ending these quarrels, especially with France and Russia. We have to reach some sort of accommodation, because if we don't, then we're going to be vulnerable to all sorts of pressure, not just from those countries, but from all the other powers, because they know we'll have our hands full. Which way will Britain go? The decision is made around 1900. Salisbury has to give up the foreign secretaryship. It's replaced by Lord Lansdowne. A whole group of people come in. They say, we're not strong enough anymore to go our own way in a totally independent way. We have to form some sort of alignment with one of the continental blocs. Which will it be? And it could have easily gone the other way, toward Germany. But the Germans sense that the British need them more than they need Britain. They can place their demands relatively high. And they have all these ambitions at this point for becoming a world power, just like Britain, maybe ultimately to displace Britain as the world's premier imperial power, develop a large overseas empire, which in the long run is the only real basis for Germany to be a truly independent state, to acquire the territory they would need to kind of sustain their position in world affairs. Right? British sense this is one of the major factors that leads them to move to the side, first of France with the Anglo-French Entente of 1904, and then through France to Russia with the Anglo-Russian Entente of 1907, leading to what was called the Triple Entente. You can see here the three green states. That's the Triple Entente versus the Triple Alliance: Germany, Austria, and Italy. Although Italy, had basically moved away from the alignment with Austria and Germany, remained, in effect on paper, but in reality, Italy moved to the other side. Okay, so Britain makes her decision. Okay? She makes a decision, and the Germans get upset. They sense that Britain is the center of this anti-German conspiracy aimed at keeping Germany down. They want to break the Anglo-French Entente, not with the goal of destroying France, but by weaning France away from Britain and forging some sort of continental bloc with France and Russia. They could pursue their goals of pursuing a policy aimed at developing their position as a world power, a policy that Britain was the primary obstacle to. All right? So the British sense this. They sense what's at stake. They understand that the Germans have this strategy. The strategy is put into effect in 1905. It leads to a crisis called the First Moroccan Crisis of 1905. British respond by tightening their commitment to France. And what this leads to, this First Moroccan Crisis, and even more importantly, the Second Moroccan Crisis of 1911, has the same sort of effect. It leads to the opening of a huge gap between Germany and the Western powers. Right? The Germans feel they're just not going to get a fair shake in terms of their imperial aspirations from Britain and France. Their only hope is to improve their power position by improving their relations with Russia. They court Russia. Okay? But Britain and France, they see what's going on. They understand how important Russia is. And they respond by moving toward support, not just of the kind of core Russian interests, the defense of the Russian state, but also of Russian aspirations in the Balkans. This is very important. It's like Russia is in the driver's seat in these years before the war, 1912, 1913. Russia is in the driver's seat. Why? Because Russia is is so much stronger than these other countries. No, Russian military weakness had been revealed in the Russo-Japanese War in 1905. Right? You know, that had led to a revolution inside Russia in 1905. The kind of weakness of the whole Tsarist regime had been revealed. The Tsar had been forced to kind of grant all these reforms and so on. It's not Russian strength that gave Russia this position, but rather the fact that this gap had opened up between Germany and the Western powers. You know, each of them felt like Russia was going to be the decisive factor. Russia had to be courted. Russia's price for maintaining good relations with one or the other, you know, correspondingly rose. It's an artifact of the deterioration of the relationship between Germany on the one hand and Britain and France on the other. You see this sort of dynamic at work in international politics all the time. I mean, when the Soviet Union and China developed a very intense dispute in the course of the 1950s, you know, climaxing in the early 1960s, and going through the late 1960s and so on. The Americans were bound to profit from that. It was like, it was effortless on the part of the U.S. government, because Russia and China, each is more afraid of each other than either of them is of a distant power like the United States. They have an interest in pulling the United States over to their side. And this is despite the fact that Russia and China are both communist states and America has a very different kind of government. This sort of dynamic is very common. But how did it affect Russian policy in these years before the war? It enabled the Russians to pursue a forward policy in the Balkans, a very aggressive policy in the Balkans. Okay? Russia was the champion of what was called the Balkan League. It was based on Bulgaria and Serbia kind of coming together, forming the nucleus of a coalition that was designed to kind of conduct a war against Turkey and force the Turks out of Europe. The result of that policy would be great expansion in the territory and thus in the power of those Balkan states. And for Austria, an expansion of Serbian power was a big danger, because the Serbs made no bones about the fact that they wanted to be the nucleus of a great southern Slav state, a state carved not just out of Turkish territory, but out of Austrian territory as well. And, you know, Serbia allowed itself to serve as the base for, you know, terrorist groups that operated within Austrian territory. Austrians were becoming very frustrated with this. But the key thing from our point of view is that all of this was possible only because Britain and France agreed to go along with it, agreed to underwrite this aggressive Russian policy in the Balkans. It's quite extraordinary. When the French Prime Minister, his name was Poincaré, was shown the text of the Balkan League Treaty on a visit to St. Petersburg, then the Russian capital, in August of 1912, he told the Russians in amazement, this carries within itself the seeds of a war, not just against Turkey, but against Austria as well. The Russians were playing with fire. They could do it because they felt that Britain and France were going to have to support them. Because if they didn't, and Russia defected over to the side of Germany, Britain and France would be too weak to deal with German power on their own. Russia was in the driver's seat. Russia could pursue this sort of policy. Okay? So you had, in the decade before the First World War, a whole series of crises. The first Moroccan crisis of 1905-1906. Then it was the Bosnian crisis, 1908-1909. Second Moroccan crisis, 1911. The crises of the Balkan Wars. How much extra territory were the Balkan states going to be allowed to acquire at the expense of Turkey? The crises of the Balkan Wars, 1912-1913. Right? What happens when you have a whole series of crises like that? Well, a number of things. One thing is crisis runs its course. The country that wins the crisis because its opponent backs down says, we don't, the tough line we took was vindicated. In the future, we should be equally tough because that's what enabled us to prevail in this crisis. The loser makes exactly the opposite calculation. We lost because we weren't tough enough. Right? Next time, we have to be tougher. And you see a certain evidence of those kinds of calculations being made in the period before World War I. And then there's a sense of crisis after crisis. Any of these things could have led to a European war. Who knows how long the peace could be maintained? War is probably inevitable. Right? People, especially in the militaries, then began to think in preventive war terms. If war is inevitable, maybe we should have it out with them while we're still relatively strong. And the way this kind of reflects itself in the political sphere is the rise of what you might call touchstone arguments. Not necessarily that they wanted a war, but they adopted hardline policies in the belief that, war would be inevitable if the other side is as intransigent as it might seem. We can see how intransigent the other side is by taking a tough line now when we're relatively strong. Because if they won't accommodate us when we're relatively strong, well, there'll be no living with them when we become relatively weak. So let's have the test of strength now. Not necessarily war, but let's have it out with them diplomatically now. Right? So you can see how all this stuff kind of contributes to the problem. Fuel on the fire. Okay, what does all this mean about the issues that we're concerned with? These theoretical issues. Obviously, there's a lot more to the war than just one side deciding to start it. Like one side is decides to kind of plunge all of Europe into the war just for the hell of it. The war is the climax of this story, and when you look at the different policies that are pursued, you could have, a certain sympathy for why these different states did what they did. Right? The aggressor theory, it doesn't really hold up that much when you look at the origins of the war. What about the second theory, the blames structure? It's the system that's responsible. The old diplomacy, of power politics, this amoral old diplomacy, the alliance system, the arms race. I actually have I have something I want to show you about the whole notion of the arms race. Again, this is one of these very common arguments. Oops, what happened here? Oh, forget it. The alliance system. Was that a cause of the war? People think, each country was able to drag in its partners because once you have an alliance, you have to, do what your partner wants. Not true. The problem was that you couldn't totally trust your allies. Instead of hard, rigid alliances that worked automatically, people were worried. In Britain and France, they were worried about maybe Russia defecting over to the side of Germany. That's why they had to give Russia pretty much of a blank check. That's an important argument. The alliance system, it wasn't its rigidity that was the problem, it was its weakness. The arms race. I have these figures I wanted to show you on the course website. It's under maps and tables on the website. And look at the very bottom. And click into the link there for military spending. It's very low. in the period before 1914. You know, it's like, and not rising as a share of national income. The case of Germany was something like 1.3% of national income. That compares to something like 5 or 6% for the United States during the latter part of the Cold War. You know, double that for the Soviet Union. You know, greater still for a country like Israel. It spent 30% of its national income on defense. Right? This whole notion, the arms race caused the war, doesn't hold up. What about this whole business of the old diplomacy and power politics being the problem and how we should think in moral terms and so on? When you examine this whole story, you're struck by exactly the opposite. It was the failure to think in power political terms that lay at the heart of the problem. I mean, just take the case of Germany, for example. Here's Germany. She has, important defensive interests in Europe. Plus, she has these imperial aspirations. What does Germany do? She pursues a policy that alienates the three next most important powers in Europe all at the same time. She alienates Russia by siding with Austria over the Balkans. She alienates France over Alsace-Lorraine. She alienates the British over her naval building program and her imperial aspirations. Right? Does that make sense? Biting off more than you can chew. If you have a security concern in Europe, that should be your number one concern. You can't afford to siphon off resources, the construction of a big navy that simply drives Britain over to the side of your adversaries. It doesn't make sense, right? Britain and France, this hostile policy that they pursued vis-a-vis Germany, above all in the two Moroccan crises, basically alienating Germany, empowering Russia in the process, creating a situation where they're virtually forced to underwrite these aggressive Russian goals. Does that make sense? Wouldn't it make sense to kind of accommodate the Germans to a certain degree, hold out some hope for the Germans, if only to avoid becoming prisoner of Russia? If you think in power political terms, if you're a Bismarck, and those kinds of considerations just come to you immediately, you would never have pursued the policy that those countries pursued. Right? Structure by itself is not the answer. Why is it not the answer? In large part because it's ahistorical. It doesn't give you a sense for what's specific about a process that has a certain momentum to it, that develops over time. It's like, well, here's the structure. It's a Europe of five great powers. There's no supernatural or national authority, or no overarching authority to limit what they could do. Right? That's the structure. Well, that structure was in place all along. Doesn't explain why war came in 1914. To get at that issue, you have to reconstruct the process that led to the outbreak of war. And when you do, and you understand the logic that underlies that process, then you could get some sense for what actually caused the conflict. Totally different way of thinking, very important. But also, all these things are important to bear in mind because of the importance of this issue in the post-World War I period. How the issue should be analyzed versus how it in fact was analyzed. That will give you some insight into the story that we're going to be examining in the next part of the class, the story of the failure of the peace that was imposed on Germany after 1918. But next time, I want to kind of focus in on the July crisis in 1914, and again view some of the theories that have been developed to explain why war came during that very important month. Today I'm going to be talking about the July crisis, the crisis that broke out on June 28, 1914, with the assassination of the heir to the Austrian throne, the Archduke Franz Ferdinand, in Sarajevo by Serbian nationalists, people who had a certain degree of support from the Serbian state, and especially from the Serbian secret services. That wasn't fully known at that time. A crisis. Yes, you need me to talk louder? Blow what up? That thing? No, that's a. I think. Well, let's see. If someone knows how to do that, bottom right. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. The plus. Okay. The real bottom right. Okay. All right. Is that better? All right. So. All right. Okay. This crisis, which broke out at the end of June and lasted through the entire month of July, leading to the outbreak of actual hostilities at the beginning of August 1914. It's what we call the July crisis. This is basically a clash between Austria, that was determined to do what it could to prevent the Serbs from conducting terrorist activities aimed at the destruction of the Austrian state. A policy that was backed by Austria's one real ally, Germany. A conflict between the Central Powers on the one hand, Serbia, backed by Russia, with Russia supported by France in very much the same way that Germany supported Austria, and ultimately Britain came in on the side of France and Russia after a certain degree of hesitation. But this great conflict between two blocks of powers of approximately equal military strength led to an enormous bloodletting that lasted for 4 years and only ended with the American intervention in the First World War after 1917. Even then, it took over a year for Germany to be defeated. Okay? In the lecture today, we're not going to be giving a blow-by-blow description of all the different things that happened during the crisis. This is an enormously involved and complex crisis with all kinds of things going on. Instead, we're going to be concerned with a theoretical problem, a conceptual problem. And we're using this crisis as a vehicle for getting at that conceptual problem. This is this great issue that we're concerned with in this class of, what makes for war? How can you understand war? And, there's a certain theory of what makes for war. It's like, well, it's the fault of the system. People don't choose war. No one wants war. But statesmen are overwhelmed by these forces welling up, from within the military system. There's an enormous emphasis placed on systemic factors rather than intent. Instead of looking at the outbreak of a conflict as the result of deliberate policies, the tendency is to view people as being overwhelmed by forces that they couldn't control, swept away. Okay? And it's a very important theory in general. And one particular form of that theory, which is the theory that placed enormous emphasis on military factors as opposed to political, as the driving force behind war, played a very important role during the Cold War period. It's the conceptual basis of arms control. Why should you worry about arms control? Why is arms control considered so important? Well, it's considered important because people have a certain theory of what makes for war. Military factors play a fundamental role in bringing on a war that would otherwise be avoided. Therefore, if you want to avoid a war, you should, pay a lot of attention to what sort of military structure is in place. Right? And you can do this to a considerable extent through arms control agreements, reducing the incentive to go first. Right? Both sides have the kind of weapons that are useful only in support of defensive policies, when neither side is attempted to preempt in a crisis, to go first in a crisis, well, that would make for a more stable world. So that's why we should aim it. And so the people say, well, why is this stuff considered so important? Why is it not the case that political considerations are the driving force rather than military? People say, oh, well, it happened once before. Look at how it happened in 1914. Look at how military factors played a fundamental role in bringing on a war in 1914, a war that would otherwise have been avoided. These are very common notions in the literature, in the scholarly literature, especially in political science. And as I say, they played a rather important role in shaping policy during the Cold War period, especially the enormous emphasis on arms control and what goes on in the military sphere. Okay? Given its importance, both in theoretical terms and in practical political terms, you really have to ask yourself, how can you go about getting at the question of how valid it is? How do you make up your mind about what to make of this theory? Right? And there's this method, right? This is, again, it's almost as though the method is more important than the substantive issue. The whole basic idea is you look at what people say about this stuff and how they support their general arguments with more specific claims, and how those more specific claims are supported by hard empirical evidence. Right? You look at the structure of arguments in that sense, and then you analyze those things. Do those claims, even if valid, support these general points? Are those specific claims valid? Is the evidence that's cited to support these claims sufficient to really support them, and so on? In other words, you don't approach this problem directly, you approach it indirectly. You want to let these guys who make this sort of argument do your work for you. You know, the burden is on them. They're the ones who are making this case. They're the ones who want to convince you that the military system is of such fundamental importance in bringing on a war. Well, how do they do it? Well, they make specific arguments. Well, let's examine those arguments. How good are they? What sort of evidence do these people themselves use to make their claims? All right? So I tried to kind of get at this. I don't know if those of you in the back can see this, and certainly the people who are just listening to this on broadcast can't see it. But it's schematically, this is the kind of thing you want to do. You always want to go from the abstract to the particular. From the most general thing, these systemic theories, what makes for war? In this case, military factors play a fundamental role. The military system brought on a war, can bring on a war that would never have happened except for the kind of system, the military system that's in place. What's the support for that? A general historical interpretation. That's how war came in July 1914, right? That general historical interpretation is then supported by specific claims, specific arguments. In what way did the military system bring on a war in 1914? Oh, it was because the war plans were so rigid. It was because of the emphasis that these militaries at the time placed on rapid offensive action. These military plans were not defensive in nature, they were offensive in nature. And most important, the whole notion was that it was the mobilization system that was in place at the time. The way one mobilization would trigger other mobilizations, and this would bring on a war. It's kind of like a spontaneous combustion sort of thing. I should say, just in passing, what does mobilization mean? It means, in this context of 1914, the calling up of reserves and their deployment to forces in the field. Right? The military system they had in 1914 was not one of very large standing armies. The standing armies were only about maybe a tenth of the size that the armies would have once the reservists were called up and deployed to their units. Right? So just drawing on the great mass of people who had been trained in the military for a couple of years and then sent back to civilian life as reservists, and they would get additional training every summer and so on. That's what mobilization means. Okay? And the claim in the literature is that it was this mobilization system, these interacting mobilizations, that led to this war. All right? And then those specific claims then are supported in the literature by empirical evidence. In support of this argument about the rigidity of war plans, they tell the story about what happened on August 1st, 1914, when the Germans got word that the British might stay out of the war if the Germans changed their plan and didn't fight the war in the West and fought the war only in the East and kind of did not invade France or Belgium. The story is the Kaiser was jubilant when he heard about this British offer. He turned to the military and he said, "Okay, we'll accept the offer. So let's now change our plans and stay on the defensive in the West and fight the war in the East." And then the military said to him, "Your Majesty, it cannot be done. We're locked into this one and only one plan." And then they said the Kaiser had no answer for this and gave way. And this is an example of how these rigid war plans could bring on a war that no one wanted, supposedly. All right? So that's an example of a piece of empirical evidence supporting a claim about a particular claim, the rigidity of war plans claim about how a war could come because of these military factors, a war that didn't make any sense in political terms, a war that the political leadership would never have sanctioned if they weren't kind of stampeded into it by these military considerations. Right? That's the structure of the argument. And what that means is that once you grasp the structure of the argument, you're then in a position to examine it systematically. Right? We begin with this whole business about rigid war plans causing the war. Is it valid? Well, let's look at this, look at it and see whether it makes sense, both in terms of the empirical evidence that's supporting it. Is this true? This account that you find in the literature about what happened on August 1st accurate? And second, the logic of it. Does it really make sense to say that the fact that the war plans were rigid was a cause of the war? I mean, what if the war plans had been less rigid, more flexible? Would war then have been avoided if these countries had had more options for themselves? That's an example of a point about logic. You always apply those two tests. So that's what we're going to be doing today. That's the structure of the problem, and therefore that's going to be the structure of the lecture. First, we're going to be looking at these arguments about the rigidity of war plans. Then arguments about the cult of the offensive. And third, arguments about interacting mobilizations. Okay. There's a famous book by a popular historian named Barbara Tuchman called The Guns of August, about the coming of the First World War, or the initial phase of the First World War. Came out in 1962. Very popular. President Kennedy and a lot of his advisors, they had read this book when it came out, and it was very much in their minds when the Cuban Missile Crisis broke out in October of 1962. Kennedy, and his advisors said, well, we don't want people to talk about the missiles of October the same way that Barbara Tuchman talked about the guns of August. And Barbara Tuchman embraced this whole argument about it's the war plans that were responsible. The statesmen didn't want a war. It can't be understood as a product of political decision. It's the military that was to blame. It's sort of a structure that had taken place within the military sphere that had created these forces that welled up during the crisis and led to a war that no one wanted. I'll just read to you one of the key passages from the Tuchman book so you get a sense for the flavor of this argument. And this is a key passage. This is the final paragraph in her two-page introduction to the whole part of the book that dealt with the outbreak of the war. Final paragraph there. She says, war pressed against every frontier. Suddenly dismayed, governments struggled and twisted to fend it off. It was no use. Agents at frontiers were reporting every cavalry patrol as a deployment to beat the mobilization gun. general staffs, goaded by their relentless timetables, were pounding the table for the signal to move, lest their opponents gain an hour's head start. Appalled upon the brink, the chiefs of state who would be ultimately responsible for their country's fate attempted to back away, but the pull of military schedules dragged them forward. Okay, as I said, two tests. Test of evidence. What's the evidence that's given to support this? Well, as I say, the key piece of evidence that you find in the literature, in the writings of those who make this sort of argument about how it was the rigid nature of the war plans that brought on the war, was this story of what happened on August 1st, 1914. The Kaiser, as I said before, hears that the British are offering to stay out of the war if the Germans change their war plan and fight the war in the East and not in the West. The Germans have a war plan here. This is something everyone should know. It's called the Schlieffen Plan, right? That's how it's spelled. Schlieffen was the head of the German General Staff, General von Schlieffen. Not in 1914. He was succeeded by another general, General von Moltke, but in the first decade of the 20th century. And he had worked out a plan for a two-front war against both France and Russia. Russia mobilizes slowly. Russia is a backward country. Russia doesn't have the infrastructure to generate her military force, calling up the reserves and so on, bringing units to the frontier and so on, all that quickly. Right. So given that Russia mobilizes slowly, Germany has a certain window of opportunity. She doesn't have to worry too much about her eastern border during this period when Russia is still mobilizing. Her eastern border can be lightly defended. Therefore, she could concentrate the great bulk of her forces in the West, throw them against France, not directly, because the French side of the Franco-German frontier is very heavily fortified, but rather indirectly by marching through Belgium, having a climactic battle with France, knocking France out at the very beginning of the war, and then being able to pivot around and deal with Russia. Right? Why do the Germans want this sort of war? Because here's Germany, a powerful country, but packed into the heart of Europe, facing these three absolutely enormous empires with command of the seas and access to all the resources of North America as well. The British Empire, the Russian Empire, the French Empire. Right? If those countries have time to generate all the resources that they're capable of, to draw on these enormous resources that they have by virtue of their imperial and naval position, then Germany will be defeated in the end. Germany's only hope is for a rapid decision. This is not a touchstone of aggressiveness. You see this sort of logic at play over and over again in international political life. You want to understand why Israeli policy is aggressive at times? The answer is Israel knows that she can't fight a long war of attrition against the Arabs. She needs to mobilize quickly and reach a very rapid decision. Right? Similarly, Russia during the Cold War worried that the Russians invest so heavily in maintaining a capability for overrunning Western Europe, for having military superiority in Central Europe during the Cold War, is because Russia knows that she doesn't have the resources to deal with a coalition of much richer and more technologically advanced powers, the United States, Western Europe, and Japan, if those powers have the time to mobilize all their resources. So you got to act quickly. See, offensive military action can be rooted in defensive calculations of that sort. That's very much the case Germany the Schlieffen Plan, to say the Germans had an offensive military doctrine. It's true, but it doesn't mean that there's something dark or aggressive, particularly aggressive about German policy as such. It's rooted in the structure of the situation. Important insight, by the way. Okay? The Germans have this Schlieffen Plan. All their plans for how to fight a war were rooted in that basic strategic concept. Everything's worked out. All the mobilization schedules, the train schedules, and so on. They had built all these railroads so as to be able to transport their forces to the Belgian border, and this sort of thing. Okay. And so there is this conflict between the Kaiser and his top military advisor, General von Moltke. When they receive this news from Britain, the British may well stay out of the war if the Germans stay on the defensive in the West and fight the war in the East, which means basically junking the Schlieffen Plan and improvising something totally different. Right? And it's true, the General von Moltke says to the Kaiser, "Your Majesty, it cannot be done. Basically, we have this one plan for fighting a war. We can't just improvise this sort of thing." But then what happens is very revealing. The Kaiser's reaction is, well, we're going to do it anyway. And he turns to his aide-de-camp and says, issue the orders. We're going to stop the move into France and Belgium and Luxembourg. We're going to stay on the defensive in the West, and we will improvise a war in the East because the political benefits of doing so, keeping Britain out of the war, are so enormous. Okay? And Moltke wrote, he wrote in a little memoir he wrote during the war. He says, "I thought my heart would break. I went home and cried tears of despair." Well, that's not the reaction of someone who had managed to get his way and had defeated the emperor. It's the reaction of someone who had been overruled. You see, this one story, which is the most important empirical support for this claim that it was the rigidity of war plans that brought on a war that no one wanted, it just doesn't stand up. Now, what about the test of logic? This is the second test. Suppose the war plans had been more flexible. In this case, suppose the Germans had more than one option, more than one plan in the drawer. That it would have been easy for them to choose between fighting the war in the East and fighting the war in the West. If the German military stance had been more flexible in that sense, why would war have been prevented? Say, either that alternate plan would be better than the Schlieffen Plan, or it wouldn't. If it would be better than the Schlieffen Plan, and that's what they would have done, that would have meant that the Schlieffen Plan hamstrung German policy, that it weakened German policy, to put Germany in a weaker position. But if Germany was in a weaker position because she had in theory, a better plan, but was locked into pursuing a relatively bad plan, and this weakened German policy, well, why should that have led to greater German toughness in any of these political debates? You think it would have led Germany to pursue a more accommodating policy if she was locked into a relatively weak military stance? Right? On the other hand, if it didn't make any difference, or if the policy of fighting the war in the East was no better, or in fact worse than fighting it in the West, it wouldn't have made any difference that the Germans had this greater flexibility. So in either case, it's very hard to make the argument that it was the rigidity of war plans that brought on a war that would otherwise have been avoided. I mean, that's you get the flavor of this sort of analysis, the test of logic, the test of evidence, the breaking down of these core arguments into kind of specific claims, the sense that they were kind of general, almost theoretical, conceptual issues that are at play here. All right. Number two is this cult of the offensive business. Cult of the offensive. I should tell you a little bit about the intellectual background of this, because it relates to ideas that were developed in this very building that you're sitting in now. There's a famous international relations scholar very good scholar, very interesting scholar named Robert Jervis. And when he was an assistant professor, he taught in our department here. His office was right on the 4th floor of this building. And when he was there, he wrote this article, which is just one of a handful of truly important articles in international relations theory, called Cooperation Under the Security Dilemma. Right? He wrote it when he was an assistant professor here. And the basic Jervis argument is along the lines of what I was saying before. It's like people think you could distinguish sharply between aggressive and defensive behavior. It's not true. Sometimes countries are forced to behave like aggressors for purely defensive purposes. The line between what's aggressive and what's defensive tends to be blurred. You know, the reasons I was suggesting before. And so there are these structural problems, systemic problems that would prevent states from cooperating, right, to avoid war. If both sides are forced, no matter what their basic political goals were, you know, they may want to reach an accommodation, but they're forced to behave like aggressors because that's the only way of providing for their own security, right? This whole notion is called the security dilemma. Okay. He says, then he goes on and he says, but what are the factors that determine how serious the security dilemma is, how pernicious it is? He uses that word. And he says, basically, it's the kind of military system that you have. Whether it places emphasis on offensive or military stance. And a world that's offense dominant, where people opt for these offensive military strategies, the offensive military doctrines, you know, going on the attack, you know, dealing with the enemy really fast. It says this accentuates the security dilemma. It forces people more so than in the other sort of system to behave aggressively for purely defensive purposes. And so this kind of thing can lead to war. And he talks a little bit about the First World War in this context. And those Jervis ideas were taken up by another I think very impressive international relations scholar named Stephen Van Evera, now at MIT. And Van Evera applied this theory specifically to the coming of the First World War in 1914. You know, his whole notion is that it's the cult of the offensive, and there's no question that a cult of the offensive existed. You look at the kind of the attitudes that were prevalent in the military at the time. It's like, at the very start of the war, we got to go and get them. We can't stand on the defensive. We have to opt for offensive action and so on. This was pervasive in Europe before the First World War. It led to the great bloodletting in the very first months of the war because people weren't protecting themselves against enemy fire. They were so intent on, you know, charging into the enemy lines. And Van Evera says, if you want to understand how the First World War came, you have to take this cult of the offensive business into account. And he lays out a whole series of ways in which the cult of the offensive could affect things. But the most important of those is what he calls the opening and closing of windows of vulnerability, windows of opportunity. What's a window in this sense? This is the idea that well, we're strong now, but the military balance is turning against us. And so if we wait until later to have a war, we're going to lose. But if we have a war now, we could win. So now we're enjoying a window of opportunity. Or conversely, we're weak and vulnerable now, but we're building up our power, and a few years down the line, we're going to have the upper hand. So we have a kind of window of vulnerability now. It means you got to be very careful. And so Van Evera says that that in a world where the offense is dominance, these windows open and close wider than they do in a defense-dominant world. And when these windows open wide, then you have this enormous incentive for countries to act. You say, maybe we don't want a war, but if war is inevitable, we want to have it sooner rather than later because we can win now, but a few years down the road, it's going to be impossible for us. Right? And so this can tip the balance between war and peace. You know, people think of this as a kind of almost like a preventive war. War is inevitable. We don't want it, but we have to take these military considerations into account in allowing them to shape our policy. And sure enough, when you look at the historical evidence, you could find lots of cases with where these military leaders, especially, but by no means exclusively in Germany, talking along those lines, where let's have a war now because if we wait, things will be worse for us. Right? The interesting thing to note about this is that rationally, you would expect one side to be making this sort of calculation and the other side to be making the opposite calculation, because if the military balance is shifting, it's shifting away from one side to the other. The side that's strong now and weak later, yes, that's the side that you would expect to be thinking these preventive war terms, window of opportunity terms. Right? But the other side, you would expect to say, well, the last thing we want is a war when we're weak. Well, let's put it off if it's inevitable to a time when we're strong. So you'd think that those two things should cancel each other out. If they don't cancel each other out, that has to be because objective factors are not decisive. Something is going on psychologically that leads both sides to think in these kind of aggressive terms. Right? The cult of the offensive was, how do they even define offensive military action? It's like offensive, it's the belief that offensive action is easy, right? Very different from a defense-dominant world. But it can't be simultaneously easy for both sides, right? What are the armies going to do? Just go right past each other as they conduct their easy offensives into each other's territory? It can't be. Right? So you have all these problems with the cult of the offensive sort of argument. Let's see, how am I doing time? Oh yeah, one other problem. Again, this is a conceptual problem. Is it even true that an offense-dominant world is necessarily less stable than a defense-dominant world? Okay. It's kind of natural to assume that that's the case. You have a world where everyone is kind of raring to go. Viscerally, it seems like that should be more dangerous than the world where people are much more content to stay on the defensive. But the historical record suggests there's an entirely different way of looking at this. If you were looking for a case of a defense-dominant relationship, it's the Anglo-Russian relationship in the course of the 19th century. Britain is a great sea power, but the British Navy, as the expression goes, doesn't run on wheels. Russia is a great land power. Russia doesn't have much of a navy to speak of. And yet these countries, Britain and Russia, clashed repeatedly, above all on the question of the fate of Turkey, the Ottoman Empire. There's this war, the Crimean War, and then 1877, 78, there was another big crisis, and so on. Why was it that both sides could pursue relatively provocative policies vis-a-vis the other? Policies that contemplated a war in a more or less frivolous, cavalier way when you look at the evidence. It was because the downside risks were limited because the relationship was this defense-dominant relationship. Britain didn't have to worry about Russia invading the British Isles. Russia didn't have to worry about the British fleet sailing up to Moscow. Right? So each of them knew that the downside risk was limited and therefore could approach the prospect of conflict in a relatively cavalier way in comparison with how they would have felt about it if they felt like there was a real risk of total defeat and total disaster. Right? Again, you got to take those kind of considerations, logical considerations, into account when you're assessing these theories. Okay, then that leads me to the third of these great arguments. This is the argument about interacting mobilizations. The Tuchman business, the pull of military schedules, drag them forward, however she put it. This is the heart of the inadvertent war argument. This is the heart of this whole argument that this war came about because of the workings of the military system. It overwhelmed statesmen and so on. There's all this business with the mobilizations and so on. This is what people point to. What do we make of this argument? Well, the first point, and this is a very important point, is that there was a mobilization, a system of interacting mobilizations that was in place at the time. This was the logic of the situation established by the Schlieffen Plan. Right? Don't forget what I said before, what that logic was. The Schlieffen Plan was based on the idea that Russia mobilizes slowly, the German eastern border could be left undefended, Germany can mass her forces in the west, throw the mass of the German army against France by marching through Belgium, knock France out at the beginning of the war, because one-on-one, France versus Germany was stronger, and then pivot around and deal with Russia by the time Russia had completed her mobilization. Taking advantage of that window that Germany had by virtue of the fact that Russia mobilized slowly. But what's the logic of the situation established by that plan? The Germans can't sit on their hands while Russia mobilizes. The whole viability of the Schlieffen Plan is based on the idea that Germany has to act fast, as soon as Russia begins to mobilize. Because if Germany sits on her hands and allows the Russians to mobilize, the Germans can't leave their eastern border undefended, can't concentrate their army in the west. They have to divide their army. Offensive military action against France becomes, very problematic, whether that could succeed. And so the Germans would then have to settle for a long war of attrition that they would lose in the end. So the Germans feel like as soon as Russia mobilizes, Germany has to not just mobilize, but set the wheels in motion for an attack against France and having it out with France. Right? That's what establishes the linkage between all these mobilizations. As soon as Russia mobilizes, Germany then has to mobilize as well. If Germany mobilizes and gets ready for a war against France, France is going to have to mobilize as well, and so on. And for Germany, mobilization means war. The mechanism exists. No question about that. But is that the same as saying that it was a cause of the war? Something has to set it off. If people understand what the mobilization system is, that a Russian general mobilization will inevitably lead to a German mobilization and thus to war, if that's all understood, how can you say the mobilization system is a cause of the war? If the Russians make the decision to order their mobilization of their own free will, not because the political leadership was overwhelmed by military considerations thinking, we got to move lest Germany move first. If they're not making that kind of calculation and they set off this whole thing for political reasons because they say it's a question for us now of either abandoning Serbia or putting our foot down. If that's why the Russians mobilized for political reasons, then you can't say that the system is a cause of the war. It's like a gun. It's like suppose someone is killed with a gunshot, and the defense says, well, the real cause of the murder was the whole mechanical and chemical mechanism that led from the pulling of the trigger to the release of the bullet, the explosion of the gunpowder in the bullet, and thus the great speed in which the bullet entered the body of the victim, and all the physiological mechanisms that led from the penetration of key vital organs of the victim to the death of the victim. People laugh at that. Because everyone knows in advance that the pulling of the trigger can lead to the death of the victim. If it's all known in advance, factored into those calculations in advance, okay, it can't be a cause. So for it to be a cause, one or another of these two things has to be true. Either the people who make the decision to set off the process don't know what they're doing, don't understand the consequences of it, or if they do understand the consequences of it, they're not free agents. They're overwhelmed by these pressures arising within the military sphere, forcing them to act, perhaps against their better judgment, because they're worried that the enemy is going to strike them first, and haste is of extreme importance. They know that whichever side moves first is going to have a big advantage, right? So one or the other of those things has to be true in order to substantiate this inadvertent war argument. So again, we've broken it down. Those two arguments. Is it true that they didn't understand? And which of the great powers are you going to focus on? Right? On Germany? No, the most militaristic of the European powers, the one where you would expect, if all this military stuff was so important, you would see it in effect there. Turns out the Germans don't have a strategy of moving first. They deliberately rule out the whole idea of being the first to mobilize. Why do they do it? Because the one that mobilizes first is going to be viewed as the aggressor. And if the German government is viewed as the aggressor by their own people, they can't mobilize the resources of their whole population for the war effort. They'd alienate the British. There's still some hope that the British will stay out of the war. Right? The Germans have a conscious strategy of not being the first to mobilize, waiting for Russia to mobilize first. And in fact, it is the Russians who do mobilize first on July 30th, 1914. Right? So we have to, and that's what sets off this whole process. That's what triggers this whole dynamic of interacting mobilizations. So then you've got to zero in on that Russian decision. Are the Russians doing that because they don't understand the consequences? That they think this is going to be a deterrent to the enemy doing anything? It turns out when you look at the documents that the Russians who made this decision were fully aware of what the consequences were. They knew that basically they would be precipitating the war. Their argument was that war is inevitable in any case. Were they doing it because they thought a German mobilization was imminent? No. There's no talk of that, and as a matter of fact, as we saw, for political reasons, the Germans had decided that they weren't going to be the first to mobilize. Basically, the Russians are making their decision in large part for political reasons. War is inevitable. It's a question for us of acting or not acting. Makes a little difference on the margin whether they're the first or not the first to move, but that consideration is definitely secondary in comparison with all these political considerations. Okay? You can't make the argument about ignorance. You can't make the argument about being stampeded, being overwhelmed. Right? The decision to set off the process, therefore, has to be viewed as deliberate and taken for primarily for political reasons. Okay. So where does this leave us? See what we've done here? First we establish the structure of the argument, then we see the weakness of the rigidity argument, we see the weakness of the cult of the offensive argument, we see the weakness of the interacting mobilizations argument. There's nothing left. This whole notion that the First World War was an accidental war came about because of the forces welling up from within the military system, forces that were beyond the control of statesmen. There's no there. You know that expression, I hope none of you are from Oakland, are you? Gertrude Stein has this famous saying about Oakland. She says, when you get there, there's no there. Well, in this case, there's no there. There's no there, no substance to this argument. These arguments come into being because they play a political role. The people who develop these arguments, they don't have much in the way of historical culture. They can be very, very smart. People like Thomas Schelling, giant in the field. But he wasn't trained in a way that led him to think through these issues by looking at the historical evidence. Okay? It's a very important conclusion. So as I say, this tells you something not just about the coming of the First World War. It tells you something about a particular political science theory. and also tells you something, I think, quite important about how you go about analyzing a conceptual issue in this field. Okay? So that's it. Next time I'm going to be talking about America's intervention in the First World War and the whole Wilsonian program and so on. Today I'm going to be talking about the First World War, the war of 1914 to 1918. Okay? And you may say, what does this have to do with international politics? In the old days, the study of international politics essentially stopped when wars broke out. The whole idea was that previous story where the diplomats, the foreign officers, and so on held center stage, that was over. The baton had now been passed to the generals, away from a political process to a military process. War breaks out, it gets fought till one side or the other wins, end of story. When you think about it, it can't be that simple. There can't be such a sharp dividing line between war and peace. Right? Why? Because wars don't just come into being as a result of a force of nature. They're a human artifact. They break out for political reasons because there are political conflicts. They're fought for political purposes. This is the great insight, the central insight of what's by far the most important book on war. It's called On War by the German general Karl von Clausewitz in the early 19th century. The basic insight of Clausewitz is that war is a continuation of politics. War is for political goals. It's not just, something that happens because people want to kill each other. Okay? So there has to be a continuation of the political story. What goes on when a war is being fought in the political sphere, you would think is of fundamental importance because every war must end. To use the title of another famous book on this subject by Freddie Clay. Every war must end. There has to be some political settlement. It's not like wars are fought until the very last drop of energy is squeezed out of a population, and war is fought to the bitter end with people, just being wiped out until there's absolutely no resistance whatsoever. Okay? This is what makes the First World War so puzzling when you look at it in a political perspective. Why? What's the puzzle of the First World War? It's that there's a military stalemate, especially in the Western Front. And you would expect this. Here you have two blocks of approximately equal power, the Central Powers and the Triple Entente. There's a great myth that everyone believed that the war would be over quickly. Not true. As a matter of fact, there's some of the most important historical work on this stuff that's been done in the past 20, 30 years is showing that, certainly for the German general staff, it was not anticipated that the war would be over in a matter of weeks. They anticipated a fairly long struggle. And this view was shared by a lot of people. There's a famous remark from the British Foreign Secretary in 1914, Sir Edward Grey, about the lamps are going out all over Europe. We will not see them lit again in our lifetime. Okay? And sure enough, that's what happened. The Schlieffen Plan is put into effect. This is Germany's hope for victory. Okay? And the German armies moved through Belgium into northern France, but the German advance is stopped by the French after the Germans have occupied a great area in northern France. And quickly, the struggle settles down into a long war of attrition as each side digs itself in. See, this is one of the big ironies. The militaries in Europe, all these militaries had emphasized rapid offensive action. And yet the war itself showed that the defense was dominant. It was very hard to kind of move and conquer territory occupied by the enemy, to break through enemy lines, and so on. You all know the images of the First World War. Each side digs these huge trenches, systems of trenches, going from the Swiss border straight through to the English Channel, and they arm themselves with machine guns. They build, they throw up all these barbed wire obstacles, making it very difficult for the enemy to launch an offensive. The enemy forces, if they tried to break through, they would just be wiped out by machine gun fire, right? And this is true for both sides. You have a military stalemate because the defense is so strong on both sides. In the East, there's more fluidity, but still, given the fact that the struggle in the West is the fundamental struggle of the First World War between Germany on one hand and Britain and France on the other, the Germans don't have enough to really divert to the East to kind of reach a decision. Enough to kind of keep the Russians from winning, but not enough to reach a decision in the East, although Russia drops out of the war as a result of the Bolshevik Revolution in 1917, October 1917. Okay. The struggle in the West, the military stalemate in the West, that's of fundamental importance. Now, why is this puzzling from our point of view? Well, what would you expect politically when it became clear that both sides were bogged down in a situation of the sort, when neither side could hope to achieve a military breakthrough and military victory? Well, what would you expect? You'd expect they negotiate. You'd expect a compromise peace, right? Because the continuation of the military effort wasn't getting either side anyplace. That's what you would expect. And yet you don't have it. In Churchill's phrase, Winston Churchill, who was high up in the British government in 1914, he was also a historian, and he wrote a book on the First World War. He says, the fires raged until they burned themselves out. There was no political process that led to a negotiated settlement of any meaningful sort. Now that's puzzling from a historical point of view, but it's also puzzling from a theoretical point of view. There's a famous book by, he's an Australian historian named Geoffrey Blainey, called The Causes of War. And Blainey made this argument about why wars break out and why wars get settled and why a stable peace takes shape. Blainey says wars break out because of a difference of opinion about what the military balance is. Each side thinks it's going to win, but that can't. Both sides can't be right. That can't correspond to reality, right? People don't know what the reality is until the fighting actually begins. The war itself reveals information. It reveals what the true military balance is. And so the revealing of information about the military balance should lead each side to adjust its political goals so as to reach a settlement. One side or the other wins. The side that wins, that's the side that's strongest, and the political sentiment will reflect that fact. All right? That's the Blainey argument. And that argument was taken up and developed in very important ways by a political scientist named James Fearon. Okay? He wrote an article called Rationalist Explanations for War. It's probably the single most important article in international relations theory written over the last 40 years or so. And Fearon says, countries normally should be able to strike a deal, to make a bargain with each other to avoid the costs of war. Yeah. If both sides knew how the war would end, they could save themselves a lot of trouble, if only by agreeing on the sort of settlement that was reached at the end of the war, following the war. And each side would be in a better position if they simply agreed on that settlement then, and if they fought the war, because each side would spare itself the costs of the war. So war is never an efficient way of settling political disputes. So why is it then that wars are fought? And Fiorin said, well, you can interpret these things in irrational terms, but if you're a rationalist, and the rationalist perspective is very powerful as an engine of insight. If you're a rationalist, he says, basically, there has to be some sort of information problem. One side has to have information that the other side doesn't have about what the military balance actually is. And again, it's very much in line with the Blaney argument. The war itself clears up that information problem. It should lead to a peaceful settlement. And it's puzzling if it doesn't, right? So it's a puzzle from that perspective. It's also puzzling to take a somewhat different theoretical perspective from a realist view. Realism being the central tradition of international relations theory, a theory that emphasizes the importance of power considerations, security considerations in international politics. One of the tenets of the realist theory is that there are enormous incentives for countries to behave rationally in power political terms. You'd expect rational behavior in power political terms. You'd expect countries to pursue policies based on their own interests defined in power political terms, what gives states a power political advantage. And you look at countries like France and especially Britain. Do they really have an interest in defeating Germany so totally that German power is absolutely crushed and Germany becomes a cipher in the European balance of power? From the standpoint of Britain and France, no, that's not to their interest. Why? Because to crush Germany like that would mean that there's no counterweight to Russian power in Europe. Here we have this Russian colossus, building up its power left and right, huge territory, huge population. If you destroy Germany, what's going to be the counterweight to Russia? You're going to have a Europe dominated by Russia. So if you have countries like Britain and France, they're essentially status quo powers. They have these huge empires. All they want is their own security, well, especially Britain. You'd expect that what they would want is a peace settlement that leaves German power somewhat intact, that makes sure that Germany and Russia are able to balance each other, so that neither of those countries can dominate Europe. So you'd expect, not because they have some sort of abstract commitment to the balance of power theory, but simply in pursuit of their own interests, that they would push toward a negotiated settlement. A compromised peace, a peace among equals. Okay? And yet it doesn't happen. What's so striking about this story is that political considerations of that sort ignored by everybody. What's striking about this story is that the goal is not to achieve a compromised peace. The goal is to achieve victory. The goal is to win. The goal is to crush the adversary as an end in itself. It's like the basic insights of Clausewitz pushed to the side. The sort of policy that you associate with realism, with power politics, you just don't see it there. Right? The goal was to win. You want to read something really nice about this. There's a book called Strategy in the Missile Age. It came out in 1959. It was written by Bernard Brodie, who was one of the leading strategic thinkers of the nuclear age. And he was actually a member of our own department, probably the most distinguished member of the UCLA Political Science Department ever. And Brody has his first chapter in that book, which is about nuclear issues. He talks about the First World War. He talks about how absurd it was that the aim was to win. That's not an aim. How absurd it was that they didn't reach a compromise peace. Right? How power political considerations were not put in the forefront of policy. And his point is that this same sort of thing can happen again. If we think of military strategy simply in those kind of apolitical terms, that the goal is simply military victory, end of story, we could be heading toward disaster. Just as the world had this disastrous First World War that was not ended by political reconciliation and political settlement. How is all this to be explained? Some people think, well, a lot of the explanation of why behavior is not to be understood in rational terms has to do with regime type. It's like, you'll look at a regime like Imperial Germany. How here you have a narrow pre-industrial section of the population, the landowning classes in the east of Germany, what they call Junkers, the Junker elite, kind of a feudal survival. These people retain control of the German state, but they need to get the support. In order to maintain their power within Germany, they have to kind of play these chauvinistic chords and appeal to the chauvinistic tendencies of the population in order to kind of mobilize support for themselves and to kind of guarantee their position within Germany. There's this notion that for domestic political reasons within Germany having to do with the peculiar nature of the German state, Germany was led to pursue this annexationist policy, and if Germany was pursuing that, then there was no chance for a compromise peace, right? And it's true enough that Germany had an annexationist policy during the First World War. Does that mean that regime type was of fundamental importance? Answer, no, because all of the belligerents pursued annexationist policies. All of the belligerents have this whole notion of the enemy has to be crushed. The enemy has to be totally defeated. After the Second World War, there was a certain attempt to kind of play this down. The leading French diplomatic historian of that generation, his name is Pierre Navin. He was very interested in Franco-German reconciliation, and his whole feeling was both sides should kind of play down their aggressive intentions vis-a-vis the other. And he wrote an article on French war aims in which he basically said that French war aims during the First World War period were purely defensive. And then, years later, another much younger French historian named Georges Soutou wrote a piece in which he basically showed that whole Renavin article just, missed the point. In fact, the French had a very annexationist program. It was all, they had a code term, guarantees. We need guarantees against a renewal of German aggression. Guarantees meant that the whole area of the Rhineland would be placed under either direct or indirect French control. And the French negotiated with their allies, and especially with the Russians, so that each would support the other's annexationist goals. Right? The Tsar told a French leader in 1916, he says, take Mainz, take Koblenz, two major cities in the Rhineland within Germany. Go further still if you judge it useful. And the Western Allies, for their part, also supported Russian expansionist goals, above all, the Russian occupation of the Turkish Straits, something which they had not supported before the war. All right? It's not regime type because you find the same phenomenon regardless of what belligerent you look at. We're talking about the United States in a little while along these lines. So what is it? I mean, it really is puzzling. And all you can do is kind of speculate a little and even the speculation doesn't quite come toward adequately accounting for what you see, or more accurately, what you don't see when you look at the story of the First World War. It's like, well, here you have this enormous bloodletting in the First World War. And governments can't turn to their own people and say, oh, well, it was just to get back to where we started from in 1914. You had to explain to them why these huge sacrifices were warranted by escalating your goals in the war. It's going to be the war to end war. It's going to be, lead to a dramatically different world. Right? And then there were tactical considerations. What if government started talking about, well, we have to kind of draw in our horns. We need to kind of think in terms of compromise. Or, this war isn't worth it. Well, that's defeatist talk. And it gives the enemy an advantage. It weakens morale on the home front. You can't do that. And then there's this kind of inter-allied dynamic. You're terribly concerned about losing your allies. The Allies defecting, making a separate peace. And so in order to keep the Allies in the war, you have to kind of support their annexationist policies. And they affected by the same dynamic, they'll support your policy. You can think about, dynamics of that story. It goes in certain ways toward accounting for what happened, but it's still profoundly puzzling. Okay. So there's no political solution, no negotiated settlement, no attempt at one, because both sides have such far-reaching political goals that a settlement is not within reach. So if there's not going to be a political settlement to the war, what sort of strategies do the governments adopt? The war is going to be ended with the victory of one side and the defeat of the other. There are two sorts of strategies that are pursued. One military, the other political. In the military sphere, there's this great hunger for something that will dramatically affect the fighting on the battlefield. In tactical terms, there has to be some sort of answer to the military stalemate produced by these defensive measures that both sides have taken, the trenches, the barbed wire, the machine guns, and so on. And what's the answer there? Well, a number of answers, but the main answer is the tank, which would, an armored vehicle which would enable you to kind of go through enemy lines and restore a certain degree of movement to the war. What's very interesting here is that the military resists the tank. It's imposed on them by civilian authorities. Right? And the tank is not a huge, technological breakthrough, because basically it's simply a question of using the technology developed for agricultural purposes with the Caterpillar tractor, and then giving the tractor a defensive and offensive armament. And when the tanks are introduced, it does have a certain effect in terms of restoring a degree of mobility to the war, moving away from a war of attrition. Poison gas, that's another one. Poison gas was used, very widely in the First World War to kind of get a military advantage. An indirect strategy of kind of looking for breakthroughs in more vulnerable theaters, like especially around the Turkish Straits and in the East in general. None of these tactics really work. The Germans developed various tactics, the use of shock troops in 1918 to try and reach a military decision in the West. Initial, tactical success, but strategic terms, it's a failure. Okay. None of these things work. Well, then there's also the political strategy of this. If this is a war of attrition, it's going to be determined by resources. You need new resources, fresh resources, because your own resources are being depleted. by the bloodletting. And so there's a great attempt to bring in allies, to recruit allies to your effort. And so the diplomacy of the war focuses on acquiring allies. And both sides have a certain success in this. In 1915, Italy, which in 1914 had been the ally of Germany and Austria, comes into the war on the side of the Entente. Italy is basically bribed into entering the war on the Entente side. Italy is not terribly impressive in military terms. It doesn't have a dramatic effect on the battlefield. Similarly, Romania comes into the war on the side of the Entente. Bulgaria on the side of the Central Powers. Turkey on the side of the Central Powers. The spread of the war to draw in these European neutrals does not result in a military decision. But there's one great neutral power whose entry into the war can, in theory, tip the balance, and in practice did, in fact, prove decisive. What neutral power is that? The United States of America, which by this point is by far the most powerful country in the world in terms of its war-making potential, not forces in being, because the United States did not develop a large army during the years of peace before 1914. Why should it? Security was protected by the British. The British weren't going to be able to threaten the United States. British naval power wasn't a problem for us. We had weak neighbors to the north and the south, these huge oceans to the east and west. America was a very secure country. So why squander resources in the development of a large standing army? Right? So America didn't have much in terms of forces in being, but when you look at the figures for steel production, I put some of these figures in in one of the tables in the maps and tables section of the course website. You can look at this stuff if you like. Steel production, America is by far the most powerful country in the world. Steel production practically equal to that of all the European countries put together. And steel production is the crucial index of military potential, because the kind of military technology you have at the time is based essentially on steel. When you think of all the things all the kinds of armaments that were produced at that time, steel is of crucial importance. All right? America intervenes in the war April 1917, but the American intervention is not effective until 1918, because it takes such a long time to recruit an army, to train an army, to transport it to the battlefields, to arm it with the proper equipment and so on. So it's not until 1918 that American power becomes fully effective. Still, everyone knows that American involvement, all these fresh resources thrown into the military balance, is going to have a very fundamental effect. Why did the United States intervene in the war? Okay. This is of fundamental importance. What are we to make of American policy? The policy the United States pursued that led to American intervention in the war. Okay. People say, oh, well, Wilson, President Woodrow Wilson, the maker of American policy at that time, essentially, he didn't have any choice. America intervened in the war because the Germans had renewed the submarine war against shipping that was supplying the Western Allies. Okay? It's not as simple as that. Okay. U.S. policy was not based on a kind of mindless defense of America's rights as a neutral to trade with whichever belligerent she wanted. America had a policy of neutrality, but it wasn't genuinely neutral. There were people high up in the American government who wanted to pursue a neutral policy, most notably Wilson's first Secretary of State, William Jennings Bryan. But Bryan was fired by Wilson because he wanted to pursue a more rigorous policy of neutrality than Wilson thought was appropriate. Why was American policy not neutral? The answer here is that the Americans claimed the right to trade with both belligerents, with the exception of what was called contraband of war, material that was very directly related to the military struggle, but food and all kinds of civilian trade was supposed to be okay. But when the British interfered with the shipment of goods to Germany, not just to German ports directly in American ships, but through shipments to the European neutrals that had a common border with Germany, especially Holland, also Denmark. The British were unwilling to allow the United States goods to get to Germany in any way. The British were violating the what were then considered the accepted rules of naval warfare, of blockade. Incidentally, I should say that there was some very interesting historical work that was done on this. There's a guy named Avner Offer, O-F-F-E-R, who wrote a book called The First World War, An Agrarian Interpretation. And Offer was very interested in all the stuff relating to blockade, because in 1908 there was something called the Declaration of London that was supposed to regulate naval warfare in the event of a big war like this. And blockade was supposed to be fairly limited in terms of what could be forbidden. Turns out the British went along with this arrangement with every intention of violating it in the event of war. And in a sense, they had to violate it, because what's the good of having a big navy that controls the seas if you can't use that navy to blockade your enemy, to starve out your enemy in the event of war? So British naval power, which is the principal instrument of British power for most of the time, was to be made into a cipher and neutralized. You couldn't say that an American policy that insisted that the British Navy be of no account would have been a neutral policy. Anyway, the Americans accept the British blockade of Germany. There's a lot of legalistic talk about, we don't like it and this and that, but we're not willing to do anything about it. We're not willing to threaten the British that if you don't allow us to trade with Germany, we're not going to trade with you either. In which case the British would have had to give way and America could have traded with both sides. Right? That's not the U.S. policy. The U.S. policy allows the British blockade of Germany to continue, whereas American ships have the right to kind of trade with Britain and France. Not a neutral policy. Not just that, but the British, the Western Allies in general, they are allowed to finance their imports with loans that they raise in the American money market. Yeah, there's a lot of uneasiness about this because the feeling is it's not a neutral policy. So how do you explain American policy? Now, not a mindless defense of neutral rights. If the outcome of the war were a matter of utter indifference to the United States, it's inconceivable that the Americans would have pursued the policy that they did. A policy which had the effect of, at least on the surface, of drawing us into the war. On the other hand, this is not a straightforward balance of power policy either. Right? Yes, the Americans kind of vaguely understand that a defeat of Britain and France would prejudice American security. A German-dominated Europe is not something we view with relish by any means. But those security considerations, balance of power considerations, they are not in the driver's seat either. Okay? What is American policy? The more you kind of get into it, the clearer it is that the Wilson government didn't really have a clear strategy, a clear sense of what it wanted to accomplish. American policy is kind of drifting, shaped by kind of somewhat conflicting goals that are not really worked out. in principle, the Americans want to end the war. They want to use their power to bring about a negotiated peace. The key piece of evidence here is a very famous speech that Wilson gave a few months before the United States entered the war. This is called the Peace Without Victory speech, January of 1917. Now listen to the tone of the speech. And Wilson's calling for a peace without victory. A compromise peace, a negotiated peace. It says, victory would mean peace forced upon the loser, a victor's peace imposed upon the vanquished. It would be accepted in humiliation, under duress, at an intolerable sacrifice, and would leave a sting, a resentment, a bitter memory upon which terms of peace would rest, not permanently, but only as upon quicksand. Only a peace between equals can last. Only a peace, the very principle of which is equality and a common participation in a common benefit. The right state of mind, the right feeling between nations is as necessary for a lasting peace as is the just settlement of vexed questions of territory or of racial and national allegiance. Before the United States goes into the war, just a few months before the Americans enter the war. What's America's attitude as soon as we enter the war? Well, the very first of the Wilson speeches that I asked you to read in the course pack was a speech he gave in December of 1917. And listen to how different the tone is from the Peace Without Victory speech. He talked about how the American people desired peace by the overcoming of evil, by the defeat once and for all of the sinister forces that interrupt peace and render it impossible. And they wish to know how closely our thought runs with theirs and what action we propose. They are impatient with those who desire peace by any sort of compromise, deeply and indignantly impatient. But they will be equally impatient with us if we do not make it plain to them what our objectives are and what we are planning for and seeking to make conquest by peace of arms. And then he says, I believe that I speak for them when I say two things. First, that this intolerable thing, capital T, of which the masters of Germany have shown us the ugly face, this menace of combined intrigue and force, which we now see so clearly as the German power, a thing without conscience or honor or capacity for covenanted peace, must be crushed, and if it be not totally brought to an end, at least shut out from the friendly intercourse of the nations. Right? It's like, this is not peace without victory anymore. This is, we got to crush things. It's like, how do you account for the change? Again, we're not talking about some sort of autocracy that's led for domestic political reasons to opt for such a hard line. This is the premier democratic power in the world. This is the Woodrow Wilson, the great champion of democracy, speaking along these lines. How do you explain it? It's rooted in a certain concept of international politics. See, normally, the United States doesn't want any to deal with these kind of sordid power political manipulations of these European countries. So we want to keep apart, but every now and then the issues become so clear cut, the moral issues become so black and white that we gotta intervene. And when we do intervene, we intervene, without stint. We want to totally crush the source of evil. Because the only reason we came into the war was that it became clear that we're dealing with evil. Right? That's the philosophy. And one of the great questions you have to wrestle with in a course like this is whether that philosophy, the Wilsonian philosophy, the philosophy that foreign policy should be based on moral considerations, not on these kind of political considerations having to do with power and so on, but on what's right and what's wrong. Whether that should be at the center of policy. Now, I asked you for this week to read this article. Actually, there's a lecture that George Kennan gave on American intervention in the First World War. Kennan is like one of the great international relations thinkers, not an academic. He was in the policy world. and he laid out a certain philosophy of how of foreign policy and international politics in the series of lectures. It was published, I think, in 1950 or 51. And it's one lecture on the First World War. Well, I have to say it made an enormous impression on me when I first read it when I was an undergraduate, because it basically lays out an alternative to the Wilson philosophy. So his whole argument is that the Wilson philosophy, this is not the sort of approach we should take. This approach of, ignore power considerations, political considerations, think in moral terms. This is the road to disaster to embrace that sort of thing. And he develops this argument by giving, a certain analysis of American intervention in the First World War and what its consequences were. Okay? And and he pointed out this dramatic shift in the United States from peace without victory. We don't want to get involved in Europe. It's all too sordid for us. It's also such foolish stuff that we don't sully ourselves by involvement in it. To this whole notion of, the war is a crusade. The enemy has to be crushed. We have to pursue the most far-reaching goals and so on. So a dramatic shift like that, a huge throwing of the switches like that, he says it doesn't make any sense. So it's surely a curious characteristic of democracy, he writes. This amazing ability to shift gears overnight in one's ideological attitudes, depending on whether one considers oneself at war or at peace. Day before yesterday, let's say, the issues at stake between ourselves and another power were not worth the life of a single American boy. Today, nothing else counts at all. Our cause is holy. The cost is no consideration. Violence must know no limitation short of unconditional surrender. And then he goes on to say, this is kind of crazy. He says, I sometimes wonder whether in this respect the democracy is not uncomfortably similar to one of those prehistoric monsters with a body as long as this room and a brain the size of a pea. He lies there in his comfortable primeval mud and pays little attention to his environment. He's slow to wrath. In fact, you practically have to whack his tail off to make him aware that his interests are being disturbed. But once he grasps this, he lays about him with such blind determination that he not only destroys his adversary, but largely wrecks his native habitat. You see, he's talking about the First World War, but he's thinking about the nuclear age and the way we're dealing with the problems in the nuclear age. And he says, then he says, he doesn't leave it as just the critiques. This is just the basis for proposing an alternative. He says, is there an alternative way of looking at things? He says, well, yeah, I think there is. And the alternative is, you should be aware of the fact that what goes on in Europe is not some sort of trivial, sordid sort of thing that shouldn't interest you at all. It's of fundamental importance because American security depends on what happens in Europe. And therefore, we should be involved. And we should use our power in a way to achieve our fundamental interest, which is the restoration of a balance of power in Europe by means of a compromised peace. That's the course you should take. And then he kind of talks in that vein about what could have and should have been done and the problems of not doing that. And he says, I know people are going to object. People are going to say, well, you're ignoring one fundamental fact, which is that America is a democracy. And you're saying that America should behave in this kind of sophisticated way that thinks in terms of the balance of power, that doesn't take these kind of absolutist moral views, that is willing to use its power for kind of political purposes, to kind of manipulate the behavior of both sides in order to pursue a policy based on its own interest, defined in power political terms, in terms of American security and so on. The American people won't stand for that. The American people think in moral terms. That's what they expect of their leaders. Right? And Kennan says, I'm not even going to quarrel with this. I agree with it. I'm going to concede this point. This is what he says at the end of the piece. And then he kind of concludes by saying, but you can't just leave it at that. He says, if you say that mistakes of the past were unavoidable because of our domestic predilections and habits of thought, you're saying that what stopped us from being more effective than we were was democracy as practiced in our country. And if that's true, let's recognize it and measure the full seriousness and find something to do about it. A nation which excuses its own failures by the sacred untouchableness of its own habits can excuse itself into total disaster. Right? That's the lesson for Kennan of the Wilson period. Right? It's a lesson that he wants to apply to the nuclear age. And I've said this a number of times in this class. The reason a lot of these historical interpretations are important is not just that we want to get the history straight. Historical analysis is a vehicle for getting at these fundamental questions of what makes for good policy, what determines whether you have a stable system or not, what makes for war, and so on. Right? Kennan's writing about World War I, but he's thinking of the nuclear age. Okay. All right. So what happens? Yes, the Americans come in. American intervention proves to be decisive. The three Western democracies win the war. They win the war despite the fact that there's a revolution in Russia in late 1917 that takes Russia out of the war. Meaning that the two autocratic powers, Tsarist Russia and Imperial Germany, they're both defeated. The three great Western democracies, Britain, France, and the United States, they win. Germany is defeated so thoroughly that Germany has no choice but to accept the terms that the Western powers impose, because this is going to be an imposed peace. Right? The armistice terms, which are decided on in November 1918, are such as to make it impossible for Germany to resume the military struggle. Okay? And the three Western democracies by themselves have a free hand to impose the sort of peace that they want. Okay? This peace that they work out, the peace of 1919, the heart of which is the Treaty of Versailles of 1919, negotiated among the three Western democracies and imposed by them on a defeated Germany. This peace of 1919 turns out to be the most unstable peace in the history of great power politics. You know, barely a decade later, it's in a shambles, and 2 decades later, a new and even more dangerous war with Germany breaks out. Right? And the central problem for us, as we start to analyze the peace of 1919 and the interwar period, is to try and figure out whether there's any connection between those two things. Whether it was unstable precisely because it was imposed by the three great Western democracies and by them alone. It was the only peace settlement that the three Western democracies imposed. The peace after the Napoleonic Wars obviously did not fall in that category. The Cold War peace, not imposed by the Western democracies alone. Is there something basic about the democratic approach to foreign policy? It makes for an unstable international system. Is Kennan, in effect, right? Right? That's the question that we're going to keep in the back of our minds as we start looking at the historical record. And so next time, that's what we're going to do. We're going to look at the Treaty of Versailles, try and figure out whether this was a Wilsonian peace or not, and try and understand why it was as unstable as it was. Okay, so I'll see you later. You remember how I ended the lecture last time with that question? Right. To everyone's surprise, in a sense, the First World War ended with neither the victory of Germany nor with the victory of a coalition in which one of the key members was Tsarist Russia. In fact, both Germany and Russia were defeated. And the war was won by the Western powers only because the United States of America intervened in the war. By far the strongest country in the world in terms of mobilizable war potential, given the military technology of that period, which is based on heavy industry, steel production, things like that. All right? What this meant was that the three Western powers, the three Western democracies, the United States, Britain, and France, were able to dictate the terms of peace, to impose the peace terms. Right. Say, well, it wasn't supposed to be quite an imposed peace. There was supposed to be a negotiation based on the principles that Wilson had laid down in his wartime addresses, those speeches that you read. The Germans laid down their arms before German territory was actually even invaded. I mean, they knew that the war, there was no way that they could win the war. They wanted to end the conflict before German territory itself was devastated. But the First World War was not ended by an unconditional surrender. As a matter of fact, one of the big reasons why the unconditional surrender policy was adopted during the Second World War is that policy had not been used in the First World War, and that led to all kinds of problems. Okay? There was an agreement called the Pre-Armistice Agreement that the Germans had entered into with the Western powers, according to which they would lay down their arms. They would allow the Allies to occupy part of German territory, the left bank of the Rhine River, this whole area here, plus these three bridgeheads on the right bank of the Rhine, which would enable them, if they had to resume the war against Germany. There would be no way in which the Germans could resist the combined power of the three great victor powers in the war. But in exchange for that, the Germans were promised that the peace would be based on the Wilsonian program, the program that President Wilson had laid down in his wartime speeches, 14-point speech and all these other speeches that he had given, with these two big exceptions. One had to do with freedom of the seas, and this other had to do with reparations. Freedom of the seas, why is this important? Because that was the issue that the United States had supposedly entered the war over in 1917. That the German submarine war was a violation of the principle of freedom of the seas. But freedom of the seas meant that, you can trade with anyone you wanted with the exception of these kind of narrow categories of contraband of war. And that would, in an age when a war was based on the mobilization of the energies and the resources of entire nations, naval power was effective only if it was used in support of a blockade, a very broad blockade that tried to kind of starve out enemy powers. I mean, why have a navy if you can't have blockade? And yet the Navy was the principal instrument of British power, so the British kind of resisted this, and the Americans did not insist. All right, so freedom of the seas, that goes out the window. The other issue that was an exception to this general principle that the peace would be based on the Wilsonian program had to do with reparations. And there are various provisions in the Wilson program, the 14 points, that call for Germany to restore the devastated areas. And the pre-armistice agreement said, well, there should be no doubt about what these provisions meant. Germany was to make compensation for all the damage caused by the aggression of Germany by land, sea, and air. And the clear understanding was that this would refer to material devastation, the damage that had been caused by the war, rather than all kinds of indirect things like the financial cost to Britain and America of fighting the war, the pensions you would pay to soldiers that had been disabled by the war, or to their survivors if they had been killed in the war. It was supposed to be a kind of a narrow thing. Just look at the terms of the 14 points and the pre-armistice agreement, you can see that that's the case. All right? So the Germans were made certain promises. And part of the case that they made against the Versailles Peace and the justification that they claimed for resisting compliance with the Versailles Peace in the interwar period was that the Allies had reneged on those promises. The Western powers had promised that peace would be made on the basis of the Wilson program, and then the actual Treaty of Versailles was very different from that. All right, so these These are like historical arguments that had enormous political salience at the time. People really cared about this stuff. Okay. But in physical terms, in terms of raw power, the three Western democracies held all the cards. Okay? They had the physical ability to impose a peace on Germany because they basically had the knife right at Germany's throat. And there was no negotiation in 1919 between the Western powers and Germany. Instead, basically, the negotiation took place among the three Western powers, and then Germany was basically told to sign on the dotted line or else. Right? And Versailles Peace, an imposed peace, in some very real ways, a violation of certainly of the spirit and to a certain extent also of the letter of the pre-armistice agreement. Okay? This piece, like this is the way I ended the lecture last time. The only major piece in the history of great power politics to be dictated by democracies, in this case by the three great Western democracies, and by them alone. That was not the case with the Vienna Peace that settled the Napoleonic Wars a century earlier. It was not to be the case in the Cold War settlement, the settlement that came into being after the Second World War, in which the Soviet Union, certainly not a democratic power, played a key role. Not the case in the peace settlements and great power politics before the French Revolution. Right? This was the only case of the democratic powers and them alone dictating the terms of peace. Okay? At the same time, this peace that they dictated, the Versailles Peace, the peace embodied in the Treaty of Versailles that was signed with Germany in June 1919. This Versailles Peace turned out to be the most unstable peace in the history of great power politics. Right? Just a decade later, this is before the Depression, before the Nazis came to power in Germany, just a decade later, by the end of the 1920s, the whole system was in shambles. It was clear that the foundation for a stable international order had not been laid. And 2 decades later, in 1939, you have this new war with Germany breaking out, a more dangerous war, more horrible war. By any reckoning, the peace of 1919 was an enormous failure. You can't say that about the Vienna settlement after the Napoleonic Wars. You can't say that about the Cold War settlement, which continues to provide the basis of the current international order. Relatively stable. No one's afraid of a new great power war today. And the question for you, and this is the question that I ended the lecture on last time, whether there's any connection between those two facts. Between the fact that on the one hand, this was the only major peace to be dictated by the Western democracies and by them alone. And second fact, on the other hand, that this was by far the most unstable peace in the history of great power politics. Right? Now, why is that question important? It's important because it relates to some of the most fundamental issues that anyone who thinks seriously about international politics has to confront. Issues which, in fact, you're going to have to confront in this course, because these are the issues that the second part of the final exam, the take-home paper part of the final exam, is going to be based on. Let's turn this down slightly. This is the issue of how should foreign policy be conducted? Are there any general principles that should guide foreign policy? Are there any specific types of foreign policy that should be avoided and other types of foreign policy that should be adopted? Okay? And why is this issue serious? Because a lot of people who haven't studied these things, they just absorb these notions from the general culture. What sort of foreign policy should a country like the United States pursue? Well, a policy based on what's right, on moral principle. How could you dispute that? On what's just. Shouldn't be concerned with, these kind of sordid things about what the power balance is and things like that. You should try and always do the right thing. And right thing, what does that mean? Well, we should promote democracy abroad. We should promote human rights, the rule of law, all those kinds of things that we associate with the concept of a democratic foreign policy. This is, most people think, those are the principles that should guide U.S. foreign policy today. Okay? Common view, a natural view. How could you argue with the view that a country should try and do what's right? Okay. Well, people did argue with it. There's a whole conservative critique of that whole way of looking at these things. That's very powerful. Its importance lies in the fact that it's to a certain degree counterintuitive. It runs against these kind of simple notions that you absorb from the general culture about how a foreign policy should be conducted. Right? Where do you find these views laid out? Well, you saw it laid out in that lecture that you read by George Kennan. Gave, I think it was in 1950, that lecture, trying to lay out what American policy should be, what policy in general should be, not just U.S. policy, that it shouldn't be based on these kind of Wilsonian principles, that it should think in power political terms, that it shouldn't be so concerned with moral principle and with making judgments and so on, but with trying to construct a stable balance of power. It should understand the role that power necessarily plays in international politics, and that the stability of the system is necessarily a function of the distribution of power. Right? Now, Kennan wasn't the first person to make these arguments, This is part and parcel of the conservative critique of democratic foreign policy since, since the age of the French Revolution. These arguments were made by the great British Foreign Minister Lord Castlereagh during the period of the Congress of Vienna, the period right after the Napoleonic Wars, and other leading conservative statesmen, like the greatest statesman of late 19th century Europe, Lord Salisbury, argued along very similar lines. So it's not like these notions are kind of emerging, fully clothed from Kennan's head and had no antecedent whatsoever. But Kennan laid them out in a very powerful way. This is what's called the realist critique of U.S. foreign policy. And it's as though in the debates about these issues, you have these two great gangs that dominate the debate. They're the liberals who take a Wilsonian approach, who believe in democratic foreign policy and so on, extending democracy, rule of law, international institutions, League of Nations, United Nations, that whole cluster of ideas. And then the rival camp, the realists, they're called. And Kennan is certainly in that realist camp. And their argument is, no, you shouldn't pursue that sort of policy. It messes things up. It leads to all sorts of trouble. Okay? Now, your question is, how do you get a handle on that issue? How do you go about figuring out who's right? Right? Is it just a question of your visceral sense? I think of myself as a hard-headed person, so I'm going to be a realist. Or, I'm an idealistic person, so I'm going to go with the liberal camp. You owe it to yourself to go beyond that and to try and figure out whether there's some way of getting a handle on that set of notions so that you can see beyond the preconceptions that you take to the problem. And what is that way? Well, it's not going to surprise you, given what I've been saying about the whole idea of this course, is that there's a way, and the way consists of bringing these general notions down to earth, by translating them into kind of historical interpretations, by understanding how there are certain connections between these general theoretical arguments, abstract arguments, and the interpretation of concrete historical episodes. Right? And in this case, the whole question of the failure of the peace of 1919, this is a fundamental case in point for getting at those issues. Okay? You have this Wilsonian approach, realist approach. People of those two sets of orientations make different arguments about what happened after the First World War to support their views of international politics. Well, you saw in the case of Kennan, right? He's making not just an abstract argument about policy, he's making an argument about how America went wrong during the Wilson period. Well, why the Wilson approach was bad, why it led to instability, what a better approach would have been, and if they had adopted it, things probably would have been a whole lot better. Right? A realist like Kennan, he's going to pivot his argument around a particular interpretation of what happened after the First World War. The people in the Wilsonian camp are also going to make their argument about what happened. So these historical debates have a theoretical resonance. And by getting at the historical debates, you'll get some insight into these theoretical issues about what makes for good foreign policy. And what are the claims about the role that the Wilsonian policy played in the post-World War I period? Well, everyone knows the peace failed, but the Wilsonians said, well, it wasn't Wilson's fault. It was because he was defeated by these Europeans who they may have had democratic political systems, but they didn't really buy into the whole notion of a democratic foreign policy. Britain and France, yeah, they were democracies, but they were also great imperial powers, so they were kind of half and half, and they couldn't really accept the fundamental transformation of the international system that Wilson wanted. The problem was not that the Wilson program was implemented, but rather that it was defeated, right? That's the argument of the liberals. The realists tend to make a rather different argument, like sort of kind of with Kennan. The problem was not that Wilson was defeated, but that Wilson, his whole way of looking at things was kind of deeply flawed, and that was intimately related to all these problems with the Versailles Peace that led to its failure. So the historical issue has a certain theoretical resonance. Okay? How do we propose to get at this historical issue? All right? Dealing with it systematically in this lecture and in the next lecture as well. This lecture is going to try and analyze that question by looking at general policies, the general policies of the three great Western powers and of their political leaders who played such a fundamental role in shaping policy. Woodrow Wilson, in the case of the United States, David Lloyd George, the British Prime Minister, and Georges Clemenceau, the French Prime Minister. Right? What were their general policies, and were these the sorts of policies that could conduce to a stable international order, that could lead to a durable peace, or what? Right? So we're going to look at this stuff at the general level today, and then in the lecture on Friday, I'm going to look at it at the more specific level, issue by issue. First the territorial issues. The territorial issues in the East, the territorial issues in the West, then the non-territorial issues. The War Guild Clause, the reparations, the disarmament provisions, the League of Nations, all that stuff. Right? So we're going to do it systematically, with a view to seeing whether the Versailles Peace was in line with the basic Wilson philosophy, or whether it represented the defeat of the Wilson political program. The Versailles Peace, and just to sum it up very briefly, the Versailles Peace was a set of constraints on German power. that would keep, if German power were totally unconstrained, and Germany was allowed to build up her power to whatever level she wanted, German resources were such that she would inevitably become the #1 power on the continent of Europe, especially with the collapse of Russian power and all these events having to do with the Russian Revolution and so on. Russia, is a cipher now in a way she hadn't been before World War I. Right? The Americans withdrew, the British half withdrew, and it was just a question of relations among the powers that were on the continent, France and Germany. Well, France by herself would be no match for a resurgent Germany if Germany were allowed to recover her power. So to foreclose that danger, you needed a set of constraints on German power that would keep Germany from developing her power to the level that she was physically capable of if those constraints hadn't existed. So the Versailles system, as we'll see, and I'll talk about this, what I'm sure will strike you as kind of excruciating detail in the next lecture, the Versailles system was a set of constraints on German power to keep Germany from, again, dominating the continent of Europe. In fact, even more so than in 1914. Okay. As I say, today we're going to try and see whether that type of approach was in line with the basic Wilson philosophy. The philosophy of Lloyd George was also a big liberal, the most important politician, represented the left in the British political spectrum before the war. And then with Clemenceau, Georges Clemenceau, the French Prime Minister. All right, so let's begin with Wilson. What sort of peace did Wilson want? Was he the great champion of a peace of reconciliation with Germany, a peace that everyone could live with, because reconciliation in Germany, you would think, would be an essential element in a stable international order. If the Germans were deeply resentful, if they were inclined, if they could, to revolt against the treaty, or to resist the post-war system, well, that would just be a recipe for trouble. So, so what was Wilson's attitude about that? Did he want reconciliation with Germany? What's the fundamental point to take away from a reading of Wilson's wartime speeches? It's true. Before the United States entered the war, we entered the war in April of 1917. 3 months earlier, January of 1917, Wilson had given the speech, the Peace Without Victory speech, calling for a negotiated peace, a peace among equals, making the argument for a peace of reconciliation, and so on. That was before the United States entered the war. After the United States entered the war, you find this huge escalation of American war aims. Germany has to be crushed. You remember that the very first speech I put in the course pack, the December 1917 speech, I think it was on the first or second page of that speech. Wilson says, this intolerable thing, which the masters of Germany have shown us this faith, this thing has to absolutely be crushed. And what about all these people who talk about negotiation and reconciliation and compromise and so on? They're traitors, practically. And what about the great model of the Congress of Vienna, the peace that was negotiated after the Napoleonic Wars, a peace based on these balance of power principles and so on? We don't want anything like that. This whole notion of the balance of power, it's sordid. It's the source of all of these problems that countries think in terms of balance of power instead of moral principle. Right? It's as clear as can be. All you have to do is just read the text to see how dramatically Wilson's policy had changed after the United States entered into the war. Okay? What's the fundamental notion? Reconciliation? Not after America is a belligerent. That's not what should guide peacemaking, according to Wilson. The basic concept is not reconciliation, but justice. Let's have a peace based on principles of justice. if it's truly just, everyone will accept it. That's the path to stability. Okay. What's Wilson's view of war? Now that the United States is in it, well, war is a crime. We wouldn't have gone in unless the moral issues were clear-cut. And obviously, our side is right. The other side must be wrong. Not just wrong, but evil, a criminal country. If war is a crime, how are you supposed to deal with it? Just in the peacemaking process, ignore the fact that this enormous crime had been committed? Oh, no. The criminal nation has to be punished. If you believe in the rule of law, you can't allow the criminal to get off scot-free. That's a travesty. The criminal has to be punished. Right? Justice means punishment. Okay? Does it mean punishment forever? No. Wilson had this whole notion of how things should develop. Germany would be punished, and Germany would accept the verdict because this verdict was in line with universal principles. You know, it was obvious to Wilson Germany had caused the war. And just let me talk about this a little bit, because this is, you realize that Woodrow Wilson is the only president of the United States who had a PhD in political science. And yet he's very quick to jump to the conclusion of, oh, well, we know who caused the war. The first it was Germany. It's obvious. This is before any documents had been released. And anyone with any experience in analyzing political affairs knows that you can't make those judgments without the evidence. That international politics is often a very complex thing, and kind of sorting these things out is very difficult. Even today. And you're going to be hearing a lot about this year because it's the 100th anniversary of the outbreak of the war. Even today, people argue about who was responsible for the war, what caused the war, and so on. But Wilson, even before you had any evidence, it was clear to him. It had to be Germany. Why did it have to be Germany? Because if Germany wasn't a criminal, the United States wouldn't have come in. We're in, therefore we're dealing with a criminal nation. Right? So this moralistic way of looking at things leads to those kinds of assessments. Right? So Germany had to be punished, but not forever. The Germans would accept this judgment because it was based on universal truths, universal principles. In their hearts, the Germans would know that we were right. They would make penance for their crimes, and they would be subjected to what Wilson called a generation of thoughtfulness. Germany would be kept out of the League of Nations, for example, for a generation. Well, Germany made amends. Well, Germany did penance. This quasi-religious overtones to this way of looking at things are not to be ignored. Okay? And after those 20 years had expired, and Germany, through her actions and her penance, had worked her way back into the community of civilized nations, then Germany would be treated as an equal. All right? That's the Wilson philosophy. All right? Now, you may say, what's the evidence for this? I'm making all these claims about Wilson. This goes against, I'm sure, what you were taught, in other classes in high school and so on about this great liberal president and so on. All you have to do is look at the documents. This is this is from some of the documents recording Wilson's thoughts during the period of American belligerency and the immediate post-World War I period. And these are things that are, I cited them in that piece I wrote about Versailles. That's one of the optional readings, and I put it in the section for this week on the course website if you actually want to look at it. All right? Okay, at the end of the peace conference, because the peace terms are viewed as pretty harsh against Germany, the British Prime Minister, Lloyd George, gets second thoughts and says, well, maybe we should change all of this stuff. And Wilson's reaction to this was very hostile. He tells Lloyd George he's not willing to change anything in the treaty because it was severe. This is in the words of the document recording these things. That he wanted this to be a historical lesson so that people might know that they could not do anything of the sort the Germans attempted without suffering the severest kind of punishment. he makes the same point in a response to a South African statesman named Schmutz, who also called for more moderate peace terms. Wilson writes him, "The treaty is undoubtedly very severe indeed. I have, of course, had an opportunity to go over each part of it as it was adopted, and I must say that though in many respects harsh, I do not think that it is on the whole unjust in the circumstances, much as I should have liked to see certain features altered. I feel the terrible responsibility of the whole business, but inevitably my thought goes back to the very great offense against civilization which the German state committed, and the necessity for making it evident once and for all that such things can lead only to the most severe punishment." Right? Punitive philosophy. Notion justice means punishment. A moralistic approach means that the criminal nation has to be punished. How can you have the rule of law if the criminal gets off scot-free? Right? The notion of a punitive settlement is deeply rooted in the Wilsonian philosophy. Those are things he said in private. What is he saying in public? Gets back to the United States, and the Treaty of Versailles has to be ratified by the Senate, as you know, and there's opposition to it, especially certain provisions having to do with the League of Nations. And so Wilson goes on this big speaking tour to try and convince his fellow citizens that this treaty is worth ratifying. And what are the arguments he makes that lead to reconciliation, a lasting peace, and so on? No. It's the argument that Germany should be punished. And again, I'm going to read you some of these things. This is September 1919 speech. "The treaty seeks to punish one of the greatest wrongs ever done in history, the wrong which Germany sought to do to the world and to civilization, and there ought to be no weak purpose with regard to the punishment. She attempted an intolerable thing, and she must be made to pay for the attempt." And then in another speech given a couple of weeks later, "I hear that this treaty is very hard on Germany. When an individual has committed a criminal act, the punishment is hard, but the punishment is not unjust. The nation," meaning Germany, "permitted itself through unscrupulous governors to commit a criminal act against mankind, and it is to undergo the punishment." You notice, by the way, that Wilson is not distinguishing here between the imperial regime and the German nation as a whole. It's the mass of the German nation that he's holding responsible for what happened. The mere fact that the Germans changed their political system and got rid of the imperial regime at the end of the war in the hopes that this would lead to a more lenient peace, you know, as some of the things that Wilson had said had suggested, that tactic didn't work because Wilson held the entire German nation responsible, right? To a certain extent, the democratic regime that the Germans adopted at the end of the war was a mirage. It was like almost imposed on them by outside pressure because they were led to think that they would get a softer peace if they became democratic. It didn't work. And that, again, was one of the elements in the resentment that you found in Germany against the peace settlement. But the main point to take away from all this evidence is that Wilson believed in a punitive peace. Right? It's not that the punitive elements of the Treaty of Versailles directly contradicted Wilson's commitment to a peace of reconciliation, a moderate peace, a soft peace. No, he thought, Germany was a criminal nation. Germany needed to be punished. Okay. What about the other major Western powers, the two European democracies, Britain and France? Well, let's begin with the British. Lloyd George was a liberal, not surprising, therefore, that he also thought in punitive terms. Plenty of evidence about this. Same arguments that Wilson made. This is Wilson. This is Lloyd George in private, and this is not posturing that's adopted in public in order to mobilize, people's energies and for the support of the war and so on by blackening the Germans. This is in the Imperial War Cabinet, secret, March 1917, right before the Americans come in. Lord George argues Germany should be punished after the war because, quote, the conviction must be planted in the minds of the civilized world that all wars of aggression are impossible enterprises. Men must in future be taught to shun war as every civilized being shuns a murder, not merely because it's wrong in itself, but because it leads to inevitable punishment. That is the only sure foundation for any League of Peace. Then, August 1918, on the eve of the armistice, again in the Imperial War Cabinet, secret, Lord George says, Germany has committed a great crime and it was necessary to make it impossible that anyone should be tempted to repeat that offense. October 1918, here's days before the armistice, he suggests giving the German people a real taste of war. In other words, not accepting an armistice before German territory had in fact been invaded, and inflicting an even more humiliating defeat on them than the one that could then be imposed. Okay? He says, he tells the British cabinet that industrial France had been devastated and Germany had escaped. At the first moment when we were in position to put the lash on Germany's back, she said, I give up. The question arose whether we ought not to continue lashing her as she had lashed France. Then Mr. Chamberlain, this is not Neville Chamberlain of appeasement fame, but his half-brother, Austin Chamberlain, who was a leading conservative politician in the British cabinet. There's a coalition government. Austin Chamberlain says that vengeance was too expensive these days. And then Lord George's response is, it's not vengeance but justice. All right? This is interesting because it shows you that conservatives tend to take a more moderate, more kind of almost more jaded view of these things than liberals. They are less likely to think in these moralistic terms. They're less likely to be so judgmental, more likely to think in power terms, purely political as opposed to moral terms. And incidentally, the further to the left you go in the British political spectrum, the more strident are the calls for the punishment of Germany. There was one member of the Labour Party in the British War Cabinet. His name was Barnes. It's furthest to the left of anyone in the British cabinet at that time. And it was Barnes who called not just for the trial of the Kaiser, but for hanging the Kaiser, which is one of the big themes that the British election campaign that was conducted at the end, right after the war had ended, was conducted on. All right. These are important points. They relate very directly to our issue, the issue that we're concerned with. All right, finally we have the French, Clemenceau. You look at all this punitive talk written in America, and you may say, well, what do you expect? Look at the enormous bloodletting of the First World War. It was inevitable that people would be thinking in these terms, in terms of vengeance, in terms of getting back at the Germans for all the pain that they had caused. Inevitable. Here's the problem. The Americans hadn't paid nearly as high a blood price, especially in proportion to the size of their population, as France. And yet the Americans were inclined to think much more in punitive terms than the French were. If anyone was to be subject to the passions of war and to taking a vindictive line at the end of the war, you think it would be France. I should say, when I was about your age, I went on a bike trip in France with this friend of mine, and you go to these little tiny villages, and there would be this town square and a monument to the dead of the two world wars in the town square. And you see these small villages, and there'd be like 30, 40 names of young men who had died in the War of 1914, 1918. Just 2 or 3 who died in the Second World War in comparison. And it's like, in France was a country of 40 million people at that time. It's like 1,300,000 Frenchmen actually lost their lives in that war. This is essentially the male half of an entire generation. This is absolutely enormous. You'd think that the French would be vindictive. And in fact, a lot of historians claim that they were vindictive. But it's that view borne out by the evidence. As I say, next time we're going to look at the specific issues. But this time, let's focus in on the basic thinking of the French government, the French leaders, the French Prime Minister, Georges Clemenceau, who was a quite extraordinary figure. Right? The war ends, as you know, in November 1918, 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, 1918. And as soon as the war is over, people start concerning themselves with what sort of peace settlement will be worked out with Germany. And Clemenceau, he gives a speech, December 29th, 1918, to the French Parliament, French Chamber of Deputies. And, Wilson had laid out his peace program, 14-point speech. Lord George, in January 1918, had given another speech laying out British demands. Clemenceau says, I'm not going to do that. I refuse to say what my peace program is going to be. And he says, why? He says, why? He says, because I need to keep my hands free. Why do I need to keep my hands free? Because we in France have this very basic political problem. Okay? We have this problem of how we're going to survive given that Germany is inherently a stronger country than we are. Especially since the war had been fought in France and not in Germany. Right? And there had been all this devastation caused by the war in the most heavily industrialized area of France, northern France. Germans during their retreat had flooded the French coal mines, which were in that area, with the view to kind of crippling the French post-war economy. There are all these kind of problems. France has this problem of dealing with superior German power. How are you going to deal with it? Right? And in principle, a whole array of different solutions are possible. You could pursue a really harsh policy, tearing off, parts of German territory, putting them under the effective control of France, giving away parts of German territory to Germany's new neighbors in the east, especially to Poland. A very harsh policy vis-a-vis Germany, splitting up the German state into a number of, independent, smaller states, Bavaria, Prussia, and so on. On the other hand, you can pursue a very soft policy toward Germany, a policy based on true reconciliation between these nations, the deep integration of the French and the German economies, which made a lot of sense for a variety of reasons in this period, and that's one of the things I want to come back to. But pulling France and Germany together on the basis of a real accommodation of interest, true national reconciliation, right? And then there's the middle course. Germany is a problem. We're wary of Germany. We can't quite crush the German nation, but we can contain Germany. How do you contain Germany? By maintaining the alliance of the three democracies that had come into being, especially in the last year of the war. By keeping British and American troops on the continent. By maintaining the wartime coalition. That's the key to the solution. This is Clemenceau's argument. And he says, and remember this quotation, is, to preserve this entente, I will make any sacrifice. Okay. What about the whole Wilson program? Clemenceau was deeply skeptical. And he got into trouble at the time because he didn't quite conceal his skepticism. Why? Because Clemenceau's a realist. This whole notion of a peace based on moral principle, Clemenceau thinks this is kind of nonsense. Why? Because a world is shaped by centuries, millennia of violence and armed conflict. Who's to say, what is the one and only morally acceptable way of settling things? Right? Every country has the same idea of justice. Things are not shaped by divine decree, right? And because countries differ among themselves about what's just. You can't just say, well, let's establish a peace based on principles of justice and everything is bound to work out okay. You have to worry about these power factors. Whether a country that has a different idea of justice is going to use its strength to kind of overturn the settlement. Right? So you have to worry about all this stuff. This is the Clemenceau approach. But it doesn't necessarily lead to a harsh policy. There are these other elements there, and above all, the main focus of French policy is on preserving the wartime coalition and sacrificing French interests if necessary to do so. Right? What this means is that America is in the driver's seat. Clemenceau says, I will make these sacrifices to make sure that the Americans remain committed to the post-war settlements. Okay. Now you may say, all this stuff, it's just words. Right? Actually, let me make one more point before I do that. Why is it that France, that had suffered so much from the war, was less vindictive than the Americans who had suffered much less? It's not regime type. They're both great democracies. In many ways, France is more democratic than America in those days. It has to do with geopolitical positioning. The Americans can afford to indulge themselves in a moralistic foreign policy because we're so strong and so secure. Weak neighbors to the north and south, great oceans to the east and west, the strongest economy by far in the world, especially at the end of the war. France, on the other hand, weaker than Germany, dependent on other powers for its political survival. The French cannot indulge themselves in that same sort of approach. They're forced just to survive, to think in geopolitical terms. All right, that's one thing. The real part I want to end the lecture on this time is you get these insights by looking at policy at this general level. All these, the basic thinking, the basic concepts, and so on. You may say, all that stuff, it's just words. The real test is what they actually do on nuts and bolts issues, right? Maybe it was the case that Wilson talked in terms of a punitive peace, but wasn't he, in practice, much more moderate than the Europeans? Well, there's only one way to answer that question, and that's to look at the Paris negotiations issue by issue and then reach our conclusion on that basis. So I'm going to end with that thought here, and next time that's what we're going to pick up. Okay, as you know, this is the second part of a two-part lecture on the Peace of 1919. Okay, and so let me begin today by just reviewing where we left off last time and what the lecture last time was about, what we're trying to do at this point in the course. We have this very fundamental issue. It's one of the central issues that defines the entire field of international relations. This is the normative issue, the prescriptive issue, the issue of what makes for good foreign policy. Is there anything you could say of a general nature that could serve as guidance in the elaboration of policy? Right? And the central issue here, the issue that dominates this debate, both among scholars and also to a certain extent among practitioners, is this question of realism versus liberalism. You have this liberal philosophy of international politics, a set of ideas about how foreign policy should be conducted. This is the basic concept that people absorb just growing up in a society like the United States. Foreign policy should embody the basic values of the society. If we believe in democracy, our foreign policy should aim to promote democracy abroad. If we believe in human rights, we should stand up for human rights. If we believe in the rule of law, we should stand up for the rule of law in international politics. Politics should be based on moral principle. right? It should not be based on balance of power considerations, those sorts of things, policies, that are based on political interests defined in power political terms. What improves a country's position in the international power system. This is viewed as something to be shunned, something to be avoided, something that leads to problems. Right? Why did you have the First World War? Well, there was this whole notion that came to be. You had the First World War because of the nature of the political system that was in place at the time, before 1914. The old system of arms and alliances, the balance of power philosophy, the search for unilateral strategic advantage. This is what pushed states into conflict with each other. These conflicts, this competition for security, a scarce good. The more one got, the less the other side would have, and so on. This caused all these arms races and all of these problems that ultimately culminated in the war. The old diplomacy that didn't pay any attention to moral principle, morally blind, naturally this would lead to war. Okay, so you have all of those notions. And then the countervailing tradition, which came into being in reaction to that, is this whole notion of realism. No, that way of looking at things screws things up. That whole liberal philosophy, that's not the solution, that's the problem. That's why you have all these problems in international politics. Countries should set their sights lower. They shouldn't think of the international arena in moral terms. They should realize that there are no moral absolutes here. Every country has its own interests. If you want a stable system, you have to concern yourself with power realities, making sure that countries are willing to live with things as they are, that they have an incentive in power political terms to live with things as they are, not to kind of rise up against the status quo. If you look for that sort of stability, that's the most you can do. And if you try for more the way the liberals say, you're going to end up with real problems. And you see that philosophy embodied in all sorts of fundamental realist texts, like that thing by George Kennan that you read. The Kennan article about American intervention in the First World War. A realist critique of the Wilsonian philosophy. The argument that is Wilsonianism that created all these problems. It wasn't the solution. It was the source of all these problems. You got to think in power terms. You can't think in moral terms. Right? That's the realist view. Right? Given the importance of those issues, you naturally have to ask yourself, how do you get a handle on it? How do you go about figuring out how to make up your own mind about what the answers are? Right? Just by, accepting what other people say, or in this class, are you simply expected to kind of take what I say on faith? No, if that's the way you feel, I would feel like I'm a total failure as a teacher. You gotta figure out how to make up your mind for yourself. And the key thing to note here is that there's a method for doing so. Well, what's the method? The first point to notice is that there's a certain affinity between these general theoretical arguments and particular historical interpretations. In a sense, these general theories kind of translate into sets of expectations about what you would find in different historical contexts, sets of historical interpretations about how these particular episodes are to be understood. If you're a liberal, you take this view that if the Treaty of 1919, the Versailles Treaty, failed, well, that wasn't Wilson's fault. It couldn't fail because of the fundamental nature of the program that Wilson adopted, because this program is essentially the right way to go about doing things, to think in moral terms. Yeah? It must have failed because the Wilson program was frustrated. by these Europeans, especially the French, who, although they might have been a democracy in domestic political terms, they still thought in these kind of old-fashioned power political terms, imperialist terms. They were unwilling to kind of rise to the level of understanding that Wilson represented. Right? So the Wilsonian view, the liberal view, translates into a certain interpretation of the Paris Peace Conference, the Treaty of Versailles, the failure of the peace of 1919, the origins of the Second World War. Right? It's not because of the Wilson program, it's because Wilson was defeated, that a different way of looking at things came to dominate the peacemaking process. And different conceptions, non-Wilsonian conceptions, more old-fashioned power political notions, these were responsible for the shaping of the Versailles peace. That's why it failed. Right? That's the liberal view. And sure enough, defenders of Wilson, defenders of Wilsonianism, liberalism in international politics, took that line for many years. That was like the standard view of peacemaking 1919. What happened after the First World War? This is a vindictive peace, not a Wilsonian peace. It represented Wilson's defeat, not the triumph of the Wilsonian view. Right? Very common view. And it's a natural view for people who share that political perspective to hold. On the other hand, there's the realist view. You see kind of elements of it in that Kennan piece that, oh no, that's not what happened in 1919. Wilsonianism wasn't the solution, it was the problem. This is what led to such an unstable peace. The inability to think in power political terms, these moralistic conceptions that we know we're right, we know the other side is wrong. You don't want to use power. Power is not a normal or natural element of international political life. There's something wrong with using power for purely political purposes. Power political purposes above all. Power should be held in reserve when the moral issues are clear-cut. So before they're clear-cut, you don't do anything. You sit on your hands. As soon as they're clear-cut, you enter into the fray, and the war becomes a kind of crusade. You want to absolutely destroy your adversary. This kind of all-or-nothing character to that sort of policy. That's profoundly destabilizing because it's this rupture, it's this discontinuity. And discontinuities of that sort are always destabilizing because the other powers in the system find it very hard to adjust. So one day you don't care at all. The next day you're just in 100%. You want to absolutely slaughter the dragon. The dragon is slaughtered. Then you withdraw. You wash your hands of the whole thing. That's not a recipe for stability. All right. That's the realist view. General interpretations translate into historical interpretations of what happened in the post-World War I period. So, and what this means is, therefore, that to get at the fundamental conceptual issue, you want to focus on those specific historical questions, right? Who's right? Which interpretation is valid, right? The history is, I personally think the history is very interesting in its own terms, but it's also very interesting because it has all these theoretical resonances, conceptual resonances that you should be attentive to, because that's the only real way to get a handle on these conceptual issues, studying the historical problem closely. Well, how do you go about studying it? Just plunge in, just start reading things in a kind of mindless way? No, you have to be very active. You take the problem apart, step by step, making it more and more concrete, because the more concrete an issue is, the more studyable it is. The more concrete a question is, the more answerable it is on the basis of the evidence. Right? That's what analysis means. The word analysis means taking things apart. And so that's what we've been doing this last lecture and this lecture, taking the stuff apart. What are the general policies pursued by the victor powers in the post-World War I period? 1918, 1919, immediate post-war period, right? What's Wilson's policy? What's the British policy? The policy of David Lloyd George, British Prime Minister. Policy of French, Georges Clemenceau, French Prime Minister. Look at these policies first at the general level. And that's what we did last time. What's the point here? Was Wilson the great champion of a peace of reconciliation, the way some people claim? No, he was the champion of a punitive peace. Was this simply because of these wartime passions? No, it's deeply rooted in the basic philosophy. You believe in moral principles. You believe in justice. Well, justice means punishing the criminal nation. If war is viewed as a crime and not as a normal product of international political life, then the criminal has to be punished. That's what justice means. It's backward looking. You're not looking to the future, to how to construct a stable international system. You're looking to the past, punishing a lawbreaker. You believe in the rule of law? That whole notion would be a travesty, a sham. If the lawbreaker was allowed to get off scot-free, the lawbreaker had to recognize his crimes, and by that I mean the whole German nation, make penance for those crimes, atone for those crimes, and then after maybe 20 years or so, a generation of thoughtfulness, we'll use that term, then you would allow them back into the community of civilized nations. But first they had to show that their true remorse and to make a real effort to make amends for what they had done. Basic Wilson philosophy. Whereas the French especially tended to take a much more jaded view. You can't base policy on those moral principles. You had to concern yourself with power considerations. Did this mean necessarily the French were going to pursue a harsh policy? Well, a certain element of that was conceivable and consistent with that basic orientation. But the fundamental emphasis of French policy was on preserving the wartime coalition, the coalition of the three Western powers. If they stayed together, you didn't really have to worry too much about Germany because as a bloc, they were much stronger than Germany. So as Clemenceau says, to preserve this entente, I will make any sacrifice. That's the French policy. Meaning that Wilson's essentially in the driver's seat. He could lay down his terms. He may say, well, that's the general policy. You could point to all these kind of punitive utterances of Wilson, and I read you a bunch of these things last time. He'd say, but what meaning does it have? A lot of this stuff is just kind of rhetoric that people throw out. The real test of policy is what's done on specifics, right? So after the analysis at the general level, U.S., British, French policy, the general level, the philosophy of peacemaking at the general level, then you shift focus and look at policy on specific issues, right? So that's the first level of analysis, general versus specific. The specific policies, again, we're going to look at systematically. First the territorial issues, then the non-territorial issues. Okay? With the territorial issues, we're going to first look at the issues relating to Germany's western border, and then the issues relating to Germany's eastern border. And then those issues we'll deal with one by one. With regard to Germany's eastern border, there are issues relating to Poland, Czechoslovakia, Austria. We're going to look first at Poland. Poland, there's the whole issue of what was called the Polish corridor, which is this area here on the map that's ceded by Germany to the new Polish state that's resurrected. Poland, as you know, hadn't existed since the 18th century as an independent state. Now it's resurrected as an independent state. One of Wilson's principles was the resurrection of Poland with access to the sea. And so the Polish corridor was to be given, what was called the Polish corridor, separating the main part of Germany here from this part here called East Prussia, this area here within these kind of pink lines, This is called the Polish corridor because it was a corridor to the sea. That was to be given to Poland. Then there was a whole other area here in Germany's southeast called Upper Silesia. Very important because this is a coal-producing and therefore a steel-producing area. Again, there was the whole question of would Poland be allowed to have Upper Silesia or not? All right, so we'll look at all of these specific issues. We're breaking it down step by step so that we can examine this stuff systematically. The non-territorial issues, disarmament, war crimes, war guilt, reparations, all these kinds of things. We'll look at League of Nations, look at one by one. And as we look at these things systematically, we're going to apply systematically these two tests, two questions. You always got to apply questions when you're doing this sort of analysis because these questions, they draw out what's important in the historical evidence. They're like, like a chemical stain that you spread on a biological specimen that throws into relief what you're interested in. And in this case, we have these two questions. First is this view that one finds in the traditional historical literature that the Paris Peace Conference, the process that led to the negotiation of the Treaty of Versailles between Germany and the Western powers, the basic peace treaty that settled World War I, were these negotiations to be understood essentially as a contest between the Americans, led by Woodrow Wilson, champions of a relatively moderate peace, a peace of reconciliation with Germany, and the Europeans, especially the French, who refused to accept that Wilsonian philosophy and took a much harder line. Right? That's a view that you find in a lot of historical textbooks, even to this day. Right? Is that view, in fact, correct? A struggle between America and France. That's number one. Number two is when you look at the final arrangements that were worked out, the arrangements that were embodied in the text of the treaty. Are those arrangements in line with Wilson's basic political philosophy, with the basic Wilsonian program as was laid out and elaborated during the war and in the immediate post-war period? Okay, so we're going to apply those tests. All right, so let me begin now with the territorial issues, starting with the West. What do you find here? Well, you find, this is the area that's most in line with the traditional interpretation. You find the French, in fact, not wanting to actually annex these areas that lay to the west of the Rhine River. What's called the left bank of the Rhine. This blue line here is the Rhine River. But rather mainly toward creating states not subject to the authority of the Berlin government, of the German government, but rather kind of under the military protection of the Allies and under the effective control when it comes to foreign policy of the Western powers, and especially the French themselves. Okay? And yes, this program was resisted by both the Americans and the British. The British Prime Minister said that he did not want to create a new Alsace-Lorraine to poison the peace of Europe by taking what were indisputably German territories and cutting them off from the German state. And so they reached a compromise. Right? The Rhineland was to be occupied, not just by the French, but by the Western powers in general. The occupation would last for 15 years, as long as Germany complied with the treaty. The left bank of the Rhine plus 3 bridgeheads on the right bank of the Rhine. And if Germany complied with the treaty, then the Rhineland was to be evacuated in 5-year intervals. The northern zone after the first 5 years, the central zone after the second 5 years, and the third zone in its entirety after the third 5 years. In other words, by 1935 or so, the entire Rhineland would be evacuated. Subject to the proviso that the Germans complied with the treaty. So the French were getting something. Why did they want the Rhine land? Because the Rhine River is this very broad river, hard to kind of cross it. And so if you entrench yourself on the left bank of the Rhine, you could defend yourself against the German invasion if Germany recovered her power. So the French are already thinking in defensive terms here. What are we going to do once Germany becomes strong again? Okay. Not just that, but the French were given something else besides. They were given these treaties of guarantee. Both the British and the Americans promised that they would come to the aid of France in the event of German aggression in the future. The British guarantee would only come into effect if the American did, and the American guarantee kind of went down the tubes when the U.S. Senate refused to ratify the Treaty of Versailles that was linked to these treaties. That fact that France had basically made compromises on the basis of these assurances, which were now being taken away, that didn't change anything. The treaty text remained intact. Okay, but that whole story shows you, well, there's something in that traditional view. You know, the French did pursue a policy of somewhat kind of disguised annexation. That's what they wanted. The Americans and the British kind of resisted that. But the final arrangement was kind of in line with the basic Wilsonian program, this 15-year period of occupation. Well, this went hand in hand with the notion that the Germans had caused the war, the Germans had to pay a price for that, they should be held accountable, that there should be a 20-year or so period in which Germany didn't have the same political rights as everyone else because there had to be this kind of generation of thoughtfulness. Wilson's term. All right? What about Germany's eastern border? Here the story is more complex. The end of the First World War was accompanied by the breakup of the Habsburg monarchy. In Wilson's 14 points, he didn't actually call for the breakup of the Habsburg monarchy on the basis of national self-determination. This is this huge multinational empire, Czechs and Poles in the north, Southern Slavs in the south, Hungarians, the German-speaking people in what's today the Austrian state. There were Romanians in Transylvania. There were, Ruthenians who were kind of sort of Ukrainians in the Northeast. I mean, this is a polyglot empire if there ever was one. And Wilson didn't want to necessarily break it up. He simply called for autonomy for certain of these nationalities, Czechs, Slovaks, and so on. But these nationalities, as the Central Powers were losing and the Austrian monarchy was kind of disintegrating, took matters into their own hands and they proclaimed independence. Right? So they went kind of a little bit beyond the Wilson program. Now, what this meant was that the German-speaking areas, contemporary Austria, remained as a kind of rump state, and it wasn't terribly viable economically because basically you had this huge metropolis, Vienna, surrounded by a relatively small hinterland in German Austria. It was the metropolis for a huge empire. And people wondered about whether it would be economically viable as these new states began to take matters in their own hand and favor their own industries and build tariff barriers and so on. So a lot of people in this rump state of German Austria, they wanted to merge themselves into the new German Republic. It's called the Weimar Republic. And but the Allies weren't here of this, right? They didn't think that it was a violation of the Austrian Germans' right of self-determination to insist that they remain independent. Because if their 10 million or so population was added to the, whatever it was, 60, 70 million people in Germany itself, then German predominance over France, which just had 40 million people, would become kind of overwhelming. And so Austria was prevented from becoming part of Germany, right? Violation of the Wilson principle. Wilson didn't have any real problems with this. Certainly the French did, nor did the British. Same sort of point applies to the new state of Czechoslovakia, which was carved out of the Habsburg monarchy. The fringe area of Czechoslovakia that adjoins Germany, you can see that from the ethnographic map over here. This fringe area is not inhabited by Czechs and Slovaks. It's namely, that is to say, by Slavs. It's inhabited by Germans, German-speaking people. These people had been part of the Austrian Empire before the war. They're called the Sudeten Germans because this is a mountainous area called the Sudetenland, the Sudeten Mountains. It was felt like, well, they also could be prevented from becoming part of Germany because the new Czech state needed defensible borders, and these mountainous borders are more defensible, and Czech borders would be without these areas. So once again, in a sense, it's a violation of this core Wilsonian principle of absolute national self-determination. But these areas hadn't been German before the war. Strategic considerations, had a certain legitimacy in this context. Wilson did not have any serious problem with this. The Polish issue, however, was much more important. Poland was to be resurrected. As I said before, one of the 14 points, one of Wilson's principles, with access to the sea. And this meant that, given that this is an area of kind of mixed population, that a lot of German-speaking people were going to be put under Polish control. Okay? And a lot of these people were ethnically Polish, in terms of Polish ancestry, Polish names, but they had assimilated into German culture in pretty much the same way that the Alsatians, who to this day at home speak a dialect of German, had come to think of themselves as French. Right? So what are you going to do? Defer to their subjective sense of themselves as German citizens? Or are you going to say, well, they only came to think of themselves as Germans because the Germans were so strong that they had all these years to kind of brainwash them and educate them so that they would think of themselves as Germans. So the Polish have a right to take people who were, in biological terms, more closely related to them and brainwash them back into being Polish. And this is particularly true since the Poles needed these areas in order to have secure access to the sea. You see the Vistula River there that runs through Warsaw. This is like the central artery of Poland. It goes out to the sea at Danzig. And for economic reasons, it was felt like Poland needed this access to the sea. So all these things were taken into account, and in the treaty, this area there, it's called the Polish Corridor, was ceded by Germany to Poland, even though it had a lot of people in it who thought of themselves as Germans. Similarly, this Upper Silesia, this coal mining area and a metallurgical industry had grown up above the coal fields, considered very important to Poland. A lot of these miners were of Polish origin, but they thought of themselves as German. What do you find here when you look at the diplomacy of these issues? You find the Americans taking a relatively soft, moderate, pro-German line with the French on the other side, the British halfway in between? No. It's like you find the Americans sympathizing with the Poles and siding with the Poles on all these issues. The Americans and the French together took a pro-Polish view. It was the British who, like the Poles, thought the Poles would misrule the Germans who had been put under their control, that this would lead also to all sorts of resentment on the part of the Germans. The British were the ones who wanted a softer arrangement, and these compromises that were worked out at the end were an attempt to kind of meet these British objections at least halfway. So that there was to be a plebiscite held in 1921 that would govern the fate of Upper Silesia. On the basis of that plebiscite, the League of Nations would decide the fate of Upper Silesia. Right? With regard to the corridor, there is a city at the mouth of the Vistula River called Danzig. Today it's called Gdansk. That was inhabited like 99% by German people. Instead of giving this to Poland, it was made a free city and put under the authority of the League of Nations. All right, so these are kind of compromises. Not a violation of Wilson's principles by any means. It was very much in line with what American policy had been. Self-determination for the Poles. You want to stand up for the rights of this long oppressed nationality and so on. Okay. The non-territorial issues, and there are a whole bunch of them. We can begin with the issues that had the greatest moral weight. These were the provisions regarding the war criminals, the Germans who had been considered guilty of causing the war, like the Kaiser, or for committing atrocities in the course of the war. Submarine commanders, for example, or German occupation forces dealing with resistance in occupied areas like Belgium. These people were supposed to be brought to trial, right? Yeah, the German argument like, well, these things happen in war. The Allies did all kinds of awful things too. They tried to starve the German nation and so on. Well, let's have an impartial body if you're serious about the rule of law. Oh, nothing doing. So this meant, this is just victor's justice. This is not. They pretend to be rule of law, but it's actually just vengeance, right? Who really is pushing all these provisions about the war criminals? The vindictive French? No, they don't really care about this stuff because they take, as I say, a more jaded view of what happens in a war. It's the British who really get up on their high horse about these things. Wilson resists a little bit, but the Americans are told by the British, if you believe in the rule of law, and you're always talking about the rule of law, you have to bring the lawbreakers to trial. I mean, it's of vital importance that we at least establish that principle of accountability. And Wilson is won over by those arguments. And then there's something, you can see how the Germans would resent all this stuff. You're criminals. You're guilty. You're to blame for the war. Right. As far as the Allies were concerned, it was obvious Germany was to blame for the war. No problem about including these provisions in the treaty. So that, for example, the famous Article 231 of the Treaty of Versailles, the so-called War Guilt Clause, which held Germany responsible for the war, which was put in the treaty in order to provide a legal basis for demanding reparations from Germany. No one objected to this. Wilson had no problem with a provision in the treaty that assigned responsibility to Germany for having caused the war. Right? Again, very much in line with his fundamental philosophy. Next, the disarmament provisions. Very important because, like I told you last time, the essence of the Versailles system, the system embodied in the Treaty of Versailles, was that if Germany were allowed to regain her normal power status, to build up her power to whatever level she was physically, economically capable of, German power would overwhelm France if the Anglo-Saxons withdrew from the continent. And so what you needed were these artificial constraints on German power that would keep Germany down, right? Keep Germany from being able to pursue a policy that looked toward the overturning of the European status quo into regaining or actually achieving a position of hegemony in Europe that would be greater still than what the Germans had in 1914, right? And so you needed artificial constraints on German power. And the disarmament provisions were the heart of the system. They, with regard to the Rhineland also, the Rhineland was supposed to be demilitarized and not fortified and so on. But Germany was not to build major armed forces. Germany was not to have an air force. Germany was not to have a navy to speak of. The German army was to have only 100,000 men in it. The French wanted to allow the Germans 200,000. The British said 100,000 because the French wanted it to be based on the draft, on conscription, because they had this theory of the nation in arms, and conscription is much more democratic than a professional army. The British had a tradition of professional army. The British got their way on all of these things. No objection on the part of America. Right? You can see that the French are by no means the most vindictive in this whole area. League of Nations is a very important part of the Wilson program. If you're going to substitute, if you're going to get rid of the balance of power, how are you going to deal with people's security problems? Well, instead of a balance of power, we'll have a community of power, a pooling of power, through this League of Nations mechanism. And Article 10 of the League of Nations, which is the proof League of Nations covenant, and the covenant of the League was an integral part of the peace treaties, including the Versailles Peace Treaty. Article 10 of the League said that all the members of the League would undertake to guarantee the existing territorial status quo. It's like the British wanted to soften that. They didn't want these kind of hard and fast commitments. They wanted a degree of flexibility. Wilson fought that. He got his way. He said the British had their way, then the League of Nations would become nothing more than an influential debating society. On the other hand, the French took this notion of the League very seriously because they thought the League could be an instrument for keeping Germany down, for mobilizing the resources of the whole world in defense of the status quo. And they wanted the League to have its own army. And Wilson rejected that as well. He said that would be to substitute for national militarism, international militarism. Dislikes the whole notion that military power should be a normal, natural, integral part of international political life. Right? And Wilson gets his way with the League, naturally, in terms of the drafting of the treaty. And of course, it's voted down by the U.S. Senate. And finally, the reparations. Very important, as we're going to see in the post-1919 period. This becomes the issue that lies at the heart of international political life. The central issue. What was going on with the reparations? Again, is this a struggle between Wilson, champion of a moderate peace, and the Europeans, especially the French, who wanted a vindictive settlement? Well, that's the account you see in all of these textbooks. I did my thesis on this stuff, so it was it's all very clear in my mind. It turned out, kind of to my amazement, that whole story about the reparations is just totally false. Right? The French were not interested in a vindictive, impossible reparation settlement. They wanted a workable reparation settlement. They weren't even looking for huge reparations from the Germans. They and the Americans pretty much agreed on the figure to be demanded of the Germans, $30 billion. $30 billion today, that's like pocket change for most of these governments. In those days, it was a substantial sum, but the repayment of a $30 billion debt over, say, a 30-year period would be something like 5 or 6% of national income. And for a country that didn't even have to maintain an army like Germany, this was by no means an impossible sum. But they couldn't reach an agreement at the Paris Peace Conference on the basis of that figure that the French and the Americans agreed to. Why couldn't they agree to it? Because the British wouldn't go along with it. And why wouldn't the British go along with it? Because they demanded, for domestic political reasons most notably, a much more extreme reparation debt. They were going to double it, pretty much, by including in the reparations pensions and separation allowances. It's pretty much double the debt. And when the British called for this sort of thing, his own advisors, and especially the young John Foster Dulles, future Eisenhower Secretary of State, we'll be hearing about him in the future, but as a young man, he was an expert in the American delegation at the peace conference. Dulles and these other American experts said to Wilson, you can't go along with this British demand. It's a violation of the pre-armistice agreement. The Germans basically promised that they would, make compensation for the material damages that they had caused. And now they want to include all these things like pensions and separation allowances. It's like, if you do that, it weakens our moral position, because if you're saying the Germans are responsible for all the costs of the war, then what you'd be saddling them with would just be so utterly beyond their capacity to pay. The same logic that ruled out war costs should also rule out reparations. So Wilson is meeting with his reparation advisors, turns around to them when they make this argument, and he says, logic, I don't give a damn about logic. I'm going to include I'm going to include the pensions. Because he was persuaded by this British argument, this emotional argument. Say, how could you say that Germany should be responsible for making amends for the material devastation, for compensating for damage to property, whereas damage to human life, they're not going to be held responsible for? That means you consider property to be more important than human life. And Wilson was persuaded by this argument. So he sides with the British against the French, right? And I should say that another kind of interesting thing about the reparation negotiations is that, I'll just tell you a couple of things. Why did the French not want huge reparations? Because yes? I'm sorry? I can't hear you. Oh no, I do that. Those are... just the rhetorical questions. Why did the French not want huge reparations? The answer was that their whole plan for the economic recovery of France, for reconstruction of the devastated areas in the north of France, where the major part of the war had been fought, was the continuation of these arrangements for inter-allied economic cooperation that had come into being, especially in the last year of the war. They wanted to draw on American resources. It's Wilson that doesn't want any part of that. There's no Marshall Plan after World War I the way there was after World War II. When the French start making it clear they want to draw on American resources, Wilson's whole reaction is, we didn't cause the war. Why should we have to pay for it? Right? Again, you can see how this moralistic view can be destabilizing. Okay? And so when the French begin to realize that neither the Americans nor the British are really going to help them out, what do? They try and bludgeon them into changing their view by saying, if you don't help us out, we're going to really have to come down hard on the Germans. But when they realize that tactic doesn't work, they give up on that after a relatively moderate set of arrangements, and in fact enter into talks with the Germans, talks which have this kind of proto-Gaullist, anti-Anglo-Saxon overtone to it. This, we Continentals have to come together. We're both of us being screwed by the British and the Americans. Let's think in terms of a Franco-German entente, and this in the middle of the peace conference, where the French are supposed to have been pursuing such a vindictive policy. All right. So what's the bottom line here when you do this whole analysis? Okay. A struggle between relatively moderate Americans, relatively vindictive, harsh French, with the British kind of in between? No. That view does not at all capture the dynamics of the Paris Peace Conference. A treaty settlement that emerged that was a gross violation of Wilsonian principles? No. Very much in line with the Wilsonian principles as they actually existed at the time. The principle of punitive peace, that Germany should be made to pay for her crimes, that Germany deserves to be kept out, if not forever, then certainly for a prolonged period of time. Very much in line with it. But there was a problem here with a peace based on these notions of justice, these backward-looking notions. to who had caused the war and how those people should be punished, rather than forward-looking notions of how do you go about creating a stable system. Because this sort of peace, the Germans would never accept it voluntarily. A peace that basically said, you're a criminal nation. And we're not talking about Hitler here, right? We're talking about a German policy in 1914 that, in moral terms, looking back, is no different, really, from the policy that any of those other countries were pursuing. Right? The Germans they're bound to have a deep-seated grievance. A very large, inherently powerful country is not going to accept this. And so if there's going to be German resistance. So you've got to think in terms of how you would deal with that resistance. And yet the basic Wilsonian approach was to ignore the problem of enforcement. Here you're going to be provoking this German resistance, but you don't want to talk about the use of military power to make sure that the Germans comply with the treaty. Your basic philosophy is hostile to that. Because military force should only be held in reserve and used in cases where the issues are very, very clear in moral terms. And then it should be used without stint. Right? And you say to yourself, what could have been worse? On the one hand, a peace settlement that doesn't look toward reconciliation and accommodation and putting the poisons of the war behind you and rebuilding bridges and so on. On the other hand, a peace settlement that's bound to provoke German resistance. On the other hand, a philosophy reflecting in part in the peace settlement that says you can't enforce this thing. You can't use force to keep the Germans down. Right? If you try and use force, we'll turn against you because we don't think that military power has a legitimate role to play in ordinary political life. You can use it only when your enemy has committed a crime. Right? What could be worse? You would think that people would have seen this as the treaty was being negotiated. But they can't see it because they look at these things through the lens of certain political philosophies. However, that problem soon began to take shape, very soon. By the end of 1919, the Germans were starting to resist. And this raised all these issues of, well, what are you going to do about it? Right? And those issues then dominate the diplomacy of the immediate post-war period. The period of the early 1920s. This is a very interesting period. People think that that these great international political problems, the possibility of a new war, these are not problems of the 20s. Democracies don't go to war against each other. You don't have problems when it's just democracies. It's only when the Nazis come to power in Germany they have real problems. There are those notions. You study this period, you see these problems lay at a much more fundamental level. They're embedded in the basic structure of the particular system that existed at that time. So anyway, let me end with that point this time. Next time we're going to look at 1919 to 1923, the struggle over Versailles. Okay, today we are going to be talking about the period immediately following the First World War. We're interested in this issue not just in its own right. We're interested in it because it's going to help us get at a very fundamental theoretical question. The question that defines international relations as a field. The question of how do you explain war? What makes for a stable system, and what makes for a system that's prone to war? Right? And the basic premise of this course is that we can't get at this directly. We have to get at it indirectly by looking at how general arguments kind of translate into particular stories about the past, historical interpretations. There are certain affinities between particular historical interpretations and particular theoretical approaches to this issue. And so when you understand what those affinities are, then you study the historical issues in some depth. That is the way to get insight into these fundamental problems, these conceptual problems that define the field. Okay? And what is that fundamental theoretical issue? The issue that dominates theoretical discussion in the whole field of international relations. It's all these questions associated with the whole notion of realism. What does realism mean? It's basically the idea that what's really important in international politics is the structure of power. Power considerations, not moral considerations, not the intent of particular statesmen, not whether they're good or evil or whatever. It's the structure of power that has a profound effect in shaping the destinies of great states, and in fact in determining whether you have war or peace. Right? That's all those claims associated with realism. Power is of fundamental importance. Now, and those ideas translate into historical interpretations, like I was saying. In particular, when you try and understand the interwar period, when you try and understand why it was that the three great Western democracies, they have this extraordinary triumph in 1918. They alone are able to beat Germany. They don't even have to rely on their alliance with Tsarist Russia anymore. Right? And they shaped this peace, the Versailles Settlement of 1919. It turns out to be extraordinarily unstable. Right? 20 years later, a new war, in fact, a more dangerous war with Germany breaks out. How is that to be understood? Well, there are certain views that took hold, that you kind of absorbed from the general culture. It's like, you want to understand the Second World War? It's simple. Basically, one-word answer. It's all Hitler's fault. It's like, it's the Nazis that caused the war. Everything would have been great if it had not been for the Great Depression, which struck around 1930, and the coming to power of the Nazis, in 1933. Why is this? Because in the 1920s, Germany had been a democracy, the Weimar Republic, advanced democracy for its day, advanced social welfare state for its day. Democracies don't go to war with each other, and so if it hadn't been for the collapse of the democratic order in Germany and the coming to power, there you what, can't you? All right. If it had not been for the collapse of the democratic order in Germany, everything would have been great. You would have had a relatively stable system. Right? And so in interpreting the interwar period and the coming of the Second World War, the traditional notion is that you could draw a very sharp dividing line between the 1920s and the 1930s. All right? Between the 1920s, when the democratic order eventually stabilized, 1930s, when relative prosperity was replaced by the Depression, and the Depression led to the collapse of the democratic order in Germany, the rise to the power of the Nazis. That's, from a certain standpoint, that's the key to the explanation of why you had a Second World War. Okay. And the realist theory derives from the fact that it's somewhat counterintuitive. It takes issue with those kind of conventional notions. No, the problem was not the Nazis. You had this basic structural problem, probably having to do with power considerations that was in existence from the word go, from the very end of the First World War, and certainly from the time that the peace treaty was signed. Germany, not because of her, because she had an undemocratic political system, because that wasn't the case. Germany was a democracy in that period. Germany, for power reasons, could never accept the Versailles system. And Germany was strong enough to think that she had the ability to overthrow that system, to throw off what the Germans called the shackles of Versailles. Okay? To resume her position as the #1 power in Europe. In fact, once the Versailles system was dismantled, and once Germany was able to build up her power to whatever level she chose, given her the physical constraints in her power, Germany could be relatively stronger than she had been even in 1914. Why was this? In part because of the Wilsonian nature of the peace settlement. The fact that you now had a new state with ties to the West separating Germany from Russia. And that state is, of course, Poland. See? Russia's not much of a power factor in any case, doesn't threaten Germany in any case. Germany doesn't have to worry about Russia in any case for the time being, because Russia is still in the throes of the revolution, the Civil War, and all the disturbances that were connected with that. But even after Russia began to build up her power, the existence of Poland would actually favor Germany's position in the world. It was a source of weakness for the status quo powers. Why was this? Because absent a Polish state, if there were a common military border between Germany and Poland, as there had been in 1914, then the Germans would have to be worried about Russian power. And conversely, the Soviets would have to be worried about German power. Either of those countries could invade the other directly. And that situation would automatically benefit the Western powers. Right? Because both Germany and Russia would have an incentive in making sure that the Western powers, Britain, France, ultimately the United States, did not side with their rival. Right? But this way, with a new Poland created in accordance with the Wilsonian program, a very fundamental element of the 14 points, the resurrection of Poland. If Germany moved east to attack Russia, or if Russia moved west to attack Poland, well, the fact that Poland was a creature of the Wilsonian system, of the Versailles system, the fact that Poland had all these ties to the Western world, well, that invasion would serve as a tripwire leading to the intervention of the Western powers on behalf of Poland and against the invader. Right? So what this meant was the existence of this Polish state with ties to the West tended to shield Germany and Russia from each other. And thus meant that neither of them had to worry too much about the threat from the other, since they were shielded, and therefore had less of a reason to accommodate the Western powers on whatever issues arose. They weren't worried about the Western powers defecting over to the side of their adversary. Germany didn't have to worry about the West siding with Russia against her, and Russia didn't have to worry about the West siding with Germany against her. So you can see that this Wilsonian system, the system based on the principle of self-determination, this system was not stable, did not solidify the status quo. In fact, empowered those nations which had an interest in revolting against it and throwing it off. Right? Those are the kinds of arguments that realists would make about Versailles and so on. What's the essence of this debate? It's like, what makes for stability? Is it moral factors? Do you look and say, oh, Hitler was so evil, democracies are so good, it's the replacement of a good system with a bad system that's responsible for the troubles? Well, or does it have to do with power considerations? That democratic or not democratic doesn't really matter. The power equation was such that Germany had an interest in throwing off the Versailles constraints, re-emerging as the #1 power in Europe. Why did Germany have that interest? Well, in large measure because any great nation wants to have some real control over its own destiny. And that means that it has to be able to defend itself, that it can't allow itself to be totally at the mercy of other countries. This is a very standard realist way of approaching this problem. But in the case of Germany, it wasn't simply that. There was also a certain moral component to it. This Versailles system, the system of constraints on Germany, the system that kept Germany down, kept Germany from fully recovering her power and re-emerging as the #1 power in Europe. Okay? This Versailles system was justified by a particular theory of the war, why it was legitimate. It wasn't that they said, well, we won and you lost and we're strong and you're weak and we can oppose this and we're going to do it. No, the whole argument was this is legitimate, it's justifiable because of what you did in causing the war. You're responsible for the war and that's why you have to pay a price now and that's why we're not going to give you the same rights as the victor countries, right? That moral judgment was in a sense, it lay at the heart of the whole Versailles system. Okay? So there's a moral judgment. And then there's a kind of third, it goes a long way to explaining why it was that the Germans wanted to throw off Versailles, wanted to revolt against the system the way they could. But those two things, the power political equation, the moral factor, they're not quite sufficient in themselves to explain what happened. There's a third element. It's not the harshness of Versailles or the fact that it was tied with the notion that Germany committed a great crime, any of those things that in themselves explain why the Germans would want to revolt. I should say the proof of this point is you compare the 1919 settlement with the 1945 settlement. The 1945 settlement was much harsher on Germany. Germany lost about half of the territory that she had before the war. Not only that, but the eastern half of Germany was now under the control of a foreign power, the Soviet Union, which ruled through these communist police state methods and so on. This is much harsher than 1919, which left Germany intact, left Germany in control of her own destiny. Only a small portion of Germany was occupied, and even that for a limited period of time. The difference between 1919 and 1945 was not that one was harsher than the other and therefore it provoked the Germans to resist more, because they resisted 1919 a whole lot more than they resisted 1945. What accounts for the difference? It's like 1945 resistance is hopeless. The Germans begin to rearm. The Russians are going to invade. And the Western powers are so averse to having a strong Germany that they make it clear to the Germans that they better not rearm because if they provoked a Russian invasion, then they couldn't count on the Western powers for protection, right? Germany is locked into a very unfavorable status quo because the forces arrayed against her were so strong. You know, it's that power reality that leads to German acquiescence after 1945. 1919, totally different story. 1919, what are the forces that are arrayed against Germany? It's like, not Russia anymore. Of the victor powers, 3 Western democracies, the Americans basically turned their backs on Europe. The British kind of half turned their backs. They certainly move away from enforcement of the Versailles settlement. That leads France, a country which is much weaker than Germany, especially given that the war in the West was fought on French soil, given that the French suffered disproportionately greater casualties than Germany did, bled white by the war. France, a much weaker country than Germany, and thus ultimately dependent on the Anglo-Saxon powers for protection, has to think twice about whether she's going to take a hard line in terms of the enforcement of the treaty. Yes, you have this treaty. Yes, the essence of the Versailles Treaty is that Germany is kept down. Germany is prevented from recovering her power. Germany is disarmed. And as long as Germany is disarmed, Germany is vulnerable to invasion from the West. And the threat of an invasion from the West can keep, in principle, can keep Germany under control, keep Germany from building up her power. Right? In principle, this Versailles system can keep Germany down, can keep France secure. But resistance is much more feasible in 1919, in the post-1919 period, than it is in the period after the Second World War, because there's just France. France is dependent on Britain and America. They're not going to like it if France uses force. That gives Germany a certain freedom of action to kind of chip away at the whole Versailles edifice. All right? And so realists would emphasize all those sorts of things. There's much more continuity between the 20s and the 30s than we had been led to believe. The basic problem is power political in nature. It doesn't have to do with regime type or good and evil. You know, the problem is built into the kind of structure of the system in a sense. Right? Well, who's right? Who's right? To get at that issue, we're going to kind of look today at the problem, you know, through the eyes of the French, through the eyes of the Germans, through the eyes of the British and the Americans, and so on. So, beginning with the French, what do you see when you look at the post-war world? You see that there's this basic problem. France is weaker than Germany. Absent the Versailles constraints, German power would overwhelm France. This implies that if you simply junk those constraints and you allow Germany the same rights as the victor powers, Germany would be able to build up her power to such a point that France would be overwhelmed. France would have to live in the shadow of German power. In which case, what was the point of fighting the war? You know, there's these 1,300,000 fatalities. Like I said, the male half of a generation had been slaughtered in the war. What was the point of that sacrifice if Germany is going to be relatively stronger now than she had been before the war? Right? You're not going to give way on this so easily. Right? You prefer not to have to rely on something as artificial as the Versailles system. It's not natural. It's not based on a natural distribution of power. It's based on these artificial constraints on German power they have to enforce with the sword. Right? You would prefer to keep Germany in line by maintaining the wartime coalition, the alliance with Britain and the United States. But it becomes increasingly clear that those countries don't want to support your policy, don't want to align themselves with you in that way. Why do you find this shift in American and British policy? Well, you know, you look at the high school textbooks, the answer is easy. It's like, well, the Senate refused to accept the League of Nations. Refused to ratify the Treaty of Versailles, which contained the covenant of the League of Nations, because of various constitutional objections to the commitments that the United States would be taking on. And Article 10 of the League Covenant, which said that all the members of the League would have to guarantee the territory of all the member states. So, if the votes of a few senators had changed and the United States joined the League, would things have been fundamentally different? America was pursuing a policy. It would pursue the same policy whether she was in the League or outside the League. Whether America was part of the League was not of fundamental importance. What was important was the nature of U.S. policy. Is it going to enforce this set of constraints on Germany? Is it going to, in the final analysis, remain committed to the defense of France? Does the United States think that it has a major political interest in maintaining its involvement in Europe? Right? The basic thrust of the Wilson policy is America should not use force as a normal, natural aspect of international political life. American power should be held in reserve and used only when the moral issues are clear-cut. Right? You have a peace. It's based on this judgment of Germany. It's a punitive peace by Wilson's own account. He uses those terms repeatedly. But there's this other half to the Wilson policy, and this has to do with what if the Germans resist? You know, how is this thing going to be enforced? Right? And there's this aversion to the use of force, you know, in normal peacetime political life. Right? The use of force in support of policy, well, that's militarism. We don't want to have anything to do with it. So the Americans turn against the idea that the treaty should be enforced, and they therefore call for Franco-German reconciliation, for a move away from the Versailles peace, this peace based on keeping Germany down. As a matter of fact, they disown paternity. It's not Wilson's fault. You see this basic problem. You have a punitive peace based on the idea that the Germans have caused the war. You know, it's bound to provoke resistance. How are you going to deal with that resistance? Well, in final analysis, through the use of force. But if you're ruling out the use of force as legitimate, you know, except in really extreme cases when you go all out in the use of force. But if you rule out kind of limited use of force as a normal element in international political life, well, how are you going to maintain this system that you impose? So you provoke the Germans, and then you say, we're not going to kind of deal with the consequences of that provocation. Right? This is you see, this is a kind of a basic problem. From the standpoint of the French, you know, they had compromised with the Americans, done what the Americans had wanted, and so on. And now the Americans are kind of letting them down. The Americans are opposed to the idea that the treaty should be enforced. They want the treaty to be revised. They dislike the idea that the French should use force to maintain the Versailles peace. The British move in the same direction at about the same time, which is to say, this begins in the very end of 1919 and goes through 1920. This shift in attitude on the part of the two Anglo-Saxon powers. British had taken a very punitive line in 1919. They were the ones who wanted to hang the Kaiser and, you know, pursue the the harshest reparation settlement and so on. Now the British say, oh, not so fast. We shouldn't really have the knife to Germany's throat. We should try and reach some sort of accommodation with the Germans. What was going on in the British case? Well, the same sort of thing as in the American case, except economic considerations loomed larger. What had happened during the war was that this massive effort could not be financed in the way governments normally finance things. Instead, all the belligerents resort to inflationary financial measures. And at the end of the war, in Britain and America especially, there's this notion that we have to return to sound money. If we want to put our economies on a solid basis, we have to kind of undo the effects of the inflation and allow our currencies to recover their previous value. So there are sharp deflationary policies that are pursued both in the United States and in Great Britain. And in the British case, this leads to an extremely sharp depression, which rivals in magnitude, although not in duration, the depression of the 1930s. Very high rates of unemployment, as the monetary authorities slam on the brakes and adopt these deflationary policies. Are they going to take responsibility for the domestic political consequences of the policies they pursue? Governments have a strong incentive to evade responsibility, especially governments of democracies. And the argument takes hold, because it's a convenient argument, that all this high unemployment, all this economic dislocation, this is because of the dislocation and disarray, economic disarray that was caused not just by the war, but by the failure of the peacemakers to restore a viable international economic system. And these arguments are laid down in it's a polemic of genius, written by by far the most important economist of the 20th century, John Maynard Keynes. He had been part of the British delegation of the Paris Peace Conference. He had observed these things firsthand, came away totally disillusioned, in a fury. He wrote this book, comes out at the end of 1919, The Economic Consequences of the Peace, basically saying, peacemakers screwed things up. They could have restored a viable international economic order, but they were so carried away with these violent emotions that they failed to do so, and we're reaping the consequences. And the heart of the problem is these reparations that are being imposed on Germany, and this is just going to totally mess things up, where you're not going to have a economic system that provides for relatively full employment until we kind of clear these things up. So the British also move away. I mean, these Keynes arguments, people accept all this stuff totally uncritically. And the British move away, the Americans will move away. That just leaves France, right? France and the text of the treaty, which has to be enforced. And how far are the French going to go in enforcing it if they kind of know deep down in their gut that that sort of policy is going to alienate the British and the Americans, and in the long run, given that Germany is a stronger country than France, France is going to be dependent on the two other Western powers for protection. Are they going to really want to alienate the British and the Americans like that? Well, maybe not. Right? And so they are in a very difficult situation. Right? What stands between them and a German-dominated Europe? Just this Versailles system, the system of these artificial constraints on German power, the disarmament provisions, the provisions relating to the occupation of the Rhineland, and so on. Right? Are they can't just throw that in the garbage can. They have to think in terms of what they should do. Very, very hard for them to figure it out. To the point where they actually even contemplate maybe reaching some sort of entente with the Germans. Betrayed by the Anglo-Saxons, their reflex is to kind of look across the line. Maybe the Continentals have something in common. Maybe they should bury the hatchet so they could form an independent force in world affairs so that neither of them would be so dependent on Britain and America. And it sounds familiar. These ideas come to a head after the Second World War, but you see them very early on. In fact, even during the war, but especially at the peace conference when the French make these overtures to the Germans. And in the post-Versailles period, 1920, when the French Prime Minister and then President of the Republic, is a man named Mitterrand, pursues this policy, and they use this term quite openly, aimed at economic collaboration with Germany. And I should say a little bit about why this makes sense even in economic terms. Part of the reason is that there's a natural complementarity between the French and German economies in a variety of areas. The German economy before the war had been very vigorous, growing fast. The French economy, much less so, but the French generated a whole lot of surplus capital through savings. It made sense to kind of invest it in Germany or work with the Germans investing in third countries. And there was a natural complementarity in the whole area of heavy industry, which was the heart of the industrial economies of that period. In 1871, the Germans had annexed part of French Lorraine. It turned out that that area that they had annexed had important holdings of iron ore called Minette iron ore, which was unusable for the production of steel until 1879, but when that new process called the Thomas process for the production of steel was introduced, then the Germans had an interest in building up a steel-producing industry, constructing steel mills close to the iron ore fields. And as the technology advanced and became more efficient, the tendency was to move away from building steel mills near the coal deposits, which were in the Ruhr, near the Rhine River in Germany proper, toward these areas in the west, and above all in German Lorraine. Right? So you have this important steel industry that grows up in German Lorraine, but it's dependent, increasingly so, on access to supplies of coal. Not just any coal, but the kind of coal that you can use to produce steel. It's called metallurgical coke, the kind of coal that can be transformed into coke. Right? And this is to be found not in France proper, but in the Ruhr. And so the whole notion is, let's get together. Now the iron ore fields are back in France, with all these steel mills that are built up on top of them. And there's all this coking coal in the Ruhr. So it made sense to integrate the German heavy industry and French heavy industry, the French iron ore with German coke and so on. So that natural complementarity in the area of heavy industry was very important in those days. Fed into French thinking about, yeah, maybe we should try and work out some sort of entente with the Germans. French less likely to think in moral terms than the British and the Americans. It's kind of real evidence of the power of the realist theory that the French are even thinking in terms of economic collaboration and implicitly in terms of political collaboration with the Germans. And it's the Germans who resist all this stuff. Why did the Germans resist these overtures? Well, the French are making these overtures because they sense their own weakness, their own isolation, their own vulnerability. They're looking for a way out. But the weakness of the French is long-term strength for the Germans. And the Germans have the sense that, yeah, for the time being, there are these big obstacles we're going to have to deal with, but if we can just punch our way through the crust, overcome the French resistance, throw off the Versailles constraints, then build up our power, we'll be the strongest country in Europe again. There's not all that much standing between us and our goals. Why is this? It's because they note not simply the relative weakness of France, not simply the fact they don't have to worry about Russia in their east, they're protected by this Polish buffer, but also they note the dramatic shift in British and American policy. Right? Americans, they're forced to choose between their earlier notion of a punitive settlement and their aversion to the use of force. They opt for aversion to the use of force. Force is not legitimate. That implies you should be soft with the Germans, you should revise the treaty, you should aim at reconciliation with the Germans. As the Americans go, the British go to a certain degree. British move away from enforcement of the treaty, move away from any commitment to France, for a policy, move away from a policy of keeping Germany down, toward this whole notion of what we need is reconciliation, right? The Germans sense that France is dependent in the long run on Britain and America, that those new British and American attitudes are going to hold France back, and that Germany, therefore, has room to kind of push ahead, that a policy of resistance may meet some difficulties in the short run, but ultimately it's going to be successful. Right? I should say that calculation proved to be correct. Not all Germans felt that way. I mean, if you asked me how I would break it down in terms of figures, I would say, well, maybe 60% of Germans took that kind of line. And there was maybe 40%, especially in the Rhineland. People like Konrad Adenauer was then the mayor of Cologne, and eventually he would become the chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany from 1949 to 1963. A lot of people in the German government, they said, it's not worth the price. We can strike a decent deal with the French. Obviously we don't want to become a satellite of France, but we could deal with them on a more equal basis. We should understand their concerns. We can work our way to a new world through a much more moderate policy, not a policy of resistance. All right? In the words of one of these people, when the French started making these overtures in 1920, this guy says, we must not reject the outstretched hand. All right? So you have, the Germans look at the entire geopolitical conjuncture as well as the direct balance between France and Germany, and they're strongly tempted to a policy of resistance, although not universally so. What tips the balance for the Germans is that the British don't really support these French overtures aimed at a settlement with Germany. Okay? Where do you see all this stuff coming into play? You see it when you look at the diplomacy of the reparation issue after the First World War. This issue, you may say, oh, it's economics, not of fundamental political importance. It was of absolutely central political importance. Why was this? Because the real political issue here is whose power is going to dominate Europe? If the Versailles system remains intact, Germany's going to be kept down, France is going to be the number one power. But if the Versailles constraints are dismantled, and each country is allowed to build up its power to whatever level it considers appropriate, Germany would then dominate France. Germany would be the number one power. Right? The struggle over Versailles, which is a set of constraints, artificial constraints on German power, the struggle over Versailles is really a struggle over the structure of power in Europe. And that struggle over Versailles is going to be fought over what issue? Over just any issue taken at random, disarmament, whatever? No. The Germans are going to choose which issue they're going to focus their resistance on. And the issue is the one that's technically most difficult to enforce, the one where the argument of, oh, we simply can't comply, it's beyond our ability to comply, is most plausible, and that's the reparation issue. You know, the Germans say, oh, well, you know, if they said, oh, we are simply incapable of dismantling our fortresses, or we're simply incapable of withdrawing our troops from the Rhineland, well, that's absurd. No one would believe that. But if they say, oh, we can't pay. Well, that has certain plausibility in the light of all these things that Keynes was saying. How's Germany going to pay? To pay, Germany has to earn the foreign assets with which to pay. She has to earn, you know, currency that's convertible into gold, which meant, ultimately in dollars. And but you tell me, Keynes says, which markets is Germany going to sell in to earn all this money? You know, and you tell me how Germany is going to develop that trade surplus. And do you even want Germany to develop such a powerful export economy? You know, all those kinds of things. And the Germans, for their part, were only too happy to feed into and support these notions that she couldn't pay by allowing her own domestic economy to deteriorate. Domestic finances to deteriorate, I should say, because you had full employment in Germany these days. The inflation that had begun during the war continued in the post-war period, culminating in the hyperinflation in 1923. You know, this, if we can't even balance our own budget, where can we possibly get the money to pay the reparations? This is the German argument. Of course, now historians basically think that the Germans deliberately let their finances deteriorate, precisely so that they can make that argument. It was quite plausible in Britain and America at that time. Right? So the Germans resist, and their resistance focuses on the reparations. What's the French attitude in all of this? You know, enforcement of the letter of the treaty, holding the knife to Germany's throat, demanding that the Germans pay every last cent? No, the French do not enforce the treaty in that way. They have all these rights under the treaty that they choose not to invoke in terms of telling Germany exactly what she has to do. Instead, throughout the year 1920, the French try and reach a business-like settlement with the Germans. And this culminates in something called the Seydoux Plan in December of 1920. Okay? The Seydoux Plan basically said that the Germans would pay a modest amount in reparations, well within Germany's physical capacity to do it, and then instead of having to pay it in dollars or in currencies that were convertible to gold, the Germans would be allowed to pay in paper marks. The paper marks would go into this fund. The people in northern France that were trying to rebuild the areas that had been devastated would draw on that paper mark fund to place orders through a central organization with firms in Germany, who would then kind of come in and do the reconstruction work. A very sensible plan. It kind of took the ground out from the Keynes argument about there was no way in which the Germans could pay because they couldn't earn the money abroad. Of course, this is all ignored in Britain and America. All right? And the Germans seemed to be willing to work within this basis. The German government that was in power in 1920. Because, if you're German, do you really want this confrontation with France? Do you really want to kind of take these measures that amount to destroying your own finances, these hyperinflationary measures ultimately? A lot of Germans had second thoughts about that. And so given the division in Germany, it seemed that something could be worked out. But then the British don't like the idea of France and Germany working together too closely. And the British in January 1921, they basically torpedoed this thing. Right. So that's the closest France and Germany come toward working things out with each other. And that is kind of drag on through the rest of 1921, through the rest of 1922. A tough nationalist, Raymond Poincaré, comes to power as Prime Minister of France in January of 22. Not a headlong rush to the use of military force, but it's quite clear that if nothing is done, the whole reparation settlement, and along with it, the Versailles settlement as a whole, is going to collapse. So, with his back to the wall, so to speak, Poincaré makes the key decision in January of 23, right? This is like, 4 years after the end of the war. If we're going to prevent this whole thing from collapsing, we're going to have to use military force. And what do they propose? To occupy the whole of Germany beyond France's strength. But they're going to occupy Germany's economic jugular, which is the Ruhr Basin. This whole area here on the Ruhr River, which is a tributary of the Rhine River. And it's very important because this is where Germany's the most important coal-producing area, and therefore most important steel mills and finishing industries that use the steel to produce finished products. This is where all that stuff is located. It's the economic heart of Germany, the economic jugular of Germany. You cut that off, then Germany's at your mercy. All right? So this Ruhr crisis, this leads to a crisis that lasts for a whole year. January to December 1923. The Ruhr crisis, 1923. It's the climax of the struggle between France and Germany over Versailles, the Versailles system, but also over the real question of what the structure of power in Europe is going to be. Again, it's conflict between these two democratic states. What happens? Germans resist. The French requisition all this coal to go to France. The Germans then reroute the coal via indirect routes back into unoccupied Germany. Then the French throw up a cordon around the whole border of the Ruhr to prevent that from happening. But the German railway people and barge people, they refuse to cooperate with these requisition orders to send the coal into France. But these Ruhr workers, they're patriotic. You're not just going to let them starve if you're the Berlin government. You're going to support them, even though what they're producing doesn't get sold. So where's the money going to come for their salaries? The salaries are then paid by the government in Berlin, but drawing on an economy that's weakened by the fact that it no longer has access to these products of the Ruhr. Okay? So what you have is the miners continue to work. The coal continues to build up in these huge mountains at the pit head. And finally, like in August and September, when the French, using their own people, managed to get the transportation problem solved, they were able to draw on this coal at the pit head and pull it into France itself. It seems that France had won because the issue had been defined as, would France be able to get this coal? And Germany was losing because all these measures that were made necessary by the need to finance the passive resistance in the Ruhr were leading to the destruction of German finances, the hyperinflation, the communist uprisings in Saxony and Thuringia, to the Nazi putsch in Munich in late 1923. It seemed that the whole Reich was in a shambles. Germany was falling apart, right? It seemed that the French could dictate terms. The Germans come to the French and say, okay, you win. Tell us what you want us to do. The French refused to say anything, refused to tell them what the Germans have to do to get things back on track. Right? So in a sense, France is pulling defeat from the jaws of victory, so to speak. The French won, but because Poincaré wants to allow the process in Germany to continue that would lead to a disintegration of Germany, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't tell the Germans what he wants to do. But he doesn't think the issue through because he's unwilling in the final analysis to see mass starvation extend through Germany, maybe Germany fall to Bolshevik forces and have to have France as the sole continental power facing this huge communist bloc extending from the Rhine straight through to Vladivostok. In the final analysis, Poincaré doesn't follow through with that policy, and the French accept it when the British and the Americans say, we are willing to come in, we're willing to help everybody get their economies back on track, but the condition for that is that France agreed to forswear the further use of force in this whole business of the reparations. France loses. It doesn't mean, however, that Germany wins, because Germany also becomes dependent on the flow of capital from Britain and America to maintain the new economic system that is constructed in the aftermath of the Ruhr crisis. And this means there are limits on Germany's ability to revolt in a very direct way against the treaty. This does not mean, however, that the Germans have become reconciled to the status quo, or that they are now willing to live on a more or less peaceful basis with the victor powers from the First World War. Right? We move into an entirely different world following the Ruhr crisis. This is the world of Locarno, of Gustav Stresemann, of Aristide Briand, a world when people thought that now there was a chance of peace. And that's the world we want to examine next time to see how stable that world in fact was. Okay, so I'll see you next time. Let me pick up where I left off last time. Last time we talked about the post-Versailles period, the period going from the negotiation of the treaty settlement at Paris, the big treaty with Germany, was the Treaty of Versailles of 1919. From that to the Ruhr crisis of 1923. What's the point of that whole analysis? Why does it matter? Well, we're interested in a theoretical problem, a conceptual problem. How do you understand what makes for war? And kind of connected with that, this whole issue of what makes for good foreign policy. And we get at those issues not directly by approaching them on a purely abstract level, but by trying to translate them into stories, into interpretations of what was going on in actual international politics. And the whole normative issue of how foreign policy should be conducted. What are the general guidelines for the conduct of foreign policy, if any? We try and get at those issues by examining them in specific historical contexts. What should have been done after the First World War? What should policy have been in this particular context? And you saw, for example, in that Kennan article, some scholars have very strong views about what should have been done, what was wrong with the way things were done. Right? And we approach those issues not in some general abstract level, but by looking at what scholars, what theorists have had to say about that whole complex of questions. And there are these two great schools that dominate the debate here on both sets of issues, on a set of issues of how does international politics work, and the issue of how should foreign policy be conducted. Right? There's the liberal school and the realist school. The realist school kind of derives its power from the fact that it makes claims that are largely counterintuitive, given all these notions that you just absorb growing up in a country like the United States. The natural way of thinking about policy is, well, what makes for war? You have to understand it in moral terms. War is the product of aggression. You have peace-loving countries, and then you have these aggressors, and the aggressors cause war. So you want to understand the cause of war, you have to kind of figure out who the aggressor was. Again, a moral interpretation. Right? And similarly, with regard to the normative issue about how foreign policy should be conducted, well, it should be conducted according to moral principles. You should have a sense for what's right and frame your policy accordingly. You want to achieve your goals, and what are your views about how are your views about what's right shaped? Well, they're shaped by the values you absorb from your own culture. In the case of the United States, well, democracy is good, freedom is good, self-determination is good, human rights good, rule of law is good. Those are the basic principles that should lie at the heart of American foreign policy, for example. Right? Shouldn't think in terms of balance of power. All these policies that said, you should frame your policy in accordance with your own interests. Well, you don't want to go that route. That's kind of selfish. You look at the history of the pre-World War I period, when countries pursued those kinds of policies, balance of power policies, power politics based on interest, based on the use of force, and so on. That was a big part of the problem. We want to get away from that. Right? That's the kind of liberal view of things. Right? And in reaction to that, you have this realist school. Okay? The realist school basically argues that what's of fundamental importance is power. Countries may talk in terms of their ideals, but when push comes to shove, countries act in accordance with their self-interest. Maybe this is not obvious from the sort of discourse, from the sort of rhetoric political leaders use, but when they're by themselves in private, they know what they have to do to promote the interests of their country. One sort of language they'll use in public, a very different language they'll use in private. In private, the policies they pursue are policies based on their own national interests. Balance of power considerations shape the policies of great nations, all right? And then, somewhat inconsistently with that, realists also argue that's the kind of policy a country should pursue, because they often don't pursue those sorts of policies. And as I say, that contrasts with their way of interpreting things. And when they don't pursue those sorts of policies, they screw things up. All right? How do you get at that issue? Again, not on a purely conceptual level, but by looking at the problem in specific historical context. Right? Number one case in point is the whole story of the failure of the peace after the First World War. Who's responsible? Well, liberals say, it was because you had Woodrow Wilson with his visionary peace program, a peace program based on moral considerations, on the right of self-determination, on the rule of law, League of Nations, international organization, very important from this point of view. And Wilson was defeated. You know, these European allies, they might be democracies in terms of their own internal politics, but they were also great imperial powers. Britain had this huge empire. France had this huge empire. They still thought in power political terms. They were unable to fully grasp the power of the Wilsonian vision, and they sabotaged Wilson at Paris. They bamboozled Wilson. They got Wilson to kind of go along with what they wanted and betray his own ideals. Right? They were the blame. They were the villains. Again, you see all the moral connotations here. Is that, and we want to ask, is that view in fact correct? And so we looked at the Paris Peace Conference in some detail. We looked at the Wilsonian program in some detail. Okay? What do you find? Well, that standard view of Wilson is the champion of a peace of reconciliation, someone who wanted to establish a just and durable peace. Not quite true. Wilson wanted a punitive peace. He viewed war as a crime. You know, again, that's central to the liberal view of war as the result of aggression. Criminals had to be punished. Okay? You look to the past. If your basic notion is justice, justice means, among other things, the punishment of the aggressors. You fashion a peace settlement that's oblivious to power and political considerations. For example, you resurrect this Polish state, pure application of the principle of self-determination, without regard to the power and political consequences of it. And yet it was clear that the establishment of Poland weakened the forces that were that could constrain Germany, right? Why? Because it shielded Germany from the possibility of Russian pressure in the future. And conversely, it also shielded Russia from the possibility of a German invasion. It empowered those two countries at the expense of the victor powers to a certain extent, right? But this whole sense of the principle of self-determination runs counter to the goal of creating stable international order precisely because it ignores power political considerations of that sort. Well, that's a fundamental point. Okay? So you look at at these conceptual issues in that particular historical context, in the context of peacemaking after the war. All right? So we did that, and then we saw that there was this basic problem here. You know, on the one hand, you have this peace that's fashioned that's bound to provoke Germany, because it deprives Germany of equality of rights. Germany is kept down, by this whole set of constraints, the essence of the Versailles system, the disarmament provisions, the provisions about the demilitarization of the Rhineland and the occupation of the Rhineland by foreign powers for a certain period of time. Okay? All these provisions in the Treaty of Versailles keep Germany down, and the basis for that, what gives those features their legitimacy, is the notion that Germany deserves to be punished because Germany had caused the war. So you're provoking Germany in two ways, both in power political terms and moral terms. Power political terms, every great nation wants to be able to do what it has to control its own destiny, to provide for its own security. A great nation like Germany does not want to be a satellite of France. So the Germans have a basic interest in recovering their power, if only because in the long run, Russian power is bound to re-emerge as the Russians get their act together. And Germany had to be prepared to defend herself. Right? So you have those kinds of power political considerations. Germany cannot accept being defenseless, essentially, unless she's utterly compelled to do so. And then Germany finds it very hard to accept the verdict that Germany is a criminal nation, especially since, as more and more evidence became available, and it was very important for the Germans to kind of, publish documents from the pre-war period, although they published them somewhat selectively. But as historians began to work on this, and as the passions of the war faded, a more balanced view of what had caused the war took shape, and it was quite clear that Germany was not solely responsible, that this war was not a war of German aggression, pure and simple, and that the story was a whole lot more complex than that. Right? So you have Germany provoked in these two ways. On the one hand, and whether German resistance would be a viable policy would depend on the overall political conjuncture and what the overall balance of forces was. And it was clear that France was a much weaker country than Germany in the long run, and that France was therefore dependent ultimately on Britain and America coming to her aid if push came to shove in the long run. And so Britain and America could exercise a certain influence in restraining France from enforcing the treaty. And Britain and America could restrain France from enforcing the treaty, and British and American policy shifted. Why? Because it soon became clear that this whole notion that Wilson had that, well, it's obvious that we are right, and our sense for things embodies the truth, and that Germany really had caused the war, and we are totally within our rights in imposing this sort of punitive settlement, and the Germans will in their hearts know that they were right and go along with it. It rapidly became clear that that was an illusion, and that as Germany began to resist and try and chip away at the Versailles system, the whole question arose of whether the Versailles system would be enforced, whether the French would be allowed to use force against Germany. And now the liberal view was, oh no, you can't use force. Force can't be used as a normal element in international political life. It can only be used when the moral issues were absolutely clear-cut. So you shouldn't use force because the use of force is militaristic, and militarism, is one of the great taproots of international instability. So you can't do that. So France is held back. The Germans sense that France is held back. There's no there's no pressure on Germany from the east because Russia is in a shambles and pushed back behind this wall of anti-communist East European states. There's very little holding Germany down except for the possibility that France will, in desperation, use force against Germany. So the Germans have a lot of room for maneuver here, and this encourages German resistance, right? So that's the story. What is German resistance to the Versailles system focus on? The reparation issue. Why? Because the reparations are the easiest target. They're technically most difficult to enforce. It's easiest for people in the West to sympathize with Germany's claim that she can't pay the reparations. And so the struggle over the treaty focuses on the reparation issue. Germany resists. The French try and reach an accommodation with Germany. That's the story of 1920, culminating in the Seydoux Plan. I talked about this stuff last time. A lot of people in Germany want to accept the outstretched hand, as one of them put it. But ultimately, they are defeated. And push comes to shove. And finally, January 1923, the French occupy the Ruhr, the industrial heartland of Germany, Germany's economic jugular. The Ruhr crisis, the Ruhr occupation of 1923, is the climax of this great dispute between France and Germany over the Versailles system, ultimately over whose power would dominate in Europe. Right? The Versailles system is a set of constraints on German power. The Germans throw off what they called the shackles of Versailles. German power would overwhelm that of France, especially since there was no counterweight to Germany in the East anymore. Right? Germany would be in a relatively stronger position than she had been in 1914. And in a sense, how could the French just accept that? What would the point of the war have been if the French were willing to go along with that? So the French are not willing to go the whole route and just, junk Versailles and allow Germany to reemerge as the dominant power in Europe, especially since France is not getting any assurances from Britain and America. The Americans withdraw, Not just because the Senate refuses to ratify the League of Nations. American policy, it's hard to see how American policy would have been any different if the League of Nations had been ratified. Because if America had been a member of the League, she would have pursued the same policy she pursued not being a member of the League. Same point about Britain. Britain was a member of the League. Didn't make any difference. Okay? What does this mean with regard to the theoretical issue that we've been concerned with? This issue of, what makes for war? You're struck by the degree to which that whole liberal framework does not capture what was actually going on. It's very hard to make hard and fast moral judgments. It's very hard to say, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys. Because you can see how the world looked through French eyes. You could sympathize with why the French pursued the policy that they did. A policy which was by no means aimed at crushing Germany. The French wanted to reach an accommodation with the Germans precisely because they felt that they were so weak in the long run. What are we trying to do in this class? We're trying to use historical analysis to throw light on some of the most basic issues of international relations theory. And what is the most basic issue in this whole field of thought? It's this whole question of what makes for war. How is the whole phenomenon of armed conflict to be understood? And what's the basic structure of the debate in this area? Well, as you first grapple with those issues, you bring to the analysis of those questions a certain set of intellectual baggage that you kind of just absorb growing up. And this is this whole notion that warfare is to be understood in moral terms. A war is the product of aggression. To try and understand the causes of any particular war, you really want to focus on who's to blame. It's a very highly moralistic sort of focus, judgmental focus. Who's to blame? Who's the guilty party? Who's responsible? Right? The assumption being that the decision to go to war is a matter of choice, a matter of policy. So one side or the other should be responsible for starting the war. Right? Common views, common sense views. Wars don't just happen by themselves. Right? It's not like you're talking about a natural disaster like a tornado or hurricane or something. Right? So you want to focus in on this whole question of judgment. That's the standard view. Just think of the whole notion, what we're dealing with in this part of the course is the origins of the Second World War. Just think of how you've been led to understand what caused that conflict, Or it's a double conflict. There's the war in Europe and the war in the Pacific. How's the war in Europe to be understood? Well, Germany is clear to blame. Who could be more aggressive than Hitler? Very simple story. Germany caused the Second World War. Germany decided to start the Second World War. War in the Pacific, well, it's very simple. It's the Japanese. Look how militaristic they were. Look at how violent they were, and look at how they attacked Pearl Harbor, bolts from the blue. Right? Those notions are very deep-seated. They were deeply ingrained in the culture as a whole. Right? And as against that general way of looking at things, you have the realist view, essentially the realist critique of that whole way of looking at things. Right? The realist critique derives its power from the fact that it's somewhat counterintuitive. It runs against the grain of the received wisdom. And basically, what is it that the realists say? They say, you can't just focus to that extent on the decisions of individual states as though they were made in a vacuum. These, choices are made, but they're conditioned by the environment as a whole. Right? The environment, the system, the structure of the system. This bears a great deal. It's worth emphasizing how important the system is, because it strongly conditions the choices that statesmen are made. They're not free agents. Their choices are very much a function of the environment in which they find themselves. The environment can lead even peacefully inclined countries to behave aggressively if they have to, in order to assure their own survival, to provide for their own security. And that search for security, pushes these states into conflicts with each other. This is the basic notion of the security dilemma. Countries are led to pursue aggressive policies for essentially defensive reasons because of the anarchic nature of the international system, the fact that there's no overarching authority to say you can go so far but no further. No 911 number that states can call if they get into trouble. They have to rely on their own resources. Right? These are basic notions of realist theory. The leading realist theorist of late 20th century, going into the 21st century, Kenneth Waltz, just died a few months ago. He was, this was the essence of his thought. It's the system that's responsible. Right? It's the structure, the anarchic structure of international politics that's responsible. It's the search for security that causes states to kind of clash with each other. Because more security for me means less security for you. Right? This lies at the heart of international politics. Right? Or more, to put the issue a somewhat different way, the realists aren't denying that statecraft matters and that political choices are made and that it makes a difference whether you have someone like Stresemann or Hitler in charge of German policy. They're not fools, they don't say that. But what they are saying is that these structural factors, the system, the logic created by the anarchic structure of international politics, all this stuff counts for a whole lot more than a lot of people think. Statesmen aren't free agents to anything like the extent that people think. Right? It's somewhat mistaken to think that you could therefore go in and make these hard and fast moral judgments about who the aggressor is, who the victim is, who the bad guys are, who the good guys are. They say, no, it's shades of gray, not to be understood in black and white terms. Okay? That's the central issue, the issue that dominates debate in our field, on the field of international relations. How do you get at that issue? How do you see who's right and who's wrong? Or more precisely, you have structure and agency. You have the system, and then you have also statecraft. You have these impersonal forces, and then you have choices that people make. Right? How do you go about striking the balance there to see how much these different forces kind of count for? Right? The premise that underlies the approach that I'm taking in this course is that there's one and only one way to get at that issue. You can't just analyze it in purely abstract terms. You get at it by analyzing these problems in concrete historical contexts. You approach the history with those questions in mind, and you want to kind of almost like massage the data to see what insight you can get into those fundamental issues. Okay? And that's what we've been doing so far in this class. And what are the insights that have emerged? Well, the struggle over Versailles. It's a political conflict. You can't think of it in moral terms. You can't think of it in terms of good guys versus bad guys. It's natural that Germany would want to recover her power, throw off the Versailles constraints. It's natural that the French would be very leery about that. That was one of the fundamental lessons to be drawn from a study of the immediate post-Versailles period, the period from 1919, culminating in the Ruhr occupation of 1923. And then we talked about the late 1920s, the Stresemann period. Uh, and we were trying to analyze this notion that, well, the Second World War, it came about, just because of the Great Depression, which, kind of began in 1929 and really struck Europe beginning in 1930. Hitler is inconceivable without the Great Depression. Hitler coming to power in Germany, the destruction of the democratic order in Germany, his replacement by the Nazi system, all that stuff. That was, of fundamental importance. In the late 1920s, it really seemed that Germany and her former enemies in the West had buried the hatchet. They had put the peace on a much more stable basis. This was we had left the white waters and entered into the blue seas of peace at Locarno, in the post-Locarno period. And the whole point of the historical analysis was not so simple. You can't be too quick to jump to that conclusion. Why? Because the Germans were by no means reconciled to the status quo. Right? The German policy was to, number one, to throw off the constraints on her power so that then she could, number two, move to build up her military power. And then number three, when Germany built up her military power, she could then speak in a stronger voice in terms of insisting on change in the status quo, above all in the East, above all at the expense of Poland. Right? Germans not reconciled to the status quo, and pursuing, in tactical terms, a strategy of gradually, chipping away at the Versailles system, gradually recovering their power, balancing off between an alignment with the West and an alignment with the East, with the Soviet Union, as a way of putting pressure on both sides to give Germany more and more of what she wanted. To recover her power so as to dramatically transform the status quo. And what would the new status quo be at the end of the line? Well, Germany would get back not just what she had lost in 1914 to Poland, but she would also get the German-speaking areas in what had been the Austrian monarchy before the war, namely the rump Austrian state, plus the German-speaking areas on the fringe of Czechoslovakia. And not even stopping there, but continuing on to ultimately get back Alsace-Lorraine even. And when that happened, Germany would acquire a power position in Europe much greater than that which she had had before World War I. She would outnumber France now like 2-to-1 in terms of population if Germany were to achieve those goals. Germany would be practically a hegemonic power in Europe, much stronger relative to the rest of Europe than the Germany of 1914. Germany was a democracy. France was a democracy. That did not mean that there was no political problem. And what's the proof that peace had not been restored during this period of prosperity, during the Locarno period? The proof is the French decision to build a line of fortifications across northern France. Decision made in 1929, before the Depression. Right? If you think you have perpetual peace, why do something like that? Why spend a huge amount of money building these fortifications? It's because you know that you don't have peace. You've gone the route of trying to reconcile Germany, to reach an entente with Germany. You've gone very far. The whole Locarno policy implied concessions to Germany in exchange for Germany's willingness to accept to live peacefully with her European neighbors. But even when it became clear that the Germans were not going to go that route and were still, playing the power political game and putting pressure on the West in order to kind of chip away at Versailles and increase Germany's power, the British and French continued along that route. because they felt they had no choice. What are they going to do? Revert to the policy of force that they had tried in or at least the French had tried in the early 20s, which was now widely viewed as a failure? They felt they had no choice, no alternative. And so you have all of these events that I kind of discussed in the post-Locarno period. 1927, the removal of military control from Germany. 1930, the full evacuation of the Rhineland by foreign troops. Didn't mean that the Germans had gone in. The Germans were still kept back by Locarno from occupying the Rhine or remilitarizing the Rhine. And then December 1932, a month before the Nazis came to power in Germany, you have the British and the French agreeing to the central German demand of equality of rights in matters of armament. Whatever rights the Allied powers have, the Germans should have those same rights. This is this principle of the Germans call it Gleichberechtigung, equality of rights. Huh? What's striking, therefore, is that there's a degree of continuity between the 1920s and the 1930s, much greater than you would have thought before you started studying the sources. And I told you last time about how the real pioneer in the analysis of this was this historian Hans Gatzke, who worked in the Stresemann papers and kind of, nailed down a lot of these points. And there are a lot of other historians who did, I thought, terrific work on this stuff. There was a guy named John Jacobson, for example. He wrote a book called Locarno Diplomacy that kind of got at the essence of international politics in this period, especially the essence of German policy in this period. Much more continuity between the 20s and the 30s, between the democratic Weimar Republic and the Nazi period, between Stresemann and Hitler, than we had been led to believe. A point which has, for all these reasons, very important theoretical implications. It's like, oh no, regime type is not nearly as important as we had thought. These structural factors, the structure of the system, power politics, this played a much greater role than we had been led to believe. Very important findings, right? Because of the light they shed on these theoretical issues. All right? But there's a danger here. And what's the danger? The danger is taking, an important insight like that, right? That structure counts for more than we had been told, and that there's more continuity between the 20s and 30s than we had thought. And then allowing that central insight to blind us to the fact that there were also extremely important changes between the 1920s and the 1930s. Hitler was very different from Stresemann. He was very different from Stresemann in two ways. First, in terms of his ultimate goals, and second, in terms of the methods that he used to reach them. Much more of a risk taker than Stresemann had been. Stresemann move ahead when you kind of sense the ground is prepared and that you could achieve your gains without getting involved in an armed conflict. Okay? Hitler, more of a gambler. Okay, and then in terms of ultimate goals, I talked about what Stresemann's ultimate goals were. Yes, to make Germany the #1 power in Europe and to recover all these territories that either Germany had lost during the war or by the end of the war, including Alsace-Lorraine, but also to get back these German-speaking areas, or to annex these German-speaking areas in what had been the Habsburg monarchy. I mean, those are pretty substantial goals, but Hitler wanted to go much further than that. What was Hitler's fundamental goal? To transform Germany into a world power. Not by building a navy and having lots of colonies overseas, but to acquire a contiguous territory in the continent of Europe that could be ultimately cleared of its existing inhabitants and resettled by Germans, so that the Germans would have an adequate territorial base for sustaining themselves in the struggle against the other world powers in the world that was to come. All right? Lays it all out. He wrote this book, Mein Kampf, when he was serving his jail sentence after the Nazi putsch in Munich in 1923. And he lays out what his goals are in this book, Mein Kampf, published book. Okay? Was this something that was just the product of Hitler's somewhat bizarre and contorted mind? Again, it's important to recognize that the answer there is no. It's very much to be understood in terms of the evolution of European thought in the 19th century, and especially in the flowering of what was called social Darwinism, the application of the set of ideas developed by Charles Darwin to human relations, to human evolution. Darwin himself wrote a book called The Ascent of Man that kind of dealt with human evolution. Okay. What was the basic idea there? Why was it so important politically? In fact, in a sense, this was like one of the great taproots of the First World War. Taproots of the imperialist policies pursued by the major powers in Europe before the First World War. Well, you all have been taught about the Darwin theory. It's not just that species evolved. It was the evolution of species was governed by certain fundamental principles, what Darwin called the survival of the fittest through natural selection. This is a view that says that what's of fundamental importance in evolution is reproductive success. And anything that aids you to out-reproduce your rivals, well, those traits will spread throughout the entire population because, by definition, you're outproducing other organisms that don't enjoy the advantage that those traits give them. Right? And this is a view that says that whatever works, whatever promotes reproductive success, that's going to shape the character of a particular species. Moral considerations count for nothing. Right? It can't count for anything. This whole view was very dramatic because it basically said that all these earlier notions that people had, natural law and so on, rooted in the kind of religious sensibility of the pre-Darwinian age, this was not to be taken too seriously. Right? And this whole way of looking at things applied not just to non-human species, but to the human race itself. Human evolution was increasingly to be understood in those terms, or at least that was the view that a lot of people took, especially in Germany, above all in Germany. Actually, there's this one scholar who kind of wrote on this stuff, and he says, well, the basic thrust of the Darwin theory should be toward acceptance of this very violent view of what human history is about. It's like just as in the natural world, there was this whole image of, again, this is one of these terms in the period, of nature red in tooth and claw. How violence was of such fundamental importance in the natural world. Say, well, people in England, where Darwin worked, they were willing to take that framework as basic for interpreting the natural world, but when it came to human beings, not so fast. All of the corollaries of the Darwin theory about how the human race worked and what the policies of great states had to be. People in England, they're reluctant to go in that direction. The scholar referred to this as the Darwinian non-revolution. And you look at the other major Western countries, France, the United States, again, social Darwinism was important, but they held back. There was They were unwilling to basically throw moral considerations out the window. Not so much in Germany before the war. Germany was the exception to this general rule. And Germany, people kind of unflinchingly were willing to accept the implications of the whole Darwinian philosophy. And I'm not talking about, the pre-industrial elites that still largely controlled the German state, the aristocrats who had these great estates in the eastern part of Germany called the Junkers. Not so much them, but the more modern elements in Germany, more advanced, more cultured, more progressive elements. People like the greatest intellectual of pre-1914 Germany, Max Weber, for example. They bought into this stuff and they became imperialists. Why? What was the essence of European imperialism before the war? It was the idea that in the long run, you would survive only if you had the resources to hold your own against other countries that were hungry for those resources. You needed to develop that strength by developing a large population that could feed itself. The populations were growing by leaps and bounds in this period before the First World War. And when populations grow, they're very youthful. There's a sense of vigor and dynamism. You had the German population growing by leaps and bounds during this period. How is it going to feed itself in the future? Well, for the time being, this is a liberal world, and Germany could import what she needs, and she could pay for her imports by exporting manufactured goods. But, well, that's great for now, and maybe this system's going to last for 10, 20, 30 years, but what about another 100 years or 200 years? Sooner or later, the basic constraints that the social Darwinist philosophy had said were inescapable would limit Germany's ability to support itself in that way. These other countries that controlled huge territories, Britain, America, Russia, even France, they would be able to hold their own because they controlled all this territory, which allowed them to produce the food that they could use to feed their much larger populations, expanding populations. But if Germany was not to be kind of crushed by these forces, Germany would have to take advantage of her present power position and acquire the territory that she needed to sustain herself and become a world power. So, you look back at pre-World War I diplomacy. These crises over Morocco, Germany wanting to become a world power, building this fleet to challenge Britain, and so on. It's only comprehensible when you take that kind of conceptual framework into account, the social Darwinist framework. In the long run, there were these three questions. How many mouths to feed? How much food to feed it with, and then how much land to produce that food on. And that land had to be under your own political control, because if it wasn't, in the future, some other power that did control it could prevent you from getting access to it. Very, very important taproot of the European imperialisms of the late 19th century. And without those imperialist drives, the First World War was just kind of inconceivable. Right? Very important. I should say that when you look back on the whole story of the 20th century, there's something profoundly tragic about it, especially the first half of the 20th century. And that's that these imperialist philosophies, which are based on those kinds of considerations, their empirical basis turned out to be a lot thinner than people had thought. For one thing, population. People thought population was just going to continue increasing by leaps and bounds. This went down to the whole Malthus theory, from which Darwin had drawn so much. The Malthus theory from the beginning of the 19th century. As it turned out, however, both the death rates and the birth rates fell in the course of the 20th century. You look at the figures, like for Germany, for example. Decade after decade. Through war, through peace, through prosperity, through depression. Didn't matter. The trend was inexorable. Both the death rates and the birth rates fell, but the birth rates fell faster than the death rates, and that meant that the rate of population growth, declined. Population growth was like leveling off to the point where today, absent immigration, these European countries wouldn't be even able to kind of replace themselves. And it's not just in Europe; it's in the world as a whole. You find a falling off of the rate of population growth. One of the kind of most extraordinary developments of the contemporary world, by the way. Okay? So that was the era. First era was the demographic era. The second era had to do with agricultural productivity. The assumption in those days was you want to produce food, you need more land. That's the only way in which you could produce more food. You had to get control of more land, the kind of land that you could farm and produce food. It turned out that there was this dramatic increase in agricultural productivity. One of the big things was, nitrogen-based fertilizers where you get the nitrogen, not just by going to Chile or someplace like that and using the nitrates that you mine there, but the air is 4/5 nitrogen. And they developed this technique for kind of drawing nitrogen from the air and making nitrate-based fertilizers that dramatically increased the crop yields per acre. Right? And plus, all these developments in terms of improved seed and improved agricultural techniques in general. Again, one of the truly dramatic developments of the 20th century. So much so that in the advanced countries, more industrialized countries, a very small portion of the population feeds the country as a whole, and that the political problem that governments faced was not inadequate food supplies, but agricultural surpluses and what to do with them. Right? So you try and understand why today there's no interest in territorial expansion and acquiring more land and so on. Those are certainly key factors accounting for that change. But those changes, they were not apparent before 1914. And in the case of the Germans, especially during the Nazi period, these notions about the importance of acquiring territory so that you could feed an expanding population and having a large population that could hold its own in world affairs because if you didn't do that, you would be crushed by those other countries that did do that. This was the taproot of the Nazi philosophy. All you have to do is read Mein Kampf to see that this was the case. Okay. Germany is different in that regard from Britain and France. In a sense, you could say, in a sense, Germany was more modern, more willing to accept the Darwinian revolution in all of its implications. But Germany is inherently not strong enough to just pull off all of this on its own. Germany is a relatively poor country, much poorer than Britain, poorer even than France from a per capita basis in that period. There's this terrific book. I don't know how many of you are kind of interested in going beyond the readings of the class, but it's by a guy named Adam Tooze, T-O-O-Z-E, called Wages of Destruction. It's called The Rise and Fall of the Nazi War Economy, the subtitle. And of all the books that have come out in international politics over the last 20 years ago, this book, I think, well, certainly it made the greatest impression on me on any of these books. It changed my whole understanding of the origins of the Second World War. Because what Tooze shows is like, Germany is essentially a poor country. Germany is trying very hard to kind of punch above its weight and to kind of mobilize all of its energies and resources during the Nazi period to dramatically, radically change the distribution of power, distribution of resources, especially distribution of land in the world, while Germany was able to do so. But to do that, Germany needed to develop, a massive amount of military power, but couldn't do it because her economic base was so limited. especially in comparison with, with a coalition of all the other countries in the world that would be threatened by that. Right? Yeah?
In the book, I think one of the more important arguments is that he basically betrayed Stalin over his oil fields. Like that was Hitler
in 1941 you're talking about?
Yeah, after the Warsaw Pact. Because it was
the Warsaw Pact? Warsaw Pact is post-World War II.
No. In regards
the
to
Nazi-Soviet Pact you're talking
about?
about?
Yeah.
And
so his main argument was why did he start on such a two-front war with Russia?
Yeah, well, believe me, we're going to be dealing with those kinds of issues. But the point to bear in mind when we're looking at the initial period of Nazi foreign policy, right, 33 to 36, is that Hitler has these very ambitious long-term goals laid out in public, Mein Kampf, right? And he is trying to achieve them with relatively little in the way of resources. This is a policy that's highly constrained. And the implication there, and this is an important implication, is that this puts an enormous premium on tactical virtuosity, on statecraft, on a Bismarck-like skill in kind of steering Germany through to a position where she has achieved these extremely ambitious goals. Did you have I thought you had your hand up? No? Okay. Okay. Because they expect, when the Nazis come to power in Germany in January of 1933, they expect that there's going to be a preventive war. Britain and France and Poland, they're all going to get together and they're going to strike Germany while Germany is still weak. Because how could they just sit on their hands and allow Germany to build up her power when Germany's under the control of someone who's written this book, Mein Kampf, laying all this stuff out? So the Germans expect preventive war. This is a very dangerous period for Germany because German resources are fairly limited, because there are all these dangers there. And this puts, as I say, a huge premium on diplomatic virtuosity, political skill. And in fact, the initial phase of German policy is quite skillful. Okay? What do they do? You have this whole notion that Germany is a peace-loving country, that German ambitions are very moderate, that Germany had been terribly mistreated by the Allies in the period after the First World War, that Germany had been very unfairly saddled with exclusive responsibility for the war, that Germany had been kept down, and so on. And what Germany was looking for was simply self-respect, equality. Hitler had been a soldier during the war. He had been gassed during the war. You have these speeches full of expressions of all his horror at war. All this stuff was like totally dishonest. But given what Hitler was trying to achieve, there was enormous incentive for him to behave in this dishonest way, because his main goal was to keep a coalition from reforming, from re-emerging, that would contain Germany and prevent Germany from achieving those goals. Right? You look at Mein Kampf once again, and you look at what Hitler said about German policy before the First World War, the policy of the Kaiser and the imperial regime. It's like, well, no, the imperial aspirations, though, there was no problem there. The problem was that how foolish these people were in terms of the strategy that they had adopted to achieve those goals. And so can you imagine a policy that alienated the next three most important powers in Europe all at the same time? You alienate France, then you alienate Russia by siding with Austria over the Balkans, then you alienate the British, all three at the same time. This is kind of crazy. What Bismarck had done during the wars of German unification, of isolating your enemies and dealing with them one by one, well, that was obviously the way to go. And so German strategy was designed to achieve that end. to avoid anything like a coalition. And so they did all these things to kind of make it seem that Germany was returning to the policy of a respectable great power. Instead of putting Nazis in charge of German foreign policy, they had these old members of the aristocratic elite who were not Nazis, just German nationalists. The foreign minister was the Baron von Neurath, for example. They entered into all of these deals to kind of neutralize various potential enemies and give the Nazi regime respectability. They entered into a concordat with the Vatican, a non-aggression pact with Poland, Anglo-German naval agreement of 1935, where the Germans agreed that their navy would be limited to about a third of the size of the British Navy. In other words, we don't want to make the mistake that our predecessors have made before 1914 of alienating the British before we had achieved our goals on the continent. All right? Preventing the other powers from moving against Germany while Germany was still relatively weak and vulnerable. Because internally, the main goal was rapid rearmament, throwing off the shackles of Versailles, building up German power, making sure that Germany could defend herself. And so you have an increasing militarization of German society. Everyone could observe this. No secret there. Increased movement in terms of the illegal rearmament in 1933, 34, 1935, for example. They announced that they built their own air force. They reintroduced conscription in 1935 also. Right? It's hard to miss what's going on. The question for the victor powers is, what are you going to do about it? Yeah? And the answer was, well, what can you do about it? Nothing. Right? And well, maybe it's our fault that the Germans have become so neurotic, given the way they were treated. Our best hope is to just try and ride it out. Hope it just kind of runs its course. In the case of the French, in 1934, a right-wing government comes to power in France. The main figure here in terms of foreign policy was the French foreign minister named Louis Barthou. And his whole strategy was, he announced that France would henceforth seek to achieve her security through her own means. And by that, he meant building up a coalition of the countries that were threatened by Germany without regard to ideology. Obviously, France would be the core. France had, a certain relationship with Britain, common strategic interests, though they really didn't love each other very much. But also developing a relationship with Mussolini's Italy, fascist Italy, which was threatened by German aspirations vis-a-vis Austria. If Germany annexed Austria, Germany would be on Italy's border. Italy had gotten some territories at Austria's expense at the end of the war, which were largely German-speaking. Maybe the Germans would want them back. If the Germans controlled the mountain passes in that part of the Alps, then Italy would itself be threatened. So Italy had an interest in joining with Britain and France in terms of containing Germany. And not just that, but also the Soviet Union. If there was one country that was clearly threatened by Germany, it was Russia, because of the whole goal of just seizing the Ukraine and colonizing the Ukraine with German settlers. Right? As a matter of fact, the whole Stalin period, the rapid industrialization of Russia, the terror in Russia in the 1930s, this is inconceivable without the German threat, without taking the German threat into account. Right? Barthou says, let's make a deal with all these countries. And in fact, you have a certain relationship with Italy that comes into being in 1934, early 35, something called the Stresa Front in 1935 that pulls Italy into this. And there's a an alliance, a defense agreement signed between France and Russia, Franco-Soviet Pact in 1935. All very nice on paper, works to keep Germany down when Germany is weak. But if you're not going to use military force to prevent Germany from rearming, what good is any of this stuff going to do? Okay? Because once Germany is strong and able to defend herself in the West, and then she begins to start moving against the East, what are you going to do? You can't attack Germany in the West. If Germany's so strong she could defend herself there, how can you help Poland? Right? You say, well, you have the Soviet Union. But the Poles, they're even less likely to have the Soviets come in to fight the Germans than they are to have the Germans come in to defend them against the Soviets. You know, it's like very unstable sort of system. And too prone to defection on the part of their various partners, precisely because it's unclear whether, once Germany becomes strong, if push comes to shove, even a unified coalition would be able to implement military strategies that could keep Germany down. All right. As it turns out, even an attempt at a sort of coalition strategy collapses. Italy is encouraged by the fact that France seems to want good relations with Italy into pursuing an imperialist policy in East Africa. And the Italians move into Ethiopia in 1935, thinking that they have something of a green light, that the West is so dependent on Italy against Germany that Italy could do this. But in Britain, there are a lot of people who think that if you want peace, the only path to it is collective security by means of the League of Nations. And Ethiopia is a member of the League of Nations. It was important, therefore, to have sanctions against Italy, sanctions which, in practice, were implemented in a half-hearted way, strong enough to alienate Italy, but not strong enough to kind of bring the Italians to heel over the Ethiopian issue. But the rise of Germany and the increasing preoccupation of Britain and France with the rise of German power gave other countries like Italy and Japan the sense that they had something of a free hand, that Britain and France were in no position to oppose them, and in fact needed good relations with them. So you have increasing challenges to the status quo, both in East Africa and the Far East. And Britain has this whole problem of deciding whether she believes in collective security, which would alienate both Italy and Japan, or whether she wants to kind of construct this anti-German bloc. The British vacillate. They don't have any really clear strategy. As I said before, they make this deal with the Germans, the 1935 Naval Pact. Bartu is himself assassinated, is replaced by a new foreign minister named Pierre Laval, who wants to kind of use the threat of a bloc to increase France's bargaining power in reaching a deal with the Germans. You know, it's ultimately accommodationist. All right. So you have Hitler getting the clear sense that the forces arrayed against him were fairly limited. And the Germans test the waters in various ways by challenging the demilitarized status of the Rhineland in some semi-overt ways, you know, sending in paramilitary forces and so on. And the reaction is the Western powers aren't going to do anything. And as it seems the Germans are getting ready to make the big move and remilitarize the Rhineland as a whole, the French threaten Germany with, well, we will take you to the League. We will impose economic sanctions on you. The German reaction, and you'll see this if you read one of the recommended readings for this week, the Schuker article. The German reaction is practically break out the champagne. you know? If all they're going to do to us is impose economic sanctions, we're home free, because that stuff doesn't mean anything. And in fact, the Germans in March 1936 violate not just Versailles, but also Locarno, and send troops into the demilitarized Rhineland. Not just the strip on the right bank of the Rhine River, but the whole area up to the border with France. Right? This is the great watershed period in the whole story of the coming of the Second World War. Right? 1936, Germany now doesn't have to worry so much about the threat of an invasion and defending herself in the West. Germany is now free to move full speed ahead in terms of building up her power. You see the attitude of other countries changing accordingly. Belgium abandons her alliance with France and moves toward neutrality. Italy, alienated by the whole Ethiopian affair from the West, moves now toward alignment with Germany. Germany is on the rise. The Western powers are on the fall. It does seem that things are beginning to move towards some sort of climax. Right? This remilitarization of the Rhineland thus sets the stage for the great events of the period down to the outbreak of war in September of 1939. The Austrian crisis, the Czech crisis of 1938, and then finally the Polish crisis of 1939. And so that's what we're going to be talking about next time. Next time the lecture will end with the outbreak of war in September of 1939. Before I end, I just want to remind everyone, on Friday, bring in your copy of the Taylor book, because we're going to engage in a very detailed analysis of that book with the goal of showing you this method of how to read things and how powerful it is. Okay, the lecture today is an important lecture because it's on the immediate origins of the Second World War. Now, why is this such an important topic? It's because we're trying to deal with this basic conceptual problem of what makes for war. And people assume that wars begin with acts of aggression. They're started by one side or another for aggressive purposes. And there's never been a leader as aggressive as Hitler. Most people would agree. Nazi foreign policy was the most aggressive foreign policy of any major power in modern history. All right? And so if the coming of the Second World War in Europe in September 1939 is not to be understood as an act of aggression, pure and simple, if it's to be understood in more complex terms, as the outcome of a political process in which the initiative was not taken solely by the Germans, but it's to be understood in more interactive terms, where political considerations, power considerations, were shaping the behavior of both sides. Well, that's a very important conclusion, which would have a very direct bearing on how we understand international politics as a whole. If the aggressive theory doesn't adequately explain the coming of the Second World War, then you really have to wonder about it in general, given how aggressive the Nazi foreign policy was. Right? And this kind of relates to the kind of basic points that have emerged from our analysis of international politics in the interwar period, an analysis which emphasizes political considerations, how the policies of all these powers were shaped by these structural forces, how there was more continuity between the 20s and the 30s than we had been led to believe, because the basic structural problem was constant across time. The problem of German power, of Germany being held down by a set of artificial constraints, the Versailles constraints, that there were no kind of natural balances to German power, which in themselves would keep Germany from overwhelming the rest of Europe. Right? It's like the system of the interwar period is very different even from what you had before World War I. There's no Russian counterweight to German power. Russia is pushed back behind a wall of hostile East European states. The United States, which had contributed in such a dramatic way to the victory in World War I, the Americans have now turned their backs on Europe, essentially. And all that's constraining Germany is basically France. Britain is only half committed to the defense of the status quo. The British have turned against the treaty settlement. The British are in favor of, removing the constraints on German power. Right? And France by herself is not strong enough to kind of keep Germany down. So there's this constant chipping away at the Versailles system in the 1920s. It becomes much more overt in the 1930s. The basic problem is constant across time. Very important point. Okay? Not only that, but it's not as though these European problems are all there are to the story, because Britain and France are great world powers. Each of them has a huge empire, a major interest, both in Africa and in East Asia. And as it becomes increasingly clear that Britain and France have their hands full dealing with Germany and Europe, given that they can't count on Russian or American cooperation to keep Germany down, and that Germany senses the weakness of the Western powers and thus has an incentive to resist the Versailles system in the 1920s under a democratic regime, as in the 1930s under the Nazis. As that becomes increasingly clear, that the Western powers are overextended, they therefore become vulnerable to challenges to their preeminence in other parts of the world, most notably in East Asia. Japan is encouraged to, develop more of an independent position in the world by creating an empire in East Asia, not just in Korea, but in northern China. And you have the Manchurian Incident, so-called, 1931. Again, note, before the Nazis come to power, the Italians are encouraged by the weakness of Britain and France to kind of move more energetically toward the creation of an East African empire with the war against Ethiopia in 1935. These things don't just happen, totally independently. They're very much a product of the overall political conjuncture. Both Italy and Japan sense Western weakness, the fact that the Western powers are overextended, that they're not going to be able to sustain major quarrels with Italy and Japan because of their preoccupation with Germany. And so Italy and Japan, they sense they can get away with things, right? And this creates this problem for the West. How are you going to deal with this? If you're on the left and you believe the peace should be based on collective security and on League of Nations, then you feel a certain compulsion, regardless of the power political conjuncture, to come down on Japan and Ethiopia. But on the other hand, the people on the right say, well, you can't really come down on them too hard, because that would drive them over to the side of Germany. We have to kind of conserve our resources for dealing with the German problem. Right? So Britain and France are kind of divided about it as to how to deal with Japanese and Italian aggression. And basically they pursue this middle policy that's neither fish nor fowl, enough to alienate Japan and Italy, but not enough to sustain a regime of collective security. Right? And all of this is compounded by these problems that we associate with the Depression. Part of the reason why Japan especially kind of wants to create an empire in East Asia is that in the world of the 1930s, a world where all the major powers are suffering from depression, everyone tries to deal with depression by, pursuing protectionist economic policies, preserving their own market as an outlet for their own industry, discriminating against outsiders. The most protectionist tariff legislation in American history. The Hawley Smooth Tariff was adopted during this period. Japan feels itself kind of squeezed out of the international trading regime, and the alternative to that is a more autarkic system based on Japanese preeminence in East Asia. Right? So, as far as Britain and France are concerned, you have this basic problem in a period of depression. The economy isn't generating as much of a surplus as it had in the prosperity of the late 1920s. Output has shrunk, but on the other hand, the demands on the Treasury have increased because you can't allow people to starve. You have to provide for certain social welfare provisions. So the resources that the government controls have shrunk. Tax revenues shrink. And yet the demands on the budget increase for social welfare purposes. You can't make up the gap with inflationary finance by running budget deficits, because the fear is that once you allow the inflationary demons out of the bottle, then the economic consequences will be disastrous. You have to restore business confidence by pursuing a sound money policy. Those pre-Keynesian days. And so there's just not enough money left in the pot to sustain a viable rearmament program. And that's compounded by the common belief that arms races cause wars. You don't want to get involved in an arms race with Germany, because look at the pre-World War I period. There's a general notion at that time that the First World War came about in large measure because of the arms race, in quotes, that existed before the First World War. You don't want to do that again. So all those structural factors played a kind of key role in shaping the policies of the great powers, and in particular in shaping European great power politics in the early 1930s. Right? Not enough in themselves to give Germany a sense of a total green light, a total free hand. The Germans are worried enough about what Britain and France might do if Germany moved in too direct a way to overthrow the treaty system and build up its military power and so on. And so the sense on the part of the Germans was that they were going to have to go through a danger zone during this period when they were still vulnerable to invasion from the West if they moved ahead in too dramatic a way in building up their military power. So to kind of steer Germany through the danger zone, it was the task of German diplomacy to minimize the risk of an intervention. And so we saw how Germans in the first part of the Nazi period, 33 to 35, were moving ahead carefully, slowly, testing the waters before they moved. All these measures to show that the Nazi regime was respectable, isolating Germany's adversaries from each other, trying, the non-aggression pact with Poland, the Anglo-German naval agreement of 1935, all these measures to kind of, limit the amount of resistance that Germany would encounter as she moved ahead, right? And all this culminates in the German remilitarization of the Rhineland in March of 1936, the great watershed date in the story of the origins of the Second World War in the 1930s, because this changes a lot. Once the Rhineland is secure, and the French can't even in principle contemplate invading Germany in the event that the Germans move east and begin to build up their power at the expense of their eastern neighbors, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and so on. The French can't do much, and this is again, this is compounded by the fact that France suffers from military weakness. The generation that normally would have been of draft age in the early mid-1930s, it did not come into existence because the fathers of that generation had been killed off during the war. The French have this expression, these are the creux, the empty years. there would be too few young men of draft age in the mid-1930s, because of this demographic problem. Germany didn't suffer from this to anything like the same extent. And the French, seeing that this was coming and seeing that their army would be of limited size, decided that they would deal with this problem not by creating a strong offensive force, which was just kind of out of the question, that was capable of invading Germany in the event that Germany moved east, but rather putting their military resources into the construction of a strong line of defenses, the Maginot Line. Again, decision 1929, before the Depression, let alone before the coming to power of the Nazis. Evidence of the French realized that their basic security problem had not been resolved by the diplomacy of the Locarno period. Right? 1936, even in theory, that possibility is removed. 1936, the Germans violate the Treaty of Locarno that they themselves had signed voluntarily. It's not simply a violation of Versailles. It's a violation of Locarno. Right? The Germans were now moving ahead more dramatically. Now that they were secure in the West, they could move toward building up their military power in a much more forthright way, mobilizing, as much in the way of military resources as their economy could stand. And as German power, was clearly on the rise, and it was clear that Britain and France weren't going to do anything about it, you find various shifts in the policy of other countries. For example, the shift of Italian policy away from alignment with the West toward alignment with Germany, the shift in Belgian policy away from the alliance with France to a policy of neutrality. All these things weaken the position of the Western powers. They strengthen the position of Germany, create the sense that, Germany's on the move. Germany now has the initiative. The Western powers have little choice but to accept what the Germans are doing. Okay? Well, how do you deal with this situation? The situation that confronted them from March 1936 on. Well, just sit back passively and accept it? That was not the policy of the British. What sort of policy did they adopt? Well, this policy of appeasement, the famous policy of appeasement, associated with the British Prime Minister from 1937 on, Neville Chamberlain. And for years after the Second World War, the term appeasement, was like, it was treated like dirt. Yeah, the notion of appeasement, well, this was evidence of moral weakness, of the cravenness of the West, right? You want to understand the coming of the Second World War? Well, the fact that Hitler was so evil, well, that was a big part of the story. But also, look how morally craven the Western powers were, how pathetic they were in moral terms. That instead of doing the right thing, which was to stand up to German aggression, they adopted this policy of appeasing Hitler, just trying to buy off Hitler, and prevent him from, threatening them when it was clear, as great men like Churchill were pointing out at the time, that what you had to do was kind of stand up to the aggressor, avoid anything that smacked of appeasement, right? Those ideas had a huge resonance in the West, and especially in America during the Cold War period. Right? The shadow of appeasement lay over U.S. Foreign policy during the Cold War. Right? And Churchill, great British Prime Minister of the period of the Second World War, after the war, and he was thrown out by the British electorate at the very end of the war, right, in the middle of the Potsdam Conference, in fact, in July 1945, before the war with Japan was even over. Churchill wrote his great history of the Second World War, and the first volume in that history is called The Gathering Storm, which is the history of the coming of the war, especially in the 1930s. That came out in 1948, right? And it basically established this conventional view that moral factors were of central importance in shaping the course of events that led to the outbreak of war in 1939. If only the Western powers had the moral strength to stand up to this kind of evil Nazi force, things would have been totally different. Very important line of argument. Because it bears on these central issues that we're concerned with in this course. Yeah, it's a moral interpretation of the coming of the war, not political factors, not power considerations, and so on. Okay? Eventually, the British documents were released, and as scholars went through British and then French documents relating to the origins of the war, a very, very different picture began to emerge. It's like, instead of, being utterly contemptuous of the appeasement policy, scholars came to view it as more or less inevitable as a result of the shifting power political conjuncture. And I put a couple of articles on the course website that you may want to look at that kind of reflect that changing historiographical perspective. One of them is this article by Paul Schrader, very famous, important diplomatic historian, looking back in Munich. And this passage will kind of give you the flavor of that new way of looking at these things that emerged as historians, went through all this new evidence and saw things through the eyes of people at the time, much more sympathetic to the appeasement policy than the earlier view that we associate with Churchill. And Schrader writes, if one begins to tot up all the plausible motivations for appeasement, fear and horror of another war, Britain's state of military unpreparedness, fear for the British economy and the empire, the unprepared state of public opinion, the isolationism of the dominions and the United States, lack of confidence in France, lack of interest in Central Europe, failure to understand Hitler and Nazism, fear and distrust of the Soviet Union and communism, the absence of a viable alternative presented either by the conservative opposition or Labor, and more. One sees that these are far more than enough to explain it. It was massively overdetermined. Any other policy in 1938 would have been an astounding, almost inexplicable divergence from the norm. Well, that's a very different view from the view that people had had before. Okay? So how is appeasement itself to be understood? Again, the earlier notion was that it was like just ostrich-like, burying your head in the sand. I don't want to look at things. I just don't want to get involved. Kicking the ball down the road, hoping that if Hitler was given what he was asking for, he would be content. A very naive view, those sorts of notions. Very, passive policy. In fact, again, as historians went through the evidence, a very different picture emerged. It's not passive at all, this Chamberlain policy, the policy that was instituted in 1937. It's a very active policy. The whole idea is we want to engineer these changes so as to get the Germans to accept the status quo. But the changes would have to take place peacefully, and there would have to be a limit to how far Germany would go. Right? Yes, the principle of self-determination should be applied so that territories that were inhabited by Germans, if they wished, could become part of the Reich. But beyond that, you couldn't go. And all these changes would have to be made peacefully, although the term peacefully was interpreted fairly broadly. Okay? But you couldn't just sit on your hands and give Hitler a free hand to carve out a great empire in the East, because if that happened and German strength was allowed to increase by leaps and bounds, and Germany was able to control all the resources of Europe up to the Urals, then Germany would be so strong that Britain and France would become essentially satellites of Germany. They would lose their independence. They couldn't hold their own against this massive German colossus if such a colossus was allowed to come into being. Okay? And so there had to be limits, and the fact that there would be limits was made clear to the Germans. Okay? There's a very interesting book that came out. It's called Chamberlain and Appeasement by a British historian named R.A.C. Parker. Again, this is one of the main historical studies that was based on all this new evidence that was made available, especially like in the 60s and 70s. And this is what Parker has to say about Chamberlain. Chamberlainite appeasement, it's true, was not a feeble policy of surrender and unlimited retreat. Chamberlain thought war futile and rejected it, but never pursued peace at any price. His policy meant intervention in continental Europe to induce Hitler's Germany to insist only on expansion so limited that it would not threaten the safety or independence of the United Kingdom. In retrospect, this appears a bold, venturesome policy, certain, given the ambitions of Hitler, to lead to an Anglo-German war. Okay? Very, that's a very different view of appeasement from what we had been led to believe. Okay? And it's important to realize that because it helps us to understand the story that led to the coming of war in September of 1939. Hitler's initial goal had been to reach an accommodation with Britain. No wish to destroy the British Empire. The British Empire, after all, meant that an Anglo-Saxon nation, Nordic nation, European nation, was able to be a master race, controlling all these subject races in Africa and South Asia and so on. This is a good thing from the standpoint of the Nazis. And the big mistake, according to Hitler, that his predecessors in Imperial Germany had made had been to alienate the British. I mean, Hitler was actually absolutely right about this. What's the central error of German policy before 1914? Taking on the three next most important powers in Europe all at the same time. You don't want to do that. You want to isolate your enemies so that you can deal with them one by one. If you allow them to form a bloc, they'll overwhelm you. Germany isn't strong enough to take on the rest of Europe all at the same time. So you got to isolate your adversaries, right? And that meant reaching an accommodation with the British. Not accepting, being willing, in fact, even to guarantee the British Empire, and in exchange for which the British would give Germany a free hand to do as she wished against Soviet Russia, a free hand in the East. Free hand in the East, right? And when he sent one of his top advisors, Ribbentrop, over to London as the German ambassador, he says, Ribbentrop, bring me back the British alliance. But because of the nature of British policy, the fact that Britain, for strategic reasons of her own, could not allow Germany to become that strong, because that would mean an end to British independence. For strict balance of power reasons of that sort, it soon became clear in the course of 1937 that Hitler's goals vis-a-vis Britain were unrealizable. I mean, Hitler couldn't believe it. Say, these people, they wouldn't oppose me when I was weak. Now they're going to oppose me when I'm strong? Right? It's irrational for the British to pursue the policy that they're pursuing, to put limits on how far we can go. Especially since the rid of British power doesn't reach to Eastern Europe. What are the British going to do if we move against Poland? Right? blockade us? What good will that do? Right? Britain and France couldn't do too much to stop Germany. They had missed their opportunity. And so Hitler felt like, well, it looks like war with the Western powers is inevitable. Conclusion he reaches in the course of 1937. War with Britain and France is inevitable. But throughout this period, you find him saying, we want to put it off. We don't want it right away. War is inevitable, but let's put it off until German power is really built up. Because we can build up our power, given the Nazi control of the German economy and our ability to basically take all of the economic surplus that's being created by the revival of the German economy and plow it into war production, whereas Britain and France couldn't go that route at all. Right? Let's put it off to a point where we're strong enough to take them on. And what is that point? In all of these German documents from this period, you find Hitler referring to the 1943 to 1945 period as the period when there would be the showdown with Britain and France. That's when there would be the Great War with the Western powers. One of these key documents is the record of a meeting he held with his top military advisors, who were leery about a too aggressive a German policy. Because, Germany, her inherent resources aren't all that great. There are limits on it. There's a meeting he had with his top military advisors in November of 1937. And what was said at this meeting was recorded by Hitler's adjutant. His name was Holzbach, Colonel Holzbach. And so this is called the Holzbach Memorandum of November of 1937. And Hitler begins by talking about, how Britain and France are what he called hate-inspired adversaries. In other words, their policy is irrational. Doesn't make sense. A war with them is inevitable, but let's put it off. And in the meantime, before we have to face a big war with the Western powers, serious war in this 43 to 45 period, what we got to do is kind of clear the decks in the East and strengthen our position in the East, remove enemies in the East, annex the resources of countries like Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, all of southeastern Europe, indeed, so that Germany would be in a position to face the war with the Western powers with some confidence. And if Germany moved against these countries in the East, Britain and France, they wouldn't intervene. They say they were going to intervene, but they don't have the military wherewithal to do anything about it. Right? They're weak. Okay. Even so, you want to do what you can to minimize the chance of intervention by making it easier for the Western powers to back off from their commitments. And to do that, you want to kind of play on these basic principles, moral principles, that lay at the heart of Western policy. Above all, the Wilsonian principles, self-determination. Here you have countries like Austria that are inhabited by German-speaking people. It's like, policy that looked toward the annexation of Austria. How could the West really oppose that if that's what the Austrians themselves want? If this whole notion of people of the same nationality, they should all come together in the same state. Well, that's a basic Western principle. How can they oppose them? And so you find a quickening of German policy vis-a-vis Austria. Not a policy that looked toward military conquest, so much as a policy that looked toward a political settlement where the local Nazis would come to power in Austria, and then once they gained power in Austria, they would engineer a voluntary reunion of Austria with the German Reich. And there was a very strong Nazi element within Austria. They weren't the dominant element as of yet. And there was a lot of particularism in Austria. The kind of government, which is by no means a democratic government, was averse to allowing Austria to be submerged within the German Reich. But the threat of intervention, the threat of German power could be wielded in such a way as to push the Austrian government into allowing the local Nazis in Austria to have a greater and greater share in the control of the state, with the notion that there would eventually be a natural annexation of union of Austria with the Reich. It was called the Anschluss, the union of Austria with Germany. Okay, but the Austrians the Austrian leadership saw what the Germans were doing, and they took countermeasures to kind of preserve the independence of Austria, challenging Hitler in a very direct way. Hitler thought that this was insane for them to kind of take on Germany. Say they were so weak, and they didn't have any support, especially now that, thanks to the Ethiopian business, Mussolini's relations with the Western powers had been destroyed, and Mussolini had been, moving more and more toward accommodation with Germany. And if Austria was isolated and the Western powers couldn't do anything to help them, and it was insane for them to kind of have this sort of showdown. All this business came to a head when the Austrian chancellor, his name is Schuschnigg, called for a plebiscite on the whole issue of the independence of Austria. And Hitler saw this for what it was, namely a fundamental challenge to his basic policy. And then, started, basically slamming the fist on the table and demanding that this not be done. And in fact, insisting that the Nazis come to power in Austria and that the Germans be invited in to kind of annex Austria into the Reich. The invasion of March 1938 was improvised. It wasn't something that Hitler had intended all along. It wasn't like there was a clear timetable and it was Austria's turn. It was very much a result of kind of unpredicted events that were somewhat distasteful to the Nazi regime because they didn't want the mailed fist to be shown as clearly as it was. They wanted a more political process to run its course. Right? But just look at the map. Look at the map over here. You see what happens when Austria is annexed into the German state? The Bohemian heartland of Czechoslovakia, the Czech heartland around Prague and so on. This is now surrounded on three sides. It's clear it's Czechoslovakia's turn. And once again, Hitler plays the card of national self-determination. Because the mountainous fringe of Czechoslovakia, an area called the Sudeten Mountains, was inhabited by German-speaking people, the Sudeten Germans. And these people had been particularly hard hit by the Depression. Their basic party representing them was the Sudeten German Party was essentially a branch of the Nazi Party. And Hitler was able to use the demand that the Sudeten Germans be granted the right of self-determination to drive a wedge between Czechoslovakia and the Western powers. The Czechs had an alliance with France. The British said that if this led France to go to war against Germany, Britain would be enter the war on the side of France. But of course, this is the last thing the British want. And so you have the second crisis of 1938, which is the Czech crisis, and tensions rise. Hitler is making these demands that the Sudeten Nazis Sudeten Germans be allowed to exercise their right of self-determination. You allow them to do so and cede all those areas to Germany, then the rest of Czechoslovakia is going to be totally at the mercy of Germany because mountainous areas are much more easily defensible than flat areas. And the Czechs, the only chance of the Czechoslovak state for survival was its ability to take advantage of those mountainous defenses and keep the Germans at bay because a lot of Germany's military resources would be diverted to the war with the West, right? But once the Sudeten Mountains are ceded to Germany, the Bohemian Plain would then be at the mercy of Germany, and the remnant of the Czechoslovak state would be at Germany's mercy. And so you have this whole issue that, the Germans insist on the right of self-determination. How can you deny them that? Well, Chamberlain says, well, let's do it peacefully. So he flies off to Germany to meet Hitler, and there are 3 meetings between Chamberlain and Hitler during the Czech crisis. First meeting at Hitler's mountain retreat in the Alps above Munich called Berchtesgaden. And Hitler says, well, there should be a plebiscite, and any areas where 50% of the population votes to join Germany, they should be ceded to Germany. And Chamberlain thinks, well, I think we can make a deal on that basis. Goes back and he gets support of the French and the rest of the British cabinet to support that, rather than go to war. And he thinks he has a deal. He flies back to meet Hitler at Godesberg in the Rhineland. And Hitler says, oh, no, what our terms have actually gone up. And what we're demanding now is that the Czechs immediately turn over all the areas that he's marked on a map that he turns over to Chamberlain. Well, this is just not even the charade of a negotiated settlement, of a reasonable settlement. Hitler's goal is to up the ante so that there's no peaceful settlement. He wants to raise his terms to the point where the Czechs can't accept them, but Britain and France aren't going to go to war with Czechoslovakia, because on behalf of Czechoslovakia. Because what he wants is a little war against Czechoslovakia so that he can annex all of Czechoslovakia without actually having a war with Britain and France. So can you pitch your demands at such a level that the Czechs won't accept them, but Britain and France in final analysis will? All right? Chamberlain doesn't like this, but he was personally disposed to accept these terms. But he goes back to England, and there's this big revolt among his colleagues. And the key figure here is the British Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax, who says, no, we can't accept this. And Hitler had reached the hard line of British resistance. And Hitler doesn't want a war. So he gives way, right? In fact, Hitler has comes to view Munich as a defeat, because what happens is there's a third conference. As people seem to get ready for war, the Germans get the Italians to propose a conference of Britain, France, with Germany and Italy to kind of settle the Czech thing. And Hitler reduces his demands to below what they had been at Godesberg. Still quite high, but enough to kind of get a settlement. There's no German war against Czechoslovakia. Hitler feels cheated by the Munich Agreement. He does not view Munich as a great victory, as we've all been led to believe. He views it as a defeat, and in fact pays a certain price in internal political terms, because there are various elements in the Nazi elite who are just stunned by the fact that Hitler has given way. Right? This is, Chamberlain is delighted. He says, Hitler has missed the bus. He's delighted by Munich. Hitler has missed the bus. Why is this? Because in Chamberlain's view, if war had broken out in 1938, Britain and France would not have had much of a chance. British and French rearmament had barely begun, especially in the whole area of the production of fighter aircraft that could shield Britain from German bombers. Right? That's a big difference between 38 and 39. This is one of the things that made it possible for Britain to win the Battle of Britain during the war, where British fighter aircraft was strong enough to prevent the Germans from gaining control of the skies and launching a successful invasion of the British Isles. Okay? So you have the whole Czech business settled without a war. Okay? And that sets the stage for the Polish crisis the next year. Contrary to Chamberlain's hopes and expectations, there was no détente with Germany. And British leaders, and especially Lord Halifax, come to the conclusion that either Hitler is going to fall or war with Germany is inevitable. To a certain extent, the British are coming to think in preventive war terms. And if war is inevitable, it's better for us to have it out with them sooner rather than later because the military balance is shifting against us. Yes, we have taken all these quite extraordinary armament measures, but for our own domestic, economic, and political reasons, we can't keep up the pace the way the Germans can. So we got to have it out with them sooner rather than later. This is Lord Halifax's view in January of 1939. As far as the general public is concerned, there's this huge hardening of British policy. Appeasement is abandoned. A policy of resistance is embraced. And what is the event that triggers that dramatic change in British attitudes? The German occupation of Prague, of the rump state of Czechoslovakia, in March of 1939. And why did the Germans do this? In part because their goal is to get control of Czech and Slovak territory that they can use as bait for reaching accommodation with the Poles and getting the Poles to side with Germany as a kind of a junior partner in a crusade against Soviet Russia. Okay? The British now move toward a policy of resistance. They're willing to accept Germany taking over now all of Czechoslovakia. But in the Polish crisis, which now develops, the British take a tough line, right? Because now we're talking about Germany annexing non-German-speaking territories, implying that there's no natural limit beyond which the Germans are unwilling to go. Right? You gotta, unless you're going to be faced with the German colossus down the road, you got to draw the line somewhere, and we're going to draw it at Poland. And the Poles, to Hitler's amazement, actually resist these German blandishments and are unwilling to reach an accommodation with Germany at all. And Hitler's notion is, well, you just keep raising the ante, increasing the pressure. But the Poles don't give way, and instead of Britain and France caving, British and French resistance actually hardens. Not because Chamberlain has opted for that policy, but the attitude of his cabinet colleagues and of the British public as a whole is such that the Chamberlainite policy of appeasement, is dead and can't be revived. All right, and so finally, in an act of desperation, to get the British to cave, Hitler sends Ribbentrop, now as foreign minister, over to Moscow to make a deal with the Soviets. And the result is the famous Ribbentrop-Molotov Pact, the Nazi-Soviet Pact of August of 1939. The goal being to convince Britain that resistance is hopeless, because the one thing that they're counting on, namely the Soviets coming in against Germany, if war breaks out, that whole card has been taken away. But the Nazi-Soviet Pact has exactly the opposite effect on the British, because a lot of conservative types, they were leery about the idea of kind of, making a deal with the Soviets. They wanted the moral issues to be clear-cut. Okay? And with Britain not willing to give away, and Hitler basically having committed himself by getting so involved in this crisis, things finally reach the point where neither side feels that it could pull back. And the result is this war that Hitler himself didn't want. He when he receives the news of the British declaration of war, he turns to Ribbentrop and he says, in German, was nun? What do we do now? This is not a war they wanted. It's not like 1914 where there's any equivalent of the Schlieffen Plan. They don't know how to deal with the British and the French. Yeah, they're able to beat Poland and divide Poland up with the Soviets, but now they're going to have to face this big war with Britain and France, a few years ahead of schedule, before German power has really been built up. Okay? So what does this mean about the questions that we're interested in? Raymond Sontag, the author of A Broken World, he wrote this really amazing article. It came out in Foreign Affairs in 1957. And after having studied the documents in some depth, he reached the conclusion that this war was not a war that Hitler wanted. It was a war that resulted from a political process that drew both sides in deeper and deeper until neither side could pull back. All right? From the tangle of evidence, one theme emerges, a theme which has relevance to our own day. It is the way in which a succession of diplomatic moves, intended only as preparatory to a still distant trial of strength, developed into a diplomatic crisis involving all of Europe, and eventually precipitated a world war which at the outset Hitler had no thought of starting, and which to the end he hoped to avoid. An extremely important conclusion because it bears very directly on the conceptual issues that we're concerned with in this class. Okay? I'm going to end with that now. Don't forget, on Friday, bring in your copy of the Taylor book, because the whole lecture on Friday will be devoted to an analysis of the Taylor book. And this is another way of getting at the same set of issues that we're interested in. But let me begin with where I left off last time, which was about the coming of the war in 1939. As you know, in this course, we're concerned with this big issue of what makes for war, right? How, or conversely, what makes for a stable international system. We'll get at that by looking at the major conflicts of the 20th century. The coming of the First World War in 1914, both in general and the specific dynamics of the July crisis. The coming of the Second World War in Europe in 1939, the coming of the Second World War in the Pacific in December of 1941, the Cold War, the four big conflicts of the 20th century. And we're reacting to the kind of common sense view, which is that if you want to understand what makes for war, you got to figure out who started it, who the aggressor was. Most countries are peace-loving countries. People don't want to shed blood in a great conflict unless they really have to. And so if you have a war, it must be started by some aggressive country. And what could be a better case for that than the Second World War? You look at how aggressive the Nazis were. You look at the Japanese and how they attacked out of the blue at Pearl Harbor. These are wars that are to be understood in terms of aggression, but any wars are. And so we then focus in on those particular conflicts to see whether that general model applies to those cases. And what was the basic point to emerge from the analysis of the coming of the Second World War in 1939? That conflict, and its importance lies in the fact that it's counterintuitive, that conflicts with what you've been led to believe. The basic point to emerge from a study of the coming of the Second World War in 1939 was that this was not a war that Hitler wanted at that time. Yes, he thought a war between Germany and the West was inevitable. He had hoped that he could put it off to 43-45. In the meantime, he wanted to clear the decks in the East. He had already solved the Austrian and Czechoslovak problems. Earlier in the year, the Germans had taken over the rump Czechoslovak state that existed after the Munich Agreement. They moved in March of 1939, a move which had a dramatic effect on British policy. This was the thing that shifted the British away from appeasement toward a policy of resistance. Okay. 1939, you have the Polish crisis now. Does Hitler intend to start a war with the West? By no means. Very important point. But to deter the West, he had to kind of ratchet up the level of tension. And the deeper both sides got into the crisis, the harder it was for either side to draw back. Right? And this was the basic point that Raymond Sontag, the author of the Broken World book that you've been reading for this course, this is the basic conclusion that he reached after immersing himself in all these German documents that had been captured by the Allies at the end of the war. He was the editor-in-chief of the German Documents Project. The Western Allies had gotten control of all of these German documents, and they decided that they were the ones who were going to, publish the key documents relating to the origins of the Second World War. Because the previous time, after the First World War, it was the Germans themselves who had published the documents as part of their campaign against what they called the war guilt lie. And they published these documents selectively to minimize German responsibility for the war. The Allies said, we don't want this to happen again after 1945. They were going to do it themselves. So there's this huge inter-Allied project, the Americans, the British, and the French, serious historians, the best historians in all three of those countries, to kind of select out what the important documents were and to publish them. And these were published in this great series, Documents on German Foreign Policy. Sontag was the editor-in-chief. And so he spent a long time kind of going through a massive amount of material. And he published, in a sense, a distillation of the insights that he had arrived at in this article, The Last Months of Peace, 1939, that he published in Foreign Affairs in 1957. I read you a little bit from the beginning of that last time, but the conclusion is also worth noting. This from the very last page of that article. He said, over and over, through the spring and summer of 1939, the British and French governments had said they would fight if Germany attacked Poland. These warnings went unheeded. In justification for his refusal to heed the warnings from London and Paris, Hitler invariably came back to the same arguments. Britain and France were militarily unprepared for war, and certainly for a war to protect Poland. They had threatened before and had drawn back at the end. The men in power in 1939 were the same men whose will had collapsed in the face of firm resistance. As he repeatedly boasted, he had bluffed and won before. What he had done when Germany was weak, he could do again with confidence now that Germany was strong. These boasts had an increasingly hollow sound from the last week of July. But by then, the whole world had come to regard the question of Danzig as a decisive test of strength. Through the years since 1933, he had advanced from one victory to another by convincing his opponents that if they did not surrender, he would annihilate them, and if necessary, bring what Bonnet called the House of Europe crashing in ruins. Now Hitler was confronted by the despised Poles. They not only remained steady through the war of nerves, but despite all provocation, they avoided rash action which would place the onus of aggression on them. If they were able to defy him with impunity, the tide which had carried him from success to success would turn. In a last desperate effort to break the will of his opponents, he promised the hated communists more for neutrality. There's an allusion to the Nazi-Soviet pact on the eve of the war, August 1939. More from neutrality than he himself could win from war against Poland. Even under this pressure, the courage of the Poles did not collapse. Retreat was now more impossible than ever. And so the diplomatic moves of March, intended at the outset only to advance Germany another stage along the road to supremacy in Europe, led inexorably, step by step, to war against the West, in which the very existence of Germany was at stake. Right? A remarkable conclusion. Hitler did not want this war. Right? Doesn't mean his policy wasn't aggressive, but he did not want the war. I told you the whole story of when he received the news of the British declaration of war in September 1939. He turned to his foreign minister, Ribbentrop, and says, well, nun, what do we do now? Right? So even in this case, the case of certainly one of the most aggressive statesmen in modern history, Hitler, you cannot view the coming of war in simple terms of aggressors versus victims. The aggressor, pressed the button, and that's what started the war. Very important conclusion for our purposes, because it means that the reality is a lot more complex than you're led to believe. That it's not as though one side and only one side has the initiative, and the other side is purely passive and purely reactive. And this is an important conclusion which we will come back to when we look at July 1914 and the Cold War. Okay? The importance of the Sontag view will become, I think, clearer when we analyze a somewhat different and more extreme view of the coming of the Second World War. And this is the view laid out in the Taylor book. Okay, so the bulk of the lecture today is going to be devoted to an analysis of that book. Okay? Don't forget the method that I kind of explained to you in the very first class of how you go about analyzing a text of this sort. It's not just a mindless presentation of facts. If it were, it would be scarcely worth reading. Any historical book that has value to it at all is going to have an argument. The author is going to want to be convincing you of something. And so you want first to identify what that core argument is, what the thesis of the book is. And there are certain key places you're going to want to look, because these are the places where the author knows that the readers are going to be really paying the most attention. And the author wants you to see what the point of the story is. Right? Well, I talked about what those places are: the title, first and last chapter, first and last paragraph, the titles of each of the chapters, and all that kind of thing. So in this case, look at the title: The Origins of the Second World War. This is a promise to you. The author is making a promise. I'm going to explain to you what caused the Second World War. And so you say, okay, where does Taylor do that? And again, you look at these various places. One of the key places is the very last page of the book. In this case, it's page 278. The paragraph that begins at the top of that page. Such were the origins of the Second World War, or rather of the war between the three Western powers over the settlement of Versailles, a war which had been implicit since the moment when the First War ended. Okay? Right? It was inevitable. Right? It was implicit in the political structure that had come into being in 1918, at the end of the First World War. Right? That's what caused the war, Taylor says. Well, you say, well, what does he mean by that? A war over the Versailles settlement. And right away, there's something puzzling here. What's puzzling? Well, you can see what's puzzling just by looking at the table of contents. Right? What's the title of chapter 4, one of the early chapters in the book? The End of Versailles. What's the first line in the very next chapter? Chapter 5 begins on page 87. Versailles was dead. Well, if Versailles is dead by 1935, how could the war be a war over Versailles? It doesn't make sense. What does Taylor mean? Right, these are puzzles. You see these puzzles when you kind of approach the text actively. What is Taylor trying to convince me? Well, to kind of get at that puzzle, you want to look at the second clause in that topic sentence of that paragraph in the final page. This whole business that a war which had been implicit since the moment when the first war ended. What does he mean by that, implicit there? Well, if you want to answer that question, where would you look? Again, you look at the table of contents. Where would you look? A war implicit in the decisions that have been made in 1918. Well, you look at Chapter 2, the legacy of the First World War. The title of Chapter 2, again, is a promise to you of, he's going to explain what the legacy of these events of 1918 were. And sure enough, that's what he does. Okay? What does he say? What does he say in that chapter? Again, you scour the chapter with that question in mind. Does he explain it? Well, on page 21, you have the following sentence. The decision which ultimately led to the Second World War. Again, this is a sentence that keys you into what his central argument is. A decision that ultimately led to the Second World War was taken from the highest and most sensible motives a few days before the First World War ended. This was the decision to grant an armistice to the German government. Okay? So nothing about Hitler there. This decision led directly to the war, well before Hitler came to power. And why was that decision so important, you ask yourself? And he explains this in the next couple of pages. It was important because, and he says this on page 23, the armistice settled the question of German unity as far as the First World War was concerned. Germany is left intact. That's why the armistice was important. The Allies didn't split up Germany into a whole bunch of really small states. They allowed Germany to be preserved as a single state. And then you say to yourself, yeah, well, why did that lead to war? And Taylor gives you the answer on the very next page, page 24, in a passage that is probably the most important passage in the book, because for our purposes, because it has a certain theoretical resonance. Why was the decision to leave Germany intact so important, and why did it lead to the Second World War? It says, the decision to leave Germany intact was the decisive, fateful outcome of the armistice and the peace treaty. The First World War left the German problem unsolved, indeed, made it ultimately more acute. This problem was not German aggressiveness or militarism or the wickedness of her rulers. These, even if they existed, merely aggravated the problem. And then he adds a little twist to the argument that's very typical of his intellectual style. It shows you, kind of his kind of brilliance as a scholar. He says, or perhaps actually made it less menacing by provoking moral resistance in other countries. And then he goes on, and this is the key sentence in this paragraph, and in a sense in the book as a whole. The essential problem was political, not moral. Yeah? The essential problem was political, not moral. What does he mean by that? Political, not moral. And he goes on to tell you what he means. However democratic and pacific Germany might become, she remained by far the greatest power on the continent of Europe. With the disappearance of Russia, more so than before. She was greatest in population, 65 million against 40 million in France, the only other substantial power. Her preponderance was greatest still in the economic resources of coal and steel, which in modern times together made up power. At the moment in 1919, Germany was down and out. The immediate problem was German weakness. But given a few years of normal life, it would again become the problem of German strength. More than this, the old balance of power, which formerly did something to restrain Germany, had broken down. Russia had withdrawn, Austria-Hungary had vanished. Only France and Italy remained, both inferior in manpower and still more in economic resources, both exhausted by the war. If events followed their course in the old free way, nothing could prevent the Germans from overshadowing Europe. And again, another very characteristic phrase, even if they did not plan to do so. Okay? It's objective factors, not subjective intent, that drive the course of events. It's structure, not statecraft, which is of crucial importance in determining political outcomes. Right? You read that passage, and if you've had exposure to any international relations theory at all, you can't help but feel that passage has a theoretical resonance. Taylor is a realist. This is what the realists say. They emphasize structure. They emphasize power. They downplay the importance of statecraft. They don't think that moral considerations count for all that much because states are forced to look out for their power political interests just out of concern for survival, and then moral considerations are kind of a luxury that they can't really afford to indulge themselves in if push comes to shove, right? Okay? So we have a certain linkage between a theoretical issue, this whole question of realism, or power, how important are power factors in international political life? Do they essentially drive things, as opposed to statecraft, as opposed to moral considerations, whether you have a Hitler or a Stresemann in charge, those kinds of things. There's a linkage between that general theoretical issue and the specific historical problem of how do you understand the coming of the Second World War. Taylor says it's to be understood in power political terms, that statecraft doesn't matter too much. Well, that's implicit in this general theoretical argument, and seeing that sensitizes you to the importance of his argument about Hitler. Because what is his argument about Hitler? Oh, Hitler's just another statesman. He's essentially passive. He rides the great tides of history that are created by these fundamental power political considerations. He's a medium, a vehicle through which these objective forces, power political forces, work their effects. Okay? Okay. And Taylor, in fact, he says in general, that the touchstone of a great statesman is his willingness to act simply as a medium, not try and put his imprint on events or shift the course of history, but to go with the historical flow. I mean, there's a sentence to this effect on page 72 where he says, the greatest masters of statecraft are those who do not know what they're doing. Again, this comes across as, what is he talking about? It kind of comes across as kind of paradoxical. Greatest masters of statecraft don't know what they're doing? What does he mean by that? This is what he means. He means that they allow themselves to serve as passive vehicles through which these fundamental objective forces, structural forces, work their effects. Okay? And he applies this in particular to Hitler. And when this book came out, people were really shocked by this argument because Taylor seemed to be basically saying there's nothing particularly special about Hitler. Hitler was just another statesman. He makes this argument, for example, on page 71. Hitler's aim, he says, was change, the overthrow of the existing European order. His method was patience. Despite his bluster and violent talk, he was a master in the game of waiting. He never made a frontal attack on a prepared position, at least never until his judgment had been corrupted by easy victories. Like Joshua before the walls of Jericho, he preferred to wait until the forces opposing him had been sapped by their own confusions and themselves forced success upon him. Okay? Hitler did not make precise demands. He announced that he was dissatisfied and then waited for the concessions to pour into his lap, merely holding out his hand for more. Page 108, another passage along these lines. At the very bottom of that page. Besides, it was never Hitler's method to take the initiative. He liked others to do his work for him, and he waited for the inner weakening of the European system, just as he had waited for the peace settlement to crumble of itself. Just allow these structural forces to work their effects. Hitler himself largely passive. Okay? So you see that there's a structure to the argument. There's a certain theoretical resonance, the whole question of realism. The basic problem is political, not moral. This is applied to a general interpretation of great power politics in the interwar period. It's right. It's like the war is implicit in the fact that Germany is so strong and Germany had been left intact. That's the general argument. That general argument that structural factors were decisive in shaping the course of events is fleshed out with a particular argument about Hitler, because if structure is important, statecraft doesn't really matter. And the argument about Hitler, well, how would you go about proving that argument about Hitler? Well, you have to show that in the great crises of the late 1930s, Hitler indeed was passive. That in the Austrian crisis, he wasn't, forcing the pace of events. In the Czech crisis in the second half of 1938, again, the same story. Polish crisis, this is not a war that Hitler wanted. And so what does this mean for us? We see that there's a structure to the argument. We identify the fact that there's a structure to the argument. That means that by zeroing in on these fairly specific claims about Austria, about Czechoslovakia, and so on, and analyzing them in terms of the evidence, and in particular the evidence that Taylor himself presents, we can reach an assessment about the validity of those specific claims. And when we do that, we can reach an assessment about the validity of the argument about Hitler that they support. And when we do that, that'll give us insight into the general historical question of what caused the Second World War. Was it structure or statecraft? And then when we answer that, that'll give us insight into the theoretical issue, all these theoretical questions we associate with the whole notion of realism, right? But in order for the specific factual analysis, the analysis of these kind of specific claims, to give us those sorts of insights, we first have to understand the kind of structure of the argument. All right? Okay. So how do you go about doing it? Well, there always, when you're analyzing historical arguments, there are two tests. There's the test of logic and the test of evidence. Test of logic is this argument internally consistent? Or does the historian say one thing at one point and a totally different thing at another point? All right? And then there's the test of evidence. He has specific accounts of the Austrian crisis, the Czech crisis. Are those accounts supported by the evidence, in particular by the evidence that he himself gives? Right? So let's analyze the argument first from the standpoint of its internal logic, and then from the standpoint of the adequacy of the evidence supporting it. Is Taylor perfectly consistent about Hitler? Well, when you approach the problem in those terms, and you look for what he's saying about Hitler's goals, you could scarcely help but be struck by the fact that there's a fundamental inconsistency here. It's like half the time he seems to argue that, it was just another German statesman, there's nothing special about him, he didn't have any goals worth noting. The other half of the time said, oh yeah, he was serious about expansion in the East. He really wanted a great war of conquest against the Soviet Union. What's the evidence? For the first thing, that Hitler changed nothing, page 68. Again, you're looking at this whole question of Hitler's goals. In this passage, it talks about Hitler made all these radical changes within Germany, and he says, but in one sphere alone he changed nothing. His foreign policy was that of his predecessors, of the professional diplomats of the foreign ministry, and indeed of virtually all Germans. Hitler, too, wanted to free Germany from the restrictions of the peace treaty, to restore a great German army, and then to make Germany the greatest power in Europe from her natural weight. Okay? Evidence to the contrary, he dismisses on the next page. Oh, those are just mere daydreams, he calls them. Don't really matter much. Okay? Page 108. Whatever his long-term plans, and then a parenthesis, and it is doubtful whether he had any, the mainspring of his immediate policy had been the destruction of Versailles. Okay? It's doubtful whether he has long-term plans. Page 134, another point along these lines. In the middle of the page, at the beginning of the paragraph that begins on that page, Hitler did not make plans for world conquest or for anything else. He assumed that others would provide opportunities and that he would seize them. Right? Hitler's passive. No great plan for dramatic change in the status quo. Now, on the other hand, if you look at page 70, at the end of the paragraph that ends in the middle of that page, he says, Eastern expansion was the primary purpose of his policy, if not the only one. At page 103, Hitler probably intended a great war of conquest against Soviet Russia so far as he had any conscious design. And he uses this to kind of contrast this with what actually happened. It is unlikely that he intended the actual war against Great Britain and France, which broke out in 1939. 2 pages later, page 105, at the very bottom of the page, Hitler's claim to living space, Lebensraum, sounded more plausible enough to convince Hitler himself. All right, so he's admitting there that Hitler was convinced by the need for Germany to acquire Lebensraum. All right? There's certainly a dissonance here. And when you come across this sort of contradiction, it can be quite revealing because it tells you something about the author's general intellectual style and indeed, I think about the level of honesty with which the author is approaching the topic. Okay. Taylor, you get the sense? He's going to say whatever he needs to say to support the immediate purposes of his argument. I'll give you, I think, a quite extraordinary example of this. This is a passage on page 217 to 218. He's looking at the argument that some people make that, yeah, Hitler deliberately engineered the war in 1939 because Germany had sprinted ahead in the construction of a great military establishment. Britain and France were just beginning to start their rearmament. What this meant was that Germany's lead would waste away, and if she were to have any chance of achieving her goals, she would have to, strike while she still had this lead. Right? So Taylor says, German armaments in themselves provide a second possible reason why Germany should drive to war. And he wants to show that it's not valid. Germany had established a lead in armaments over the other powers, and this lead would gradually waste away. Hitler himself used this argument, but only in the summer of 1939 when already committed to war. Right? So at the beginning of the paragraph, he's telling you that he thinks that Hitler was committed to war in the summer of 1939. And in the middle of the paragraph, he kind of qualifies that point somewhat. And he says that Hitler was intending to succeed without war, or at any rate, only with a war so nominal as hardly to be distinguished from diplomacy. Yeah, he wanted a war, but only a little war. And then the very final sentence in that paragraph, the same paragraph this is, the state of German armament in 1939 gives the decisive proof that Hitler was not contemplating general war and probably not intending war at all. So he starts off saying Hitler's already committed to war, and in the end he says he not only doesn't want a general war, he doesn't want any war at all. The same paragraph, right? This is an example of a very striking inconsistency that tells us something about Taylor's method. He'll say whatever he needs to say to kind of support his immediate purpose, the immediate point he's making. Okay. Now we apply the test of evidence. What does he say about the crisis of 1938, the Austrian and the Czech crisis of 38? So it basically says Hitler was passive. These events just kind of happened without Hitler's instigation. I mean, where do you see this? Well, at the very beginning of the chapter War for Danzig on page 248, the Sudeten Nazis, like the Austrians before them, built up the tension gradually without guidance from Hitler. Like the Austrians before them, what does he say about the Austrian crisis? Again, zero in on the chapter about the Anschluss. Page 139. Nazi agitation went on as before. Not even Hitler's orders could stop it. Okay. Question. Is there any evidence to support this? Footnote. Reference to some scholarly study that had made this point? No. It's just stated in this very flat way. Incidentally, what this means is that if you want to get a handle on these issues, the way to do it, after you see the structure of the argument and see the importance of these claims about Austria and supporting the whole larger structure, say, well, I'm going to look and see whether Hitler was as passive as Taylor made out. And there's a huge mass of material, including translated material. And one could study to reach a conclusion on this subject. Okay? What about the Czech crisis? What does he say about the Czech crisis? Okay. And as I say, Sudeten Nazis built up the violence gradually without guidance from Hitler. That was that passage I just read on 248. Well, what about in the chapter dealing with the Czech crisis? Had he proven that point? Well, he certainly makes the point on page 152 at the very end of that paragraph that ends in the middle of the page there. Even more than in the case of Austria, Hitler did not need to act. Others would do his work for him. The crisis over Czechoslovakia was provided for Hitler. He merely took advantage of it. Okay. Does he support it? Well, the very next paragraph, the one that bottom half of that page and the top part of the next page, he actually tells the story. He gives some of the evidence of what was going on with the Sudeten Nazis. And at the very top of 153, he points out that on 28 March, Hitler received the Sudeten representatives and appointed Henlein, their leader, his viceroy. They were to negotiate with the Czechoslovak government, and in Henlein's words, quote, "We must always demand so much that we can never be satisfied." And Taylor ends that paragraph with the following sentence. He screwed up the tension in the hope that something would give somewhere. How does this relate to the claim that the Sudeten Nazis built up the violence without guidance from Hitler? Well, that totally contradicts it. Hitler, by Taylor's own admission, by Taylor's own account, by citing a document that from the period, Taylor shows that headline was being given guidance. The Sudeten Nazis were being told exactly what to do. And Taylor's own summary of it. Hitler screwed up the violence. Hitler is driving the course of events. How could he say otherwise, given the evidence that he had just presented? Right? What do these things do? When you see these things, you can see that his whole argument about the 1938 crisis and Hitler's passivity in that crisis, a key element in his whole the story that he tells, it just falls to the ground. Right? Makes you wonder also about his whole account of the Austrian crisis. No evidence. Right? The contradictions in that paragraph that I read you about the Polish crisis, 1939. Once again, red flags should go up. The empirical basis for this argument about Hitler is extremely weak. So if that argument falls, what does it do to this general argument about the origins of the war? Extreme, you really have to wonder about it. And when you see how weak it is empirically, that also suggests, well, maybe there's a conceptual problem. And what's the conceptual problem? It's like, well, suppose Taylor's right, that the basic problem is political and not moral. That there's this problem of German power. That Germany, in the normal course of things, would build up her power and reemerge as the number one power in Europe, stronger even than she had been in 1914. Right? So there are only two possibilities there. Either the other powers in Europe would be able to intervene early to keep Germany from building up her power and maintain a system of artificial constraints on German power, such as, by the way, the sort of system that was created during the Cold War period where Germany was forced to remain non-nuclear to the present day, incidentally. Right? Artificial constraints can in principle be enforced. But if they're not enforced, and they rust away, and German power reemerges, then where's the problem? Why is there any risk of war? If all the Germans want to do is become a strong country, and there's nothing that's going to prevent them from doing so, why should there be a risk of war? Why should the fact that Germany is the number one power in Europe cause war more than the fact that France is the number one country, or Russia, or whatever? All right? So conceptually, there's a problem, too. And those are the kind of insights you get when you analyze this sort of argument, right? They speak to the whole general issue of realism, because this is the whole issue of how important is structure as opposed to statecraft, power politics as opposed to moral considerations, so on. Right? And the basic conclusion you got to reach is that obviously both kinds of factors come into play, that it's simply an empirical issue how you go about striking the balance between the two. It's absurd to take the argument as far as Taylor did, to say, oh, well, Hitler was just a cipher, that German policy played no role at all. In a sense, this is a reductio or absurdum of that kind of extreme realist argument. On the other hand, you don't want to go too far in the other direction and say, oh, Hitler is just making all these choices in a political vacuum, that the policies of other countries, power considerations and so on don't count for anything. Right? You want to be able to strike the balance. And that's why the kind of comparison of the Taylor book with the Sontag book can be so revealing. Because an honest, first-rate historian, very smart, immersed in the close study of the documentary evidence, can reach powerful conclusions that play a key role in shaping your understanding of how international politics works. Whereas a kind of clever, facile sort of approach, that just doesn't do the trick at all. So the analysis of the Taylor book, it's like you may say, well, what's the point of the lecture today? It's so bad, why do I even assign it? Just throw it in the garbage. No. The analysis of this book can pave the way to fundamental insights of that sort. And that's why I decided to kind of give you this sort of lecture today to show you how, in practice, this kind of analysis can be done. Okay, next time we deal with the war itself and then ultimately with Pearl Harbor. Today we're going to be concerned with the whole period from the outbreak of the European War in September of 1939 to the coming of a global conflict in the course of the year 1941. 1941, there are these two great events. There's the German attack on the Soviet Union. It's called Operation Barbarossa in June of 1941. And then in December of 1941, as you all know, the Japanese attack on the American naval base at Pearl Harbor, which brings the United States into the war, not just against Japan, but ultimately against Germany as well. All right? So in this lecture and the next lecture, we're going to be looking at these events with a view to what they tell us about these kind of central issues that international relations theorists are interested in. This great problem of war and peace, and in particular the whole question of whether war is to be understood in structural terms as opposed to in simple terms of statecraft, as an act of aggression where moral considerations play the central role, or whether there's a political process going on here that has to do with power factors, where it's not just one side that drives the course of events, but there's a kind of interactive process where both sides play a role, and neither side has total control over what happens. Okay? So the point of the last three lectures, and especially the very last lecture I gave you on Friday, was that political considerations, structural considerations, count for a whole lot more than you had been led to believe. The War of 1939 was not a war that was engineered by Hitler, pure and simple, that he woke up one day and decided, let's start a war. He did not want this war that broke out in September of 1939. He viewed a war with the Western powers as inevitable, if not as desirable. But he thought he could put it off until the 1943-45 period. Right? And the actions that he took in 38-39 were not designed to engineer a great European war. They were designed to kind of clear the decks in the East and strengthen his position so that he would be able to take on the Western power successfully. I read you those passages from that really remarkable Sontag article from 1957. These events, the laying on of the crisis in 1939 was not designed to bring about a war. But what happens is that Hitler gets caught up in a process that, to be sure, he played a key role in instigating, but he can no longer totally control. And Sontag says, well, this has a certain bearing on the sorts of problems we're going to have to face today. Don't forget, he's writing this in the mid-1950s. You could have a war, a great war, that's not the result of deliberate aggression. You got to worry about losing control over the course of events as each side in a crisis, digs itself in deeper and deeper, so that both sides find it harder and harder to disengage from the crisis, and the result could be a war that neither side had really intended at the outset of a crisis. And if that's true, even in the case of Hitler in 1939, well, it must have some sort of very general bearing, given how aggressive Hitler, in fact, was. certainly has a certain bearing on how we understand the First World War. And we'll see that whole way of looking at things also has a certain bearing on how we understand the Cold War. Very important conclusions because they can answer the question of how could a war come even though no one wants it? And obviously in the nuclear age, that question is of fundamental importance. Because obviously no one wants a general nuclear war. So why should we take the threat of nuclear war seriously? Because a war can come without one side or the other deciding coolly and deliberately to unleash a conflict. A war could come because of the way international politics works, because of this kind of structural dynamic that you see at play. And in this case, Sontag's emphasizing the dynamics of a crisis, of a mounting crisis. As each side gets in deeper and deeper, neither side can really pull back. But in fact, a recent historical work has shown that there's more to the story than that. Because there's also a dynamic here having to do with the shifting military balance. This is a big issue for international relations theorists. I think I mentioned to you this very important article by Robert Jervis called Cooperation Under the Security Dilemma. I'm sure I mentioned this. It was written in this very, very building when Jervis was an assistant professor in our department here. And the whole idea is that because of the nature of the system, countries are led to behave aggressively even for purely defensive reasons. They have no guarantee that if they don't take kind of proactive measures to head off threats before they become too serious, whether other countries that are on the rise in terms of their power are going to be willing to live with the status quo. The line between aggression and defense is blurrier than people think. And then Jervis went on to say, well, what's the key factor that determines how serious this problem is, how pernicious it is? I believe he used that term. This problem, the security dilemma it's called. The countries are forced to behave like aggressors, even for purely defensive purposes. And the clash of those policies, of policies that are oriented in essentially defensive goals, that could lead to a war, right? These are very important conclusions. Jervis says, well, what determines how pernicious this problem is? It has to do with the offense-defense balance in his view. Right? What goes on in the military sphere is of fundamental importance. The idea was taken up and developed by other political scientists, most notably Stephen Van Evera. The idea was that there are these military dynamics that push states to act before the military balance turns against them. This is what we call the notion of preventive war. We may not want a war, but we certainly don't want to be on the short end of the stick and lose our independence and just be under the control of some foreign power or have to face a war down the road when we're much weaker. So maybe it's better to have it out with these foreign countries sooner rather than later. Right? We have a window of opportunity, but that window is brief. It's going to close. If we don't act now, while we still have a chance of winning, then our situation will become unbearable a few years down the road. So let's pursue a much more active policy now, because it's our only chance of safeguarding our own security, right? These notions, window of opportunity, or the opposite side of that coin, window of vulnerability. One side's window of opportunity is the other side's window of vulnerability, preventive war, and so on. These notions, it is said, play a key role in shaping actual policy and can cause problems even among defensive, status quo-oriented states. Okay? That's a basic concept of international relations theory. And I have to say that for me as a historian, when I first encountered this stuff, I was very skeptical. And I didn't think that this stuff played anything like the role in international politics that these theorists said. And I had the usual prejudices of historians against theorists, that they're not deeply immersed in the sources, they don't understand how things actually work. It turns out that in very major ways, these guys were right and I was wrong. I mean, for me, this was just amazing. And in particular in the run-up to World War II. In particular, and we're gonna see that, because one of the key factors that was shaping the political process that led to the coming of the war was the hardening of British policy from what it had been in 1938. Right? The British had turned against appeasement. Not that they got rid of Chamberlain as prime minister, but Chamberlain, who remained an appeaser, his policy was very narrowly circumscribed because the British have this a cabinet system of government. The prime minister doesn't have anything like the power of an American president in terms of shaping policy. And Chamberlain's ability to appease Hitler, to continue his policy, was very narrowly circumscribed by the fact that he was now a minority within his government. The key person who played a pivotal role, a decisive role in shaping British policy was the Foreign Secretary, Lord Halifax. And Lord Halifax, drew the line. He was the one who basically says, we can't accept the Godesberg demands, right? We're going to have it out with Hitler sooner or later because we cannot tolerate a German superpower emerging in Europe. Even if Germany didn't move against the Western powers, if he limited his demands to the East. If Germany was able to carve out a great empire in the East and harness the resources of all of Europe, from the Rhine to the Urals, behind a powerful war machine, well, that would be the end of British and French independence. Right? So we had to see now whether the Germans were going to go that far. Right? Hitler, it seemed, was willing to do that, was willing to accept war if it kind of came down to it. But we had to kind of draw the line now, right? And so you find a toughening of British policy in the post-Munich period, symbolized by the great increase in British rearmament that took place during this period. Right? Britain was relatively vulnerable in 1938 because she couldn't deal with the threat of a German bomber attack. But that year from 38 to 39 allowed the British to buckle down and start producing these fighter planes that could deal with the German Luftwaffe. Lord Halifax says in the British cabinet, the beginning of February 1938, he says that we gotta face the possibility, or we gotta accept the possibility of a showdown with Germany, because by the end of the year, one of two things is going to happen: either Hitler is going to get overthrown, or there's going to be a war. Right? What's going on in the minds of people like Halifax? Well, the British have made all these extraordinary rearmament decisions in the aftermath of Munich. Quite reluctantly in Chamberlain's case, it's forced on him by his cabinet. Right? They've made these rearmament decisions, but they know they can't keep up the pace. It's very hard in a democracy to gear yourself up for preparation for war unless you're in an actual fighting war. Okay? The British sense they can't keep up the pace. And therefore, they're going to have to bring matters to a head with Germany sooner rather than later. This is a fundamental conclusion reached by a British scholar who studied these things. His name is Richard Overy. He kind of interprets British policy in 1939 in terms of that dynamic. We can't keep up the pace. Given that fact, the military balance is going to turn against us because Hitler can draw off from the German economy whatever level of resources he wants, because he has all the methods of a very brutal dictatorship to control the country. Britain can't do that. Therefore, we have to kind of test the Germans. Take a tough line. The Germans could avoid war by overthrowing the Hitler regime, but Hitler himself is probably not going to back down. And if he remains in power, there's going to be war by the end of the year. Now, he says this at the beginning of February 1939 in the British cabinet. And what's extraordinary here is that this shift in official British thinking took place before the great event that shifted British thinking in the country as a whole. The shift from from appeasement to resistance, that basic attitude on the part of the British people as a whole, took place, and I've mentioned this a couple of times, took place only in March of 1939, the following month, as a result of the German occupation of Prague, the German seizure of the rump Czechoslovak state. Right? Up to that point, you could rationalize what the Germans were doing because they were only interested in ethnically German territories. German policy could be rationalized in terms of the principle of self-determination. Now they were taking over a Slavic country. That raised the issue of how far were these people going to go? And so the mass of the British population shifted toward a policy of resistance in March as a result of the seizure of Prague, as it's called. Right? Very important. But British official thinking took place before that, as a result of the fact that there was no détente after Munich, as Chamberlain especially had hoped, and that German goals seemed to be as intransigent, Germans seemed to be as averse to an understanding as ever. Okay. That's important because it shows that Britain is playing a role and that British policy is being shaped by these structural forces, the sense of better to have it out sooner rather than later. But that's not the end of the story. The issue of how important it was window logic, you can't just stop there by talking about British policy. You could push the argument a lot further when you realize the fundamental role that what was called the America factor. That's the title of a very famous article by a German historian, Andreas Hillgruber. The America factor was playing in shaping international political life during this period. Far, far more fundamental than any of us had been led to believe. Again, for me, this was just totally eye-opening. Because we'd all been led to believe, what was American policy during the interwar period? Oh, isolationism. Wilson had this great dream of a League of Nations, and the Senate wouldn't ratify the League of Nations covenant, and therefore the United States withdrew from world affairs. It turned its back on Europe. It became just preoccupied with its own internal affairs. And we only went back in when we got this big knock on the head in the form of the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. I mean, that's the kind of view that you absorb, in high schools and from the general culture and so on. Right? It turns out, and this is going to be the point of the lecture both today and next time when I'm going to be talking about Pearl Harbor. It turns out that there's no substance to that view. It's just absurd. It doesn't make any sense at all. Why would the Japanese, a country that was much, much weaker than the United States in terms of mobilizable war power, using any of the indices that were measures of military potential given the military technology of that period. Above all, steel production. The United States was outproducing Japan in terms of steel by like a factor of 7. Here's Japan, already bogged down in this unwinnable war with China that they had begun in 1937. Right? Japan is going to gratuitously attack the strongest country in the world. Same sort of point. I don't know if you remember this, but in the tail of the book, the very last page in the tail of the book, in fact, I think it's like the very last paragraph. All right? It talks about how Hitler's success depended on the isolation of Europe from the rest of the world, and how he gratuitously destroyed the source of this success. In 1941, he attacked Soviet Russia and declared war on the United States, 2 world powers who asked only to be left alone. In this way, a real war began. Gratuitously, no reason for it, right? It's like, does that, every rationalist bone in your body says it just can't be. Even the most brutal dictator has to be concerned with power political considerations. Why would Hitler, with his hands full in the Soviet Union, as it was in December of 1941, why would he just decide to declare war on the United States? Out of loyalty to his alliance to Japan? Right? It's like Hitler's such a man of honor that he's compelled to kind of follow through with his alliance commitments regardless of consequences. Yeah, come on. These are kind of fundamental puzzles which sensitize us to the probability that something more is going on, something of a political nature having to do with the dynamics that we're talking about. And these dynamics have to do with the question of, is the United States going to enter into the war? This war of 1939. As I say, this whole argument that American policy was crucial well before Pearl Harbor is going to strike a lot of you as surprising. It's like, well, it conflicts with what you've been led to believe. This is a view, as I say, that American policy in the interwar period had been isolationist. It's certainly true that after the defeat of the League of Nations Covenant in the Senate, America kind of withdrew from participation in world affairs. The question is, was that the cause of the defeat? If a few senators had voted differently and the United States had joined the League, would American policy have been different? Well, in the League, outside of the League, country has a policy, pursues that policy. The turning against Europe, this was not a question of high-minded Wilsonian internationalists who really wanted to participate in stabilizing the status quo in Europe versus these retrograde Republican isolationists who are unwilling to accept America's new responsibilities in the world. It's like you look at this issue a little bit more closely, and you see that it was a lot of these Wilsonians that turned against the whole idea of continued American participation in European affairs. The whole Wilsonian philosophy is that power is not a normal, natural, legitimate element in international political life. And it wasn't that America had a political interest in making sure that no power dominated Europe, a political interest in stabilizing relations between the major powers in Europe. Wilson didn't think in those terms. It's like America had been a visionary power. We had shown the Europeans the way out of their age-old, conflicts that were rooted in these very old-fashioned ways of conducting policy, with a whole approach based on the notion of the balance of power and power politics. We wanted to sweep that all away, and they didn't accept that. And so, we're not going to, help these countries that had rejected this vision. They had kind of shown their true colors. We're washing our hands of responsibility. They should be grateful for the fact that we came to their aid in the First World War and not expect anything more. Those attitudes were attitudes that you see on the part of Wilson and his followers in the post-Versailles period. There's a really extraordinary article. It's an autobiographical article by one of these people. His name was Walter Millis. He's a journalist. He was the editorial writer for the New York Herald Tribune, which was the country's, I'd say, second or third most important newspaper in those days. Millis was the author of a very important book called Road to War. I think it came out in 1935, saying what a mistake America's intervention in the First World War had been. We intervened for all the wrong reasons, with the result that we really messed up the peace. Big bestseller, played a key role in shaping the neutrality legislation of the late 1930s. Millis has, I think, a quite extraordinary autobiographical piece in a book called 0 Hour. And he basically talks about the evolution of his own thinking. He was a big Wilsonian. It's like, here we have this promise of this golden new world. And then look at what the reality was. Look at how the Wilsonian program was defeated. It's like the whole thing had been pointless. What's the point of getting involved in European affairs, right? Whereas on the Republican side, there's a certain degree of isolationism, given the domestic political base of the Republican Party in the Midwest. Not totally surprising. But a lot of the Republican leaders who had opposed Wilson, like his great adversary, Henry Cabot Lodge, senator from Massachusetts, were perfectly comfortable thinking in power political terms, balance of power terms. That Wilson's refusal to do so was one of the things they held against him. It's universalism, it's moralism, it's legalism. Right? The story is a bit more complex than we've been led to believe. These isolationist forces, as we call them, they came into play in a major way in the second half of the 1930s, as it became increasingly clear that the world order was breaking down. The risk of war was on the rise, and you had the Japanese move into Manchuria in 1931, and then beginning of the Japanese war in China in 1937, the Italian thing in Ethiopia in 1935, the Spanish Civil War in 1936. All these things created this sense of we're moving toward war, especially when you looked at what was going on in Germany with the whole Nazi program, the militarization of German society, all that kind of thing. So the Americans say, well, we want to make sure that we don't drift into war the way we had in 1917. And since one of the big arguments there was that we went to war for economic reasons because Britain and France controlled the seas, and therefore a kind of tacit alliance had developed between the British and French on the one hand, American economic interests, bankers, munitions makers, and so on the other. This shaped American policy and prevented America from pursuing a policy based on its interests. So you have, beginning in the mid-1930s, 1935, influenced in large part by this Millis book that I mentioned, you have the Congress adopting a series of laws called the Neutrality Acts. Right? And President Roosevelt was by no means an isolationist. He went along with all this stuff, because he had to take domestic political feelings into account. Plus, he calculated that in practice, what the United States would be doing under the Neutrality Acts was in line with a policy of supporting the democracies against the dictatorships. Right? One of these things called for an embargo. Well, you have an embargo against Italy in the war against Ethiopia. Well, it was the Italians that would be able to draw on American resources, not the Ethiopians. So having a mandatory embargo, in effect, hurt Italy. Japan was in a stronger position to import from the United States, being a great naval power, than China was. So an embargo would hurt Japan and help China. Right? So you could square the circle in those ways. Right? And after the outbreak of the war in Europe, Roosevelt wanted to do what he could to kind of help Britain and France without running any risk of American involvement. Because his notion was, well, Britain and France, they're strong powers, and together they could hold the line against Germany. The First World War had shown the power of the defense in ground warfare. And Britain and France, well, France especially, had had all these years to prepare for a new German offensive, Maginot Line and so on. And so, well, we could lean a little bit toward helping them. So the neutrality legislation was changed to have, very shortly after the outbreak of war in Europe in late 1939, away from the idea of a mandatory embargo, which would hurt the sea powers, Britain and France, and thus help Germany, to the idea of a cash and carry legislation, which meant that they would have to pay cash for whatever the belligerents would have to pay cash for whatever they imported from the United States. They couldn't buy things on credit because that gave the American economy too great a stake in the victory of one side or another. Right? Plus, they would have to kind of carry it in their own ships because this whole notion of the United States should have a right to trade with whoever it wanted, that was now viewed as very foolish. So cash and carry neutrality, in effect, favored Britain and France against Germany. So there's a little bit of support for Britain and France. That was as far as Roosevelt could go. Because he thought that Britain and France could sustain themselves without direct American involvement. The next big step is June of 1940. Again, this is one of these dates everybody should know because it was pivotal in the history of the Second World War. This was the time that France fell. France was conquered by Germany. There had been a German offensive that began in May, and within 6 weeks, the French were forced to kind of sue for armistice terms. And those armistice terms left Germany in occupation of most of France, certainly the entire Atlantic coast, and a French regime was created, the Vichy regime, that tried very hard to reach an accommodation with Germany. Okay? The fall of France meant that Britain was now isolated and Hitler was supreme on the continent of Europe. Soviet Union, seeing how strong Germany was, was falling over itself to remain on good terms with Germany. Okay? Roosevelt believed that it would be disastrous for the United States if Britain fell. And he made a key political decision following the fall of France that the United States would do whatever it had to do to prevent Britain from falling. But his political freedom of action was very limited. Why was it limited? We're talking the summer of 1940. You know what happens in November of every fourth year? What was going to happen in November of 1940? A new election. And Roosevelt was running for an unprecedented third term. And there was a lot of Republican opposition to Roosevelt, and they suspected that he was not serious about keeping the United States out of the war. Or at least they cynically calculated that given the extent of isolationist sentiment in the country as a whole, by playing on that sentiment, they could, defeat Roosevelt's bid for a third term. Right? And Roosevelt responded to those political incentives by taking a very isolationist line himself. This culminated in a famous speech that he gave during the election election campaign in Boston. Okay. I have said this before, but I shall say it again and again and again. Your boys are not going to be sent into any foreign wars. All right? October 30th, 1940. Okay. Let me just say in passing, you look at the history of American involvement in foreign wars in the 20th century. We got involved in basically four of them during the first half of the century. Well, during the Cold War, through the end of the Cold War. We got into the First World War, Second World War, the Korean War, and the Vietnam War. In all of those wars, you have presidents or top U.S. officials giving speeches of this sort. Wilson campaigned for re-election in 1916 on the slogan, "He kept us out of war." It was an implied promise that he would continue to keep us out of war. Roosevelt made this promise in October of 1940. Lyndon Johnson campaigning for re-election in 1964 said, "I will not send American boys to fight and die in a war that Asian boys should fight." Right? 1950, prior to the Korean War, Secretary of State Dean Acheson said in a public speech that South Korea was outside the American defense perimeter. Right? It's quite extraordinary because there's this view in political science associated with Dan Ryder and Alan Stamm, I think most notably, that democracies are different from other countries in terms of the sorts of foreign policies they pursue, because political leaders have to behave in an honest, open, above-board way. If they're found to be dishonest, and there's a high risk of that given the nature of the American political system, they'll pay such a huge price with the voters that they can't behave in that way. They have to pursue open policies. They're under the thumb of a peaceful electorate, and therefore they tend to pursue more peaceful policies than other sorts of regimes, right? This is their argument. You look just at the basic record of U.S. entry into these wars in the 20th century, and the truth is very different. Anyway, that's just a digression. Roosevelt wins re-election. Right away, the policy becomes much more overt. Right? In fact, the change had begun even before the election with the famous deal he made exchanging these so-called overage American destroyers, giving that to the British in exchange for the American right to build bases on British possessions in the Western Hemisphere. Okay? All this stuff could be sold to the public, not as a step toward involvement in the war, but as doing what was necessary to keep America out of war and to prepare for the worst by shoring up hemispheric defenses. For the same reason the Congress is willing to go along with really dramatic rearmament measures during this period. Okay? But it's very clear that Roosevelt and his whole government wanted to go a lot further than that. But they have to move in this stealthy way. They can't be honest and above board about it. A lot of people think that this is a defect of Roosevelt. My own personal view is that this is a mark of his political greatness, that he was able to do what he viewed as necessary for the defense of the country, even though the bulk of the country would not have supported him if he had done this in a more open, more honest, and straightforward way. The evolution of U.S. thinking. One of the key steps here is the development of a U.S. strategy. The first key step was taken by the Chief of Naval Operations, top naval officer, Admiral Harold Stark, in when is this? I think it's October or November 1940. There's something called the Plan Dog Memorandum. Plan Dog, Stark was like considering the whole question, what should American policy be? Part of it was, if we do get involved in a war, how should we fight it? Should we deal with all of our enemies at the same time, or should we concentrate first on one and then on the other? And if so, which one? Stark was, the basic conclusion was Germany is a much more dangerous adversary than Japan. We got to deal with Germany first. Once we deal with Germany, Japan will kind of fall into place. Right? Stark didn't even like the idea of war with Japan. And he laid out his thinking, not just about how the United States should fight a war if it got involved in one, but rather what American policy should be prior to our involvement in the war. And Stark felt it was absolutely essential that we get involved in the war. Because the British couldn't do the job by themselves, and if the Americans just sat on their hands, the British would sooner or later come to the conclusion that it made no sense to just go on fighting a hopeless war and that they should come to terms with Hitler. Right? So we had to give the British hope that we would intervene, and it was in our political interest to intervene, and we should move in that direction. And Roosevelt supported all this stuff, but secretly, very secretly. And he allowed the American military, the Navy, and the Army to engage in secret talks with the British about what could be done, about the sorts of naval measures that would be taken to make sure that American goods got to Britain, because in early 1941, Roosevelt took a major step. And this was the adoption of Lend-Lease, proposed to the Congress, adopted by the Congress, with the argument that if America became the great arsenal of democracy and American resources were used to enable the British to fight the war, America wouldn't have to kind of enter the war itself. We were shoring up Britain, and Britain was America's first line of defense. Right? Lend-Lease was sold as an argument that this would keep, by the argument that this would keep the Americans out of the war. In reality, and this is very clear, U.S. leaders knew better than that, because once you're supplying the British with all these American goods, you have to make sure that the goods actually get there. The Germans are going to want to sink the ships that are carrying those goods, so you're going to have to protect those ships. And by that, you're going to convoy them, and the convoys would have to be protected by, American naval vessels. The British couldn't do the job all by themselves. And it was universally understood, given the conditions of naval warfare, that for that American naval protection to be effective, the Americans were going to have to take the initiative and sink German ships, German submarines above all. All this stuff was understood, but it was kind of kept from the public, right? So there's a stepping up of the pace of American involvement. Why is this important? Because it has a dramatic effect on German policy. The Germans had the sense from the start that America was not purely passive. Now, the sense on the part of the Germans was that Roosevelt was trying to take the country into the war, but that he was held back by political sentiment at home, and by American isolationism. Okay? And so what effect does this have on Hitler? It creates the sense for him that he has a window of opportunity to move. Because if he just sat on his hands and waited for America to get involved in the war in a much more direct way, then that would be too late. Because he would then be at the mercy of Russia. Russia would see how Germany was now preoccupied with growing American power, raise the demands vis-a-vis Germany. Okay. And he senses that he has a limited window of opportunity in which to move to kind of clear the decks in the East, to strengthen his position on the continent of Europe before American intervention becomes effective. And this America factor plays a key role in shaping the Nazi decision to go to war against Russia. Let's see, do I have the... Okay. Yeah, this is what Hitler says. All continental European problems had to be solved in 1941, Hitler says, because, and this is a quote, because beginning in 1942, the USA will be in a position to intervene. He senses that his window is closing, therefore he has to move. And in fact, he does prepare for this great invasion, which takes place in June of 1941. Another key date, German invasion of the Soviet Union. And that, in turn, has a dramatic effect on American policy and American thinking, and leads to a great quickening of the pace as far as the United States was concerned. Why is this? U.S. thinking is laid out in a very important document called the Victory Program, September 11th, 1941. 60 years to the day before the attacks on New York and Washington. And what did the Victory Program call for? Basically, it wasn't just an argument about how the war should be fought if we got in. It was a document prepared by the military for Roosevelt. It was an argument about what American policy should be, and the argument was Germany has invaded Russia. She still has her hands full kind of trying to subdue Russia, but Germany's going to win. When Germany defeats Russia, it'll take the Germans a couple of years to bring order out of chaos in the conquered areas and harness the resources of all of Eurasia up to the Urals to the German war machine. When that happened, Germany would be unconquerable with all the advantages of interior lines of communication and so on. Germany would pose a unmanageable long-term threat to American security. Therefore, we had to intervene fast before the Germans were in a position to do so. Okay? For power political reasons, we had to intervene. Hitler wasn't going to oblige us by declaring war on us. We had to do what we needed to do to engineer a war with Germany before it was too late. Right? Prevent a war thinking, pure and simple. Roosevelt accepted this. Right? As a matter of fact, if you read his speeches to the country in the last half of 1941, it's quite extraordinary. It's not like he's pandering to isolationism. He's laying out what American policy had to be given the German threat. And Roosevelt emphasized that there was a real German threat. We're no longer protected by these great oceans the way we were in the past. Why? Because of the rise of air power and the dramatic increases in the range of long-range bombers and so on. Don't forget, Roosevelt had already become aware of the probability that nuclear weapons would be created, and the Manhattan Project had begun before we even got involved in the war, the project to build a nuclear weapon. Okay. This plays a crucial role now in shaping U.S. policy as the Americans move to try and provoke Hitler into declaring war on us. Roosevelt's policy in this regard cannot be clearer. He explains it to the new British Prime Minister, Winston Churchill. Chamberlain had been forced out in 1940, and he was replaced by Churchill. Churchill, the symbol of dogged resistance to the Germans. And Churchill and Roosevelt, they meet off the coast of Newfoundland in August of 1941, and Roosevelt lays out to Churchill his strategy. He tells Churchill he was obviously determined that the United States should come into the war. This is Churchill's report to the cabinet when he got back. But Roosevelt made it clear that he was skating on pretty thin ice with the Congress, and felt that if he were to put the issue of peace and war to Congress, they'd debate it for 3 months, and that he therefore had to proceed in a more indirect way. The president said he would wage war but not declare it, and that he would become more and more provocative. If the Germans did not like it, they could attack American forces. Right? Roosevelt, Churchill reported, had ordered the U.S. Navy to attack any U-boat, German submarine, which showed itself even if it were 200 or 300 miles away from the convoy. And Admiral Stark intended to carry out this order literally. Everything was to be done to force a, quote, incident. And that way the United States would come to war. And in fact, in the latter half of 1941, the U.S. Navy was conducting an undeclared war against Germany in the North Atlantic. One of the main books that was written on this period was called The Undeclared War. It was Roosevelt's goal to provoke Hitler into declaring war on us, right? Because he couldn't go to the Congress and say we should declare war on Germany as an act of policy, right? The American people wouldn't go for that. They would go for war only if it seemed like we were the victims. But the problem was that Hitler didn't want to be provoked, right? He had his hands full with Russia. He restrained his admirals. He held them back. He told them not to take action that would lead to a U.S.-German war. Germany was deliberately not being provocative, right? Why is this an example of preventive war thinking? Because the Americans didn't think that Germany wanted a war with the United States right away. The Germans, in their view, preferred a few more years of peace with America while they built up their power. But we couldn't accept that. We couldn't allow Germany to become so strong that the military problem for us would be unmanageable. Therefore, we had to take all these actions that would lead to American intervention in the war before it was too late. You know, all the stuff quite clear when you look at the documents, and very important from the standpoint of our larger theoretical issue. Right? These events are not to be understood in terms simply of Hitler driving the pace. Hitler is an act of pure aggression, starting World War II in September 1939, pure aggression, attacking the Soviet Union. All these things are conditioned by a sense for how the larger international context was changing. Structural factors were driving the policies of both sides. Both sides were worried about the future and how the balance was going to shift against them in the future, and were therefore led to pursue more aggressive policies, which in turn provoked their rival. You have that dynamic, that interactive process that played a key role. Okay? The Roosevelt policy doesn't work, like I was saying. Germany doesn't get provoked, but America intervenes in the war at the end of 1941 anyway. Why? As a result of what was going on in East Asia, the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. How do those events fit into the European story? Is there any connection between the sort of policy Roosevelt was pursuing vis-a-vis Germany and the policy the United States was pursuing vis-a-vis Japan? Is the coming of the U.S.-Japanese War, which led to American involvement in the war against Germany, to be understood in terms of Japanese aggression, pure and simple, or again, was it the consequence of a political process in which American policy was playing a key role? Okay, those are the central issues that I'm going to be dealing with in a lecture next time about the road to Pearl Harbor. This is actually an important lecture today. I think the conclusions that we're going to reach by the end of the lecture are going to strike you as a little shocking because they are so much at odds with what you've been led to believe about how the United States entered the Second World War. But the analysis today is also very important from the point of view of international relations theory. You see, there's something very puzzling about the Second World War. American involvement in the Second World War, both in Europe and in Asia. Here you have Hitler, with his hands full with this massive undertaking, this war against the Soviet Union, with the goal of just destroying Soviet power, conquering Soviet Russia, imposing the Nazi New Order on the conquered areas. Yeah?
It's a bit hard to hear you.
Okay, I'll turn it up, but hopefully it won't echo too much. Okay? Is that better? Okay. Why would he, 4 days after Pearl Harbor, December 11th, 1941, declare war on the United States? It's by the strongest country in the world in terms of its mobilizable war potential. By far. A lot of historians say, it can't be understood in rational terms. Taylor himself, who takes as we saw, a kind of a very hardcore power political approach to understanding international politics, concludes his book by saying Hitler gratuitously attacked the United States. In other words, it doesn't make sense in power political terms. Right? Similarly, in the case of Japan. Japan has her hands full with this war in China that began in 1937, the so-called China Incident, undeclared war. Japan can't find China. Japan's can't defeat China. Japan is bogged down in this war. And with her hands full with China, she's going to gratuitously bring on war with the United States, again, by far the strongest country in the world, vastly stronger than Japan. Right? You see how this relates to the kind of core issues that dominate the whole field of international relations scholarship? The whole issue of realism, the whole issue of, the assumption that political behavior is essentially rational and is shaped to a very large extent by power political considerations. Countries don't behave in crazy ways. They don't behave in these irrational ways. Right? Their behavior makes sense given their interest defined in power political terms. And yet you have these two countries behaving in seemingly irrational ways. Right? If that view is correct, it's like, well, how do you explain America's involvement in a war? Well, they were attacked by Japan because Japan was governed by these war-crazed lunatics, right? And then Germany joined in the fray because Hitler was also a war-crazed monster. And it's like, can it be? If that view is correct, well, that would have a profound bearing on how we understand international politics. On the other hand, if it turns out that it's incorrect, if the behavior of both Japan and Germany is not nearly as irrational as we've been led to believe, if the behavior of the United States, on the other hand, was much more active and much more shaped by power political considerations and played a very, very important role in bringing on the war with both Germany and Japan, well, then that would be powerful evidence in support of the realist understanding of international politics, precisely because it's so much at variance with the conventional wisdom in this area, because those results would be so surprising. Right? It's for that reason that it makes sense to study the whole process that led to American intervention in the Second World War, which had a decisive impact on the whole course of international politics for the whole post-1941 period, up to and including today. Right? It's for that reason that a very close analysis of this whole story that led to American intervention in the war is very much worth undertaking. All right? So let me just say before I begin that the discussion today is going to be a little complex and analytical and not perhaps as fleshed out with historical detail as you might like. But if you want to follow the argument on the course website, in the recommended or optional readings for this week, I put this thing that I wrote about this whole business. I posted it online. This is a chapter from a book I wrote on historical method and how a historical method could be brought to bear in the study of international relations. And I wanted to show in that chapter how, you would go about making up your own mind about some major historical issue. And my own field of scholarship was the Cold War, and I didn't want to do something where I had like a really kind of deep expertise. I wanted to do something else where I didn't know Japanese, or whatever, and I felt like there's a method that you can use to get to the bottom of this story, even with a certain limited amount of time and limited command of the evidence, not going to the archives or anything like that. So if you want to see the whole kind of thought process that led to the elaboration of the interpretation I'm going to present to you today, that's where you should look. And I have to say, I just find this whole story very, very interesting, very important, in large part because it goes against the conventional wisdom. Okay. So let me begin by reviewing where we were last time. As I say, that there are these puzzles here. The whole puzzle of, does the Japanese decision to go to war with the United States make sense? Well, from the standpoint of realist theory, it's crazy. It's an anomaly. Same point about Germany. And that, incidentally, is why a theoretical perspective is so important. Not because it gives you answers, but because it brings the questions into focus and helps you zero in on what's important. It's like that puzzle there. It's like, how should I put it? It's like a loose thread in the whole fabric of received interpretation of the views that you've been led to hold. And then you start pulling on that loose thread, and the whole fabric begins to unravel. And you see the world, not just the whole story of the coming of the of World War II and American intervention in World War II, but the larger issue of how international politics works. You see those issues in an entirely different light when you do this. Right? That's okay. So I said I wanted to kind of begin by reviewing the lecture last time. I should say that I needed the projector for this map. This is a map that was published in the New York Times in the middle of 1941. So it gives you a sense for how the issue of East Asia was viewed at the time, and it kind of gives you the basics. So I needed the projector for the map, and so I put the outline on the blackboard here, but I also have another version of it that I posted in the outline section of the course website, so if you need that. Okay, so just let me quickly review the point of the lecture last time. What was America's role in international politics from September 1939 on? And the United States didn't want a German victory in the initial part of the war, but felt it didn't have to intervene because Britain and France, by themselves, was strong enough to defend themselves against Germany. Not necessarily strong enough to defeat Germany, but as long as their power remained intact, there would be limits to what the Germans could do. Germany would not become a European hegemon and thus in a position to command these massive economic resources of the continent of Europe and mobilize those resources and build such a powerful military machine that the Germans could threaten the United States. Okay? We didn't have to worry about that. We only began to really worry seriously after the fall of France in June of 1940. Now Hitler was the master in the continent of Europe. Now the only obstacle between him and total domination, at least of Western Europe, was the fact that the British were holding on. But without British support, without American support, how long could the British hold out? And so the whole notion was we had to support the British. Fundamental decision that Roosevelt made after the fall of France, right? And it was because of the changed geostrategic situation resulting from the fall of France, the consequent threat to American security. Great buildup of American military power decided on this in this period. But you're going from zero, so it takes a long time to build up a massive military establishment. But, there's clearly a threat to American security. The Americans want to be prepared. It means sustaining the British. The policy is sold to the American people with the argument that this would be an alternative to American intervention. As long as the British could hold out, we would not have to worry so much about the German threat. We had a vital interest in the maintenance of British independence, right? But by late 1940, American leaders had come to the conclusion that this policy was simply not good enough in the long run. That sooner or later we were going to have to intervene in the war in a more direct way. In other words, our soldiers were going to have to fight, our soldiers and our sailors. Why? Because there would be no chance that Britain could defeat Germany without an active American intervention of that sort. And when the British came to see that they would, if they ever came to see that the Americans were never going to intervene, then they would have an enormous incentive to come to terms with the Germans. And that would mean that German hegemony in Europe would be recognized with all the implications that it had about the long-term threat to American security. Okay? So American strategic thought in late 1940 even before the election, began to shift. The key document there was something called the Plan Dog Memorandum, written by Admiral Howard Stark. Yes?
Do you mean 1930?
No, 1940. 1940. It's like the whole point is that the dramatic changes taking place in Europe caused dramatic changes in American strategic thought, right? The fall of France, leads to this, a quickening of the pace of American involvement. We can't just sit on our hands. We have to be a whole lot more active. And as I say, this key document, the Plan Dog Memorandum, late 1940, basically said that we're going to have to intervene with our troops. We're going to have to actually do some fighting. We can't expect the British to carry the entire burden by themselves. The British can hold out for a certain period of time if, at the end of the road, they have some clear sense that the Americans are going to come to their aid in a material way, sending troops. Okay? But Roosevelt agrees with all this stuff. But he can't be open and public about it for the time being. Why? Because here he is running for an unprecedented third term. The Republicans sense that there's a lot of political mileage to be gained out of attacking Roosevelt for pursuing a policy that's going to bring the United States into war. And so in order to kind of limit the political damage, Roosevelt takes what would come across as an isolationist line. I will not send your troops to die in foreign battles and so on. And I pointed out, very common in American history, Woodrow Wilson was reelected on the slogan, "He kept us out of war," in 1916, took us into the war just a few months later. Lyndon Johnson, same point, ran against Barry Goldwater in 1964. I won't send American troops to fight wars that Asian boys should be fighting, right? A few months later, after he wins the election, the American troops are involved in Vietnam in a really major way. There's something about our political system that gives our political leaders an enormous incentive to take that line in public, whereas in reality their views are totally different, right? And you get all upset. This is against our democratic norms. Our political leaders lie to us. How outrageous it is that they're not straight with their own population. They're forced into it by the basic structure of the system. They themselves have to think in parapolitical terms, but they're constrained by the need to pander to a public opinion that's unwilling to contemplate going to war for political reasons, as opposed to us being attacked when the moral issues are clear-cut. We only fight wars of necessity. We never fight wars of chance until this awful George W. Bush came to power in Washington. You've heard all that stuff. It's but it's built into the structure of our system. This is one of Kennan's basic complaints at the end of that article that you read in the first week. It's like, well, this is what democracies are like, and I don't know. Let's try and figure out some way of dealing with it, but there's a basic problem with democratic foreign policy. After the Cold War, the whole country was patting itself on the back. We won the Cold War because of our wonderful democratic system and so on. And democracies are so much better than other countries, especially in the conduct of foreign policy. And so, you got to bear all these things in mind when you're evaluating that whole line of argument. Okay, so American policy, it changes after the fall of France, but there are limits on what Roosevelt could do in public. So he's forced to pursue his policies more stealthily. After the election, he has a much freer hand. They get Lend-Lease, which is, America's going to, support the British with its, by becoming the great arsenal of democracy. It was going to supply the British with the argument that, well, the British are going to do the fighting and all we're going to do is apply the materiel, and this is a way of keeping us out of the war rather than bringing us into the war. people doubted that was the case, but packaging the policy in that way made it politically congenial and made it easier for Roosevelt to take yet another step on the road to bringing the United States into the war. Why? Because once you talk about America as the arsenal of democracy and having Lend-Lease and supplying the British with all these armaments and so on, you're led to the next step, which is we can't allow the Germans to destroy that supply channel by having their submarines sink the vessels bringing the British that Lend-Lease aid. So we're going to have to protect those supply convoys. And given the conditions of modern naval warfare, that means going on the offense and attacking German submarines preemptively and so on, and getting us involved in, at the very least, a naval war with the Germans in the North Atlantic. And in fact, as you all know, the United States, beginning in August of 1941, was fighting a major naval war against the Germans in the North Atlantic. It didn't lead to formal hostilities between America and Germany because Hitler held back his navy, and the American Navy, for its part, was still too weak to pursue a really aggressive policy against these German naval vessels. But it's clear the thrust of Roosevelt's policy. Okay? The next big step, crucial in shaping the history of this period, was the German attack on the Soviet Union in June of 1941. Itself shaped in large measure by Hitler's sense that his window of opportunity was closing, that Roosevelt gradually was bringing the United States into the war, that there were constraints on how rapidly Roosevelt could move, mainly domestic political constraints. This gave Hitler a certain window of opportunity to clear the decks in the East before he had to face the United States. It was quite clear that these considerations about what this German historian Andreas Hilgruber called the America factor played a fundamental role in shaping Hitler's decision to attack the Soviet Union when he did. Right? And I should say that for those of you who are interested in this stuff, this is a really terrific book that came out a few years ago by a British historian named Adam Tooze, actually he's now at Yale, called Wages of Destruction, The Rise and Fall of the Nazi War Economy. You know, of all the things that have come out on the origins of the Second World War in the last 20 or 30 years, none of them have made anything like the impression on me and changed my whole thinking about the origins of the war nearly as much as this Adam Tooze book. You know, and in the Tooze book, you could see how important the America factor was in determining Nazi foreign policy. Tooze's argument is that, you know, Germany's not an economic superpower. Germany is a relatively poor country, and the limits on how much military power, the economic limits on how much military power Germany can create, are much tighter than we had been led to believe. And that tightness, those economic constraints, they had a fundamental role in shaping the course of events. Hitler invades the Soviet Union in June. And this, in turn, has a dramatic effect on American policy. Because there's a great quickening of American policy. I mentioned before the decision to conduct the undeclared naval war with the goal of provoking Hitler into declaring war on the United States. Because it's much easier to bring the whole country into a war if it feels it's the innocent victim of unprovoked attack than to take the country into the war as a result of a political decision. Right? Why is it that Roosevelt now feels that we have to get into the war with Germany really fast? That he has to kind of push against the political constraints and do what's necessary to take the United States into the war against Germany, not just eventually in the distant future, 2 or 3 years down the road or something, but pretty much right away within the course of the next few months. Okay? The answer to that question is revealed by a very important document. This is called the Victory Program. And it's very easy to remember the date, because like I said last time, 60 years to the day before the attacks on New York and Washington. The connection is important because it relates to the whole notion of preventive war, what the Bush administration called preemptive war. Because the Victory Program, like the decision to respond to the September 11th attacks by a much more aggressive American policy, was rooted in preventive war thinking. We can't just sit on our hands. If we just sit on our hands and allow the Germans a free hand to do what they want against the Soviet Union, they'll be able to defeat Soviet Russia. And when Soviet Russia falls, and they expected Soviet Russia to fall, then there'll be chaos for a couple of years, but eventually the Germans will be able, in the words of the Victory Program, to bring order out of chaos in the occupied areas, organize all of Eurasia from the Atlantic Ocean straight through to the Ural Mountains under German control, and harness all of those resources to the Germans' war machine, and with internal lines of communication, that German superpower will be essentially unconquerable, and the long-term threat to the United States will be unmanageable. Now, the Victory Program was a document prepared by top officers in the American military, both the Army and the Navy. There being no Air Force in this period, as you know. And it was submitted to Roosevelt September 11th, 1941. And the implication was not just that if we got involved in the war, we should fight the war this way as opposed to another, by concentrating on Germany first, but rather that we needed to pursue a policy that would land us in the war sooner rather than later. It's like, we can't just wait for Hitler to decide to go to war on us. We have to take the initiative. A very hard policy to sell domestically. All right? That's and you see very clearly how that sort of thinking, the need for America to pursue a more aggressive policy, a policy that amounted to a preventive war policy, of not just waiting for the Germans to attack us, but taking the initiative and bringing the war to the Germans while we still had some chance of defeating Germany at a relatively bearable price. Right? You could see how that thinking developed as a direct result of the German decision to move in the Soviet Union. In other words, this created a sort of window for the United States, a window of opportunity which pushed the Americans forward. And that German decision to attack the Soviet Union was itself a product of the creation of a window for Germany, as Roosevelt clearly was moving toward more active American involvement in the war. We see this from the German documents. Why is all this important? It shows one of the ways in which political science thinking, international relations ideas, can play a powerful role in deepening historical understanding. In the political science literature, all this stuff about windows, preventive war, the political effects of real and perceived shifts in the military balance, both at the present and in the future. The argument runs, this plays a very important role in shaping international political life. Diplomatic historians, like me in the old days, we just ignored all of this stuff. We kind of laughed at it. But then it turns out that the political scientists were onto something that we were just blind to. And that these window dynamics, preventive war dynamics, played a very major role in shaping the story. Actually, we saw that even in 1939, when the British felt that they couldn't keep up the pace of rearmament indefinitely. And this had a dramatic effect in terms of getting the British to shift from appeasement to resistance in 1939. Right? All this stuff is very important, because it shows that what's going on, you can make sense of it. It's not just war-crazed lunatics striking out in this totally irrational way. It's like not necessarily that Hitler, thought that by moving against the Soviet Union when he did, he would be able to solve all of his problems. But under the force of these sorts of political dynamics, the dynamic leading to American involvement in the war and so on, Hitler is gradually losing control over the course of events. And so when the war comes with the United States, as one of Hillgruber's main arguments, this was not a happy turn of events for Hitler. He was overtaken by events. He was essentially, overwhelmed by a process that he, to be sure, had played a key role in instigating, but could no longer control. Right? So you have this dramatic change in American policy that takes place in the second half of 1941. We saw it in the record of Roosevelt's meeting with Churchill at Argentia off the coast of in Placentia Bay, off the coast of Newfoundland, near the town of Argentia. It's also called the Atlantic Conference, August 1941, but well known for the Atlantic Charter. It's like a statement of war aims, the famous Atlantic Charter. They say, why is the United States getting involved in laying down war aims when the Americans aren't even a belligerent at this point? Roosevelt tells Churchill what his policy is. He wants to provoke Hitler into going to war. Hitler, for his part, doesn't want to respond to the provocation, obviously, because he has his hands full with Russia. The admirals are very upset, but there's nothing they could do. All right. So this creates a problem for Roosevelt. How can he get the United States into the war when Hitler is unwilling to respond to these American provocations, and the American people are unwilling to, declare war on Germany for purely political reasons without themselves being attacked? All right? And this is what raises the whole issue of the crisis with Japan. How is the crisis with Japan to be understood? Because we came into the war as a result of Pearl Harbor, as a result of the Japanese attack on the United States. So is this just a coincidence? Is this an entirely separate story? The story of the coming of the war in the Pacific? Is it to be understood in Asia-specific terms, in terms of the Americans just being finally so fed up with what the Japanese were doing in China and saying, we can't deal with it anymore, we're going to go to war with them. And so they lay on the embargo and so on, and this leads to the war. Is it isolated from the much more important European story? Because no one thought that Japan posed a long-term threat to America, but they did think that Germany did. Right? So does it stand to reason that these East Asian developments could be totally isolated from the European story? Well, again, all your instincts from studying international relations about the way it works, the kind of considerations that shape policy, so, all that stuff suggests that no, there must be a connection between the story of the origins of the U.S.-Japanese War, the War in the Pacific, as it's called, and the larger European story. In other words, this is what we call the backdoor to war thesis. The backdoor to war thesis is that Roosevelt deliberately put the United States on a collision course with Japan as a way of bringing the country into the European war. Right? It's largely, the thesis is largely discredited in the eyes of historians because they conflate it with this conspiracy theory that you find on the right and on certain sections of the isolationist left, that Roosevelt knew that the Japanese were about to attack Pearl Harbor and kept that knowledge from the commanders in Hawaii because he wanted the Japanese to conduct a devastating attack there so that he could bring a united and vengeful country into the war as a whole. Right? There is no evidence for that. That theory is nonsense and baseless. But the larger issue of whether Roosevelt pursued a policy vis-a-vis Japan aimed at bringing about a U.S.-Japanese war as a way of getting the United States into the European war, well, that deserves to be taken much more seriously. Okay. Okay. What is the story here? We're led to believe that Pearl Harbor came as a bolt from the blue. Right? Not true. War with Japan was expected. As I say, people didn't expect the attack to come in Hawaii. Some people did, but most people didn't. Most people thought that Japan would attack the Philippines. Why would the Japanese do that? Well, a lot of it has to do with American policy. As I say, it wasn't a bolt from the blue. The Americans had pursued a policy that in effect, and we're going to consider next whether this was intentional, but in effect, put America and Japan on a collision course. What happened here? The Japanese had been encouraged by the fall of France and the fact that French, and for that matter, Dutch possessions were relatively undefended since both Holland and France were now essentially occupied by Germany, so defeated by Germany. And from the Japanese point of view, their main goal was how to defeat Chinese resistance. China was getting support from the South, and you could threaten those supply lines by moving south into what was then French Indochina, and threatening the supply lines to Zhongjing, which is the Chinese nationalist capital that ran through Burma. Plus, by moving south, you could get control over sources of raw materials that were essential to the Japanese military effort in China. The closer you came to the Indies, which is an oil-producing area, the more leverage you would have over the policy pursued by the authorities there so that you would get them to make sure that the flow of oil continued. Essential for Japan. So they moved south gradually, and then in July 1941, they moved into southern Indochina as a result of an agreement with the local authorities there, who were, under the control of the, Vichy regime in France that was heavily influenced by the Nazis. So Japan moves peacefully, that is, into southern Indochina, a French colony, at the end of July 1941, and the Americans respond by laying on an oil embargo. Now, it may surprise you to learn that Japan imported a lot of oil in those days from the United States, and in fact from California. And if you're coming back from the airport, instead of taking the 405, if you come off La Cienega, you could still see some of those old oil wells pumping away. So Japan was dependent on oil imports for her military effort, not for her larger economy, which is still a coal-based economy. And Japan had plenty of coal in Manchuria, which they had conquered in the early 1930s. Right. But their military effort, including their naval effort, relied on liquid fuels. And it wasn't just that they were being deprived of getting oil from the United States, but also America's friends cooperated with the embargo, and friends being the British and the Dutch, and America, Britain, and Holland together, they controlled practically all the exportable oil in the world. So basically, Japan was going to be starved of oil. Now, what is the logic of the situation created by the oil embargo? And this is a very important point. This is like everyone. It's extremely important that everyone should understand the logic of the situation created by the oil embargo and why the oil embargo put Japan on a collision course with the United States. Okay? What's the logic of this situation? Japan needs this oil. How is it going to how's it going to get the oil supplies to resume? They need the oil because without it, their military effort in China is going to grind to a halt, and their political position in China will therefore collapse. So they need, to avoid capitulation over China, they need the oil, flow of oil to resume. How can they do it? There are only two ways. A negotiation with the United States that results in a resumption of the flow of oil, or the seizure of the oil-producing areas in the Indies. So they're perfectly capable of doing. But what's the problem with these things? First, the whole question of a negotiation. It's the Americans who are totally intransigent. The Japanese are desperate to reach a negotiated settlement with the United States. Right? According to the American ambassador in Japan, Joseph Grew, they were willing to give away the store, to accept the American terms, quote, whatever they might be. And it's the Americans who are unwilling to accept even a face-saving settlement with Japan. This is quite extraordinary. Because the Japanese have no problem seeing what the outcome of a war would be. Right? But a total humiliating capitulation, total withdrawal from China, not even anything of a face-saving nature for Japan. Well, that's very hard for any country to accept. And yet that's what the American terms were, and the American government was under no illusions about what the consequence of that would be. Right? So Prince Konoya, the Japanese prime minister, he tells Grew pretty much, I will accept whatever terms your government offers. I just need to present my own government with a fait accompli. Let's have and he proposes this meeting with Roosevelt on American soil in Alaska. It's the Americans who turn it down. And this leads to the fall of the Konoya government and its replacement by a government headed by the War Minister, General Tojo. And even then, in late 1941, pressed forward by the Japanese Foreign Minister, Togo Shigenori, the Japanese proposed something called the modus vivendi, which the effect of this was to turn back the clock and create this, reestablish the situation that had existed prior to the Japanese movement to southern China. They were willing to actually withdraw from these areas that they had occupied. This whole notion that Japan was uncontainable and so on, it's contradicted by the whole modus vivendi plan. And a lot of people thought, well, this is the terms of an agreement. The agreement could be worked out on this basis. In exchange for that, oil supplies would resume at their pre-July level. Americans turn it down. Our Secretary of State, Cordell Hull, furious by the fact that it had turned down. Our whole military establishment, very upset by this, because they wanted us to go to the war with Germany. The last thing they want is to be distracted by the need to fight a second war with Japan, which, it's clear that the United States would win, but this is totally unnecessary from their point of view. Okay? No negotiation in the cards. So you can't have a negotiated settlement. What about a military settlement? Military settlement with Japan seizing the Indies, but the Americans made it clear to the Japanese that this would result in war with the United States. Okay? And partly for military reasons, because in order to do it, they would have to worry about what the Americans could do from their bases in the Philippines to interdict those oil supplies and so on. So they felt that they had to attack the Philippines, but an attack on the Philippines would bring America into the war. So if you're going to fight a war, well, you may as well get the advantages of the first strike. Those kinds of considerations. All right? So Japan is in a box. Japan is in a corner. Basically, the choices for Japan are really stark. Accept total defeat in China, either by acquiescing in the oil cutoff, or by reaching a political settlement which reflects that degree of capitulation, or go to war with the United States. And faced with that choice, that's the context in which they went to war, an act of desperation, right? And all right. Everyone knows, all the scholars who study this stuff, they say, in terms of objective consequence, the oil embargo had the effect of putting the United States on a collision course with Japan for those reasons. But that's not the same as saying that that's what the Americans wanted to do. Objective consequence does not necessarily reflect subjective intent. And the claim was that the American government did not want war with Japan. So how do you explain? How do you square that particular circle? You know, they didn't want a war, but they pursued a policy that led to war. And you look at the historical literature, political science literature as well, and it turns out that there were two basic explanations. One explanation is the American government didn't know what it was doing. It took all these economic measures thinking that Japan was going to be deterred, and to its great surprise, the Japanese struck out and got involved with war with America. And the other view, and this is the view you find in the Heinrich's book, and you should read that Heinrich's book using that method that was outlined, especially in the lecture on Taylor. It's just that the Roosevelt administration, they didn't want war with Japan. Roosevelt, Hull, and the top officials in the U.S. government, their goal was not war, but they lost control over policy making. Policy making had been hijacked by low-level officials who didn't know what they were doing, arrogant second-tier officials like Assistant Secretary of State Dean Acheson, who presumptuously seized control over policy. All right. And then it occurs to you that those two explanations, they're the only explanations that you could have. Because if it were the case that the top political leadership understood what the effects of the embargo were, and if also they had total control over policy, then the policy of putting the United States on a collision course with Japan, the oil embargo policy, would have to be viewed as deliberate. So for it not to be deliberate, one or the other of those things has to not be true. Either they did not know what they were doing, or they had lost control over events. And so, using that type of analysis, you can unpack the problem and then analyze those specific claims in the light of the historical evidence and reach a conclusion as to whether the policy was deliberate. Okay? The first thing, this whole business of ignorance. They didn't know what they were doing. It's just there's no basis for this. Roosevelt had opposed the embargo, including in public, a few days before it was imposed, with the argument that it would lead to a U.S.-Japanese war. He said this thing over and over again, both in public and in private, as a way of resisting those forces that were calling for an embargo. He clearly understood. His top foreign policy advisor, Sumner Welles, also made it clear in early July that he thought an embargo would lead directly to war, for the reasons that we're talking about. Okay? Well, what about the other argument, the loss of control argument, the Utley argument? It turns out that policy had not been hijacked. If it were the case that, these second-tier officials could overrule the political leadership and shape policy on their own, that would be a very important and, in fact, disturbing conclusion if you believe that America's a democracy and the political leader should basically shape policy. But it turns out not to be true, right? The key evidence was presented by a scholar named Waldo Heinrichs in a book called Threshold of War. And it's kind of buried in the back of the book. If you weren't interested in these issues, you would probably even miss it. And Heinrichs showed that contrary to what people like Utley had argued, Roosevelt himself was pulling the strings. Acheson was taking his orders from Undersecretary of State Welles, who was very close to Roosevelt in this period. And we know also from British sources that, from the records of the Argentia meeting, that Roosevelt and Welles were behind the policy, that they totally understood what was going on. Okay? So neither of those arguments neither the ignorance argument nor the loss of control argument is borne out by a study of the evidence. Now, what does that mean? It means that the policy has to be viewed as deliberate. Roosevelt knew what he was doing. He was controlling policy, fully aware of what the implications were. So how's that to be understood? He deliberately put the United States on a collision course with Japan. How is that to be understood? Well, to answer that question, you have to go back and give some attention to Roosevelt's basic strategic thinking. He wanted to take the United States into the war against Germany. Hitler was making this very difficult for Roosevelt. He wanted to take the United States into the war. He understood how important it was to take the United States into the war relatively quickly. He bought the whole argument of the victory program. And yet he differed from his military leadership on the whole issue of whether a bellicose policy vis-a-vis Japan made sense. So you look at all this stuff and you say, something must have come into play to tip the balance for Roosevelt in the opposite direction. He agreed with the military about all this stuff, but disagreed with them about Japan. What was that something that came into play? It had to be something. Why he didn't go along with them in that argument, although he shared so many of their premises. The answer there was he had a very good sense for the domestic political context within which he had to work. And that if he was frustrated in terms of his preferred policy, which is provoking Hitler to declare war on the United States, he could go to war through the back door, through provoking Japan. Right? That's somewhat speculative, but it strikes me that that's the most plausible interpretation, of all these events. A very important conclusion, because it affects the entire way you understand American involvement in the war and the role that geostrategic considerations play in shaping policy. Okay? Roosevelt knew what he was doing. He pursued this policy vis-a-vis Japan as a way of taking the United States into the war. Now, if true, what does this mean? Well, it tells us something fundamental about the American political system. If that was the policy Roosevelt pursued, should you condemn him for it? Well, I, for one, wouldn't. But what it means is that he was forced to operate in a political system that constrained his freedom of action and prevented him from pursuing the policy that made most sense in geostrategic terms. In other words, taking on the Germans and not dealing with the Japanese, because the U.S. people wouldn't go to war for that reason. They only like to go to war if they themselves are attacked. And so this creates an enormous incentive for the political leadership to stage manage things so that as far as the great public is concerned, the United States appears as the innocent victim of unprovoked attack. Right? That's a conclusion which has, I think, very far-reaching implications. Anyway, I'm out of time here. This is a review lecture. I'm going to be trying to sum up what we've covered so far in the course. So today, like I said, I want to kind of review what we've covered in the course so far. And what have we been trying to do this quarter? We've been trying to get insight into the central issues that define the whole field of international relations. And above all, this whole question of what makes for war? How is war to be understood? And we're doing that not by laying out some sort of formal theoretical argument, but basically by reacting to ideas that we find around us. Ideas that you find in the general culture, ideas that are put forth in the political science literature, and so on. And what are these, notions that people have about how war is to be understood? What makes for war? Well, the main idea is that war is the product of aggression. Wars are started by an aggressor. War, since aggression's a bad thing, war is to be understood kind of in moral terms. Evil aggressors, attacking peace-loving victims. Yeah. There's that basic idea. So the whole problem of trying to figure out the origins of war boils down to figuring out who's to blame, who's responsible, who's guilty. The whole discussion of the origins of particular wars always has a heavy moral overlay, precisely because of that assumption that war is the product of aggression, a common assumption. Now, in reaction to that assumption, a lot of people said, well, no, you don't really need an aggressor to have a war. Wars are not necessarily the product of deliberate design, deliberate intent. They could come about even though nobody wants one, right? This whole notion of wars can come about inadvertently. People stumble into them. They come about by accident. People take actions not fully aware of what they're doing, right? How do you get at the issue of whether those views are correct? Well, you examine them in particular historical contexts with particular attention to various episodes that play a key role in supporting those arguments. First World War, there's a big argument associated with a German historian named Fritz Fischer. The First World War is a war of German aggression. The Germans deliberately engineered this war. Right? True or false? Similarly, the whole inadvertent war argument, accidental war argument. People focus on the July crisis in 1914. The claim is that no one wanted this war, but it came about anyway because statesmen were overwhelmed by forces that were kind of welling up from within the military sphere. They were stampeded into this war. These military factors, prevented a political process that should have resulted in some sort of compromise settlement from running its course. Right? And those arguments focus on specific claims about the coming of war in 1914. And as I say, this is the 100th anniversary of that, so you're going to be hearing a lot of this stuff later this year. All kinds of conferences and books and so on are going to be coming out about this. So to kind of get at that issue, you want to focus on that particular episode, right? And what was the point of the analysis in the first couple of lectures? There's a lecture on the general origins of the First World War. Well, there's a very different way of looking at these things. That war is neither a product of aggression nor an accident, but the outcome of a political process that unfolds over time, over decades, really. Because you could start the story in 1871. A political process that has a certain logic to it. It's not, events aren't just random. There's a reason why one thing follows from another. And a lot of that logic has to do with power political considerations. Not like good guys versus bad guys, but everyone is trying to achieve certain goals which are in large measure conditioned by power political realities, and the goals themselves might be power political in nature, looking to power political advantage. It's very hard to say one side is right, one side is wrong. But one can identify a certain logic to the process. For example, as the gap between Germany and the Western powers widened with the two Moroccan crises, Russia, which managed to maintain good relations, not just with her Western partners, but also with Germany, Russia's position naturally improved. It's just the way power politics works. Both Germany and the Western powers were bound to put a certain greater premium on good relations with Russia, since their relations with each other were so bad. Right? And this put Russia in the driver's seat. This enabled Russia to pursue a forward policy in the Balkans Meaning of the Balkan League, 1912, It is not anything you have to know for the purposes of this course. But, basically Russia pursued a more aggressive policy. Why? Because they were innately more aggressive? No, because their power political position enabled them to do so. A position that had a lot to do with the course of relationships between Germany and the Western powers. Western powers are more dependent on Russia. Now that Russia had, so to speak, a German option. Could play the German card, right? It's important to see that because it bears on our basic notions of how wars start. And then there was a lecture on the July crisis itself that focused on analysis of the military argument. The argument that this is an inadvertent war caused by the workings of the military system that were in place at the time. An argument that focused on the mobilization system, the system of interacting mobilizations that was in place in 1914, right? And what was the argument there? Well, in a nutshell, did such a system exist? Was it the case that a Russian mobilization would have led to a German mobilization, and therefore, and a German mobilization meant an attack on France, and thus at the very least, a continental war, probably even a war involving Britain? Answer there is, well, yes. And then, is that tantamount to saying that the mobilization system, the system of interacting mobilizations, where one mobilization led to another and thus to war, whether this was a cause of the war in itself? Answer there, no. Why no? Because something has to trigger it, right? It's like if the people who made the decision to trigger it, namely Russia, which took the main decision to order the first general mobilization on July 30th, 1914, if the Russians were aware of what they were doing, if they understood that they were triggering a war, and the people who made this decision, the kind of people at the top of the system, the Tsar, the foreign minister, and so on, if they made this decision freely for political reasons and not because they were caving in to all this pressure from the generals slamming their fists on the table and so on, if those two things are true, then you can't blame the military system for causing the war. It was a decision made for political reasons. And so, to kind of get at this issue, we looked first at, were these people aware of what a general mobilization implied? Answer there, yes, they were. Did they do it because they were stampeded into it by all this pressure from the generals slamming their fist on the table and so on? Answer there, no, they weren't. So neither of those inadvertent war arguments really holds. The decision to go to war, therefore, has to be understood in political terms. And the inadvertent war argument, therefore, kind of collapses. And yet that's the main case that people use to argue that a war can come even though no one wants it, that a war can come because of the workings of the military system that are in place at the time. A great war can be understood in essentially accidental terms. Right. Another variant of this argument, by the way, relates to 1914 and to the whole Utley claim about mid-level bureaucrats like Dean Acheson, Assistant Secretary of State, hijacking policy. That the political leadership, President Roosevelt, Secretary of State Hall, they didn't even know what was going on until it was too late to do anything about it. We went to war with Japan even though no one wanted to because of the workings of an essentially bureaucratic system. It's a bureaucratic politics interpretation of the coming of the war. Right? You focus in on these specific historical cases as a way of getting a handle on these central theoretical problems of what makes for war. Okay? Political considerations are controlling to a very large extent, or at least that's one of the main lessons to be drawn from a study of the origins of the war. Power politics, power political advantage, things like that plays a very important role in the unfolding of this story. Countries have to take those kinds of considerations into account. But there's a limit to how far you can take that sort of interpretation. And the limit is made clear when you look at the First World War itself. You know, in parapolitical terms, it was crazy to kind of continue the fighting. The first months of the war had revealed what the true military balance was. There was approximate equality between the Central Powers and the Triple Entente. And you say, well, if countries are rationally thinking power political terms and the war has revealed the true nature of the military balance, policy should adjust to that. You draw in your horns. You kind of pursue a more moderate line. Your aim should be a negotiated peace, a compromised peace, a reversion to the status quo ante, or whatever. All right? And it doesn't happen. See, in a sense, this is the real value of theory. Theory is important. In this case, realist theory, which emphasizes the importance of power politics. Theory is important, not because it gives you answers to these questions, but because it defines the problem. It brings the problems into focus. It tells you what the puzzles are. And you need a sense for what's puzzling in order to kind of do serious academic work in this area. Right? It's like, why was there no compromised peace in the First World War when the military balance would suggest that there should have been one? And then that takes us into all these issues of domestic politics and how you gotta mobilize every last drop of energy on the part of your own population, and that means you don't want to give any hearing to defeatist talk. You want to kind of take an increasingly intransigent line in order to give your countrymen the sense that all this bloodletting is for a purpose. So you have this escalation of war aims on the part of all the belligerents. This is one of the most amazing things. Here you have the most absolutist regime, Tsarist Russia, a semi-authoritarian, semi-democratic regime, Imperial Germany, Western democracies, the United States, the most democratic power of them all, you might think. And you find the same phenomenon, this escalation of war aims. In the case of the United States, it's just very, very striking. And Kennan has that remarkable passage, I know some of you liked it, about comparing the United States to a dinosaur, it's like, before we were involved in the war, we don't want to have any part in European affairs. No, it's just this total mess. Let them deal with their own problems. And then as soon as we come in, it becomes this crusade for unlimited goals. We have to fight it without stint to the absolute limit, totally crush our adversary. It's like, again, this is why that contrast between the peace without victory speech and the sort of policy the United States pursued after we got in the war is so striking. Why it's so important to remember the peace without victory speech was made a few months before the U.S. declaration of war on Germany. And then right after that, you see that first of those Wilson speeches in December of 1917, I gave you in the course back. It's like, Germany is evil. We have to crush evil. Talk of compromise, talk of negotiations, that's unpatriotic, that's immoral. Because when you're dealing with evil, you have to fight it to the bitter end. Germany absolutely had to be crushed. A punitive concept because you view the war as a crime. And why is that important? Not only does it explain why the war was fought the way it was, with Germany basically throwing in the towel, but it also explains why the United States pursued the policy it did in the immediate post-war period. This whole notion of Wilson as the great champion of a peace of reconciliation with Germany, it just doesn't stand up when you look at the evidence. Over and over again, he made it clear that he considered the war a crime, and that therefore Germany had to be punished. Germany had to be punished for a whole generation. while Germany made amends for her crime in causing the war, and in that way worked her way back into the community of civilized nations. Right? A very punitive philosophy. You can't understand the Treaty of Versailles without taking that into account. Wilson took it for granted. Germany had caused the war. You believe in the rule of law? Well, the rule of law would be a farce if you didn't punish the lawbreaker. Right? How could you have a law without the lawbreaker being punished? Right? And so I gave a couple of lectures there about the making of the Versailles Peace. And like I say, you should understand the basic elements of the Versailles system. That this is a set of constraints on German power. Germany was not given equal rights with the victor powers. Germany was to be kept down, prevented from building a big military establishment, the sort of military establishment that her resources, if Germany had been free to use them as she chose fit, would have allowed Germany to achieve a position in continental Europe that was more impressive than the position that Germany had even in 1914. No counterweight to Germany in the East anymore. In fact, Germany is shielded from any possible Russian threat by this wall of hostile East European states tied to the West. Germany is much stronger than France. France bled white by the war, stagnant population, German population continuing to grow. German economy much stronger than that of France. Right? What's the solution from the standpoint of France? Well, ideally, you would want a continuation of the wartime alliance with Britain and America. But Britain and America don't want to have anything to do with that kind of idea. Certainly the Americans. I mean, here you have this Versailles Peace, very much in line with Wilson's philosophy at that point. And it's bound to provoke German resistance because it's based on the whole idea that the Germans are responsible for the war. And yet, the whole question of, well, how do you deal with German resistance? The reaction to that on the part of people like Wilson and his followers was, you can't use force. It's immoral to use force, except in time of war. Force is not a normal and natural and legitimate element in international political life. They're forced to choose. Do you want to enforce this treaty, or do you want to basically change it? And their views about what had caused the war change, and their commitment to the enforcement of the treaty vanishes practically overnight. And what this does is put a whole lot of pressure on the French not to enforce the treaty. And all of these changes, the Germans sense, they sense that there's very little power behind the treaty settlement. It's not the harshness of Versailles which is the source of instability, right? Because the post-1945 settlement was much harsher on Germany, and yet proved to be much more stable. Right? The post-1919 settlement was unstable because it provoked German resistance, and also kind of gave them more of a green light to resist because there was so little power on the side of the enforcement of it. Britain and America kind of turned against it very quickly, and that put a lot of pressure on France to not enforce the treaty. Germans sensed all this stuff. They had a policy of resistance. So there's this big struggle over the treaty. Germans sensed that the way is clear toward the destruction of Versailles, buildup of German power, Versailles constraints, the disarmament, the demilitarization of the Rhineland. The crisis comes to a head in 1923. Germans encouraged to resist, French reluctant to either enforce the treaty for fear of alienating Britain and America, or to simply junk the treaty and abandon any attempt to preserve the fruits of victory. Finally, the struggle kind of comes to a head in the Ruhr crisis of 1923, the climax of the great dispute over reparations, which is really the great dispute over whether Versailles would remain intact. The French, they lose in the final analysis. This does not mean that Germans have it's all free and clear for the Germans to now build up their power. They proceed in a more indirect way. This is the essence of the Stresemann policy of the late 1920s. Not headlong resistance, an attempt to overthrow the treaty, but an attempt to finesse things, to gradually chip away at the Versailles system, gradually remove the constraints on German power, the shackles of Versailles, the Germans call them. Okay? Remove the constraints on German power, build up German power. Okay? And then when German power is built up, the Germans could talk in a tougher voice, a stronger voice, and insist on changes in the status quo. You know, what are those changes in the status quo? Territorial changes. Getting back, certainly, the territories that she lost to Poland at the end of the war, the so-called Polish corridor, this whole area over here, and Upper Silesia over there, 2/3 of which was given to Poland in 1921 after a plebiscite. Not stopping there, they also wanted the German-speaking areas of the former Austrian Empire, the new rump state of German Austria, would be annexed, the kind of fringe areas of Czechoslovakia, the Sudetenland it was called. You know, basically what would this do? It would make Germany pretty much of a hegemon on the continent of Europe. Germany overwhelmed France, you know, both in manpower and even more in terms of industrial potential, that's to say war-making potential. If she were free to rearm, you know, France would be forced to live in the shadow of German power. No counterweight to Germany in the east. You know, the other democratic powers, Britain and America, not willing to come to the support of France until maybe it's too late. You know, this is what Germany is reaching for, but gradually, slowly, in a way that wouldn't lead to a war. Okay? Why is this story important? Because it shows that there's a fundamental political problem that had not been resolved by the Locarno settlement. Germany had not been reconciled to the status quo. Germany has rather far-reaching goals which it might be a little hard for the Western powers, or at least especially for France, to accept. Okay? People like to think that, oh, well, this was peace was being put on a stable basis. Democratic countries like Weimar Germany and democratic France, they don't go to war with each other. They don't really have security problems with each other. You know, if it weren't for the Depression, and especially if it weren't for Hitler, you know, if the 1920s had stayed as they were, there wouldn't have been any problems. What's the proof that that's not the case? Well, one very clear proof was the French decision to build a line of fortifications across northern France to deal with a possible resurgent German threat. When is that decision made? 1929, before the Depression strikes, well before Hitler comes to power in Germany. That shows the continuation of a political problem. Very important point, because it shows that our kind of common views about the origins of the war, it's all Hitler, it's because of the Nazis, if the democratic regime had remained intact, everything would have been all, you know, sweetness and light. Not true. There's a political problem that remains constant. There's a greater degree of continuity between the 20s and the 30s than we've been led to believe. Right? Which is not to say that the whole Nazi phenomenon counted for nothing and that it didn't matter at all that Hitler was in power. Of course it did. It's the most obvious thing in the world that it mattered. Just not quite as much as some people used to say, because even Hitler had to be concerned with power political realities. You know, the importance of power politics is what establishes this continuity between the 20s and the 30s. Right? What's Hitler's policy in the early period? Very cautious, testing the waters. not full speed ahead. All these measures that were adopted to kind of steer Germany through what the German leaders themselves viewed as a danger zone. But by 1936, the Germans felt like the risks were fairly low and were prepared to move ahead. Key event there, the remilitarization of the Rhineland in March of 1936, meaning that Germany can now move more rapidly toward building up her power and toward, in fact, using her power to change the status quo in the East. Did Hitler, from the start, want a war with Britain and France? Certainly not. He wanted a free hand in the East. He wanted the Western powers to just sit on their hands and allow him to do what he wanted in the East. He thought he could get the British, certainly, to kind of give him what he wanted. And to his amazement, it became clear that while the British were willing to accept certain important changes in the status quo to Germany's advantage, the whole notion of a free hand in the East, that was too much. Why was it too much? Because Germany would become so powerful if she were allowed to kind of create a huge empire in Europe, largely at the expense of Soviet Russia. So powerful that that would be essentially the end even of British independence. Britain couldn't stand up to that sort of German colossus. So you could see which way things were going. You had to put a limit to it, right? But where exactly should that line be drawn? Right? Hitler comes to the conclusion that sooner or later there's going to be a war with what he called these hate-inspired adversaries. The very term suggests his view, the British and French policy was irrational. Why should they resist him when he's strong when they didn't resist him when he was weak? Yeah? Irrational. We have to look forward to a war with them, but not right away. We first have to build up our power to the point where we can win that war. And what's the date that he has in mind? 1943 to 1945. That's the period that he refers to as the period when there will be this military showdown with the Western powers. To prepare for that, Germany has to kind of clear the decks and in effect, strengthen herself, acquire more resources, and remove these enemies to her east. These East European states that had ties with the West, military alliances with France, and so on. Czechoslovakia and Poland. And so you find this quickening of German policy in 1938, the policy that leads to the annexation of Austria, the Anschluss of Austria, as it was called, in March of 1938. Austria isolated, German-speaking area, big Nazi movement. It's not like Hitler had a specific timetable. He was prompted to act more quickly than he had wanted to by moves that the Austrians were making that forced Hitler's hand. But the annexation of Austria, changes the strategic situation, and now Czechoslovakia, the Bohemian heartland of Czechoslovakia, is surrounded on three sides. And later in 1938, you have the Czech crisis. Okay. What's striking here? That this is this great triumph for Hitler, that he viewed Munich as this big triumph? No, one of the big insights to emerge from historical research is that he viewed Munich as a defeat. In fact, he backed down from the demands that he made at Godesberg. He backed down because Chamberlain wanted to kind of accede, was forced to resist by essentially a revolt within the British cabinet. Lord Halifax, the foreign secretary, was the key figure there, right? And Hitler paid a certain domestic political price within the German establishment for having backed down. This limited his freedom of action in the next crisis in 1939. 1939, Polish crisis. Did Hitler want to use this as a means of bringing about a war with the West? By no means. He thought the West would give way. That, Sontag has this wonderful quote, that in a war of nerves, Nazi nerves would prove stronger. It was to be just a war of nerves, the threat of war. But British policy had changed. As far as the mass of the British electorate was concerned, mass of the British population, the key event that led to this change was the German seizure of the rump Czechoslovak state, seizure of Prague, German occupation of Prague, in March of 1939. This is what led to this huge shift away from the policy of appeasement to the policy of resistance. Right? The British, to Hitler's surprise, continued to hold out. Each side got, as the crisis developed through the summer of 1939, each side got involved deeper and deeper until neither side could pull back. Okay. War breaks out in 1939. Not the war that Hitler wanted. He was not happy with the outbreak of the war. He did not know what to do. He had maneuvered to avoid it with all of his strength, going so far as to conclude this pact with Soviet Russia. Why the Nazi-Soviet pact on the eve of the war in August of 1939? It was like Hitler calculated. The British knew they couldn't do anything to save Poland, but the USSR is right there. The USSR could be brought into the war against Germany, and that would kind of deter Germany. Making this deal with Stalin to basically divide up Poland and to have Soviet Russia remain neutral was a maneuver designed to get the British to cave. It didn't work. In fact, it had the opposite effect. Right? It shows his goal was to get the British to accede, to give way in the crisis. Other proofs are, the fact that there was no equivalent of the Schlieffen Plan in September 1939, no rapid invasion of France. Germans had to improvise after the outbreak of the war. I quoted that remarkable comment that Hitler made to Ribbentrop when he received the news of the British declaration of war. He turns to Ribbentrop and he says, "Was nun? What do we do now?" This was not something the Germans had wanted. And in fact, it triggers a process that, over which Hitler no longer has full control. His initiative becomes much narrower than it had been. What happens? The key to understanding the story of the origins of the Second World War as a truly global conflict, a conflict that breaks out in December of 1941, the key to understanding this 1939 to 1941 story is the America factor, what they call the America factor. The United States in the interwar period, very leery of European involvement. Wilson had this great vision of a collective security, of a profoundly peaceful world. The Europeans, they didn't want to bother it. They sabotaged his plan. Well, let them stew in their own juices. These events of the post-1919 period, especially in the 1930s, they showed what a mistake it was for the United States to intervene in the First World War in the first place. All these great hopes that people had of war to end wars, war to make the world safe for democracy, and so on. The war had exactly the opposite effect, so why do it again? Roosevelt took a more power political perspective. But he felt like after September 1939, well, you want to kind of discreetly support the Western powers. But Britain and France are strong enough by themselves to hold their own against Germany in essentially defensive war. That's why the fall of France in May of 1940 came as such a shock and led to such a profound transformation of American policy. Roosevelt now wanted to play a much more active role in supporting Britain. And ultimately, the implication of this was that since American material aid to Britain wouldn't be enough to get the British to hold out and ultimately defeat Hitler, ultimately America would have to come into the war. All this stuff he couldn't say in public, especially given that there was this he was running for re-election to a third term. The elections were going to be in November of 1940. But that was his thing. And it was clear enough to Hitler which way American policy was moving. Hitler had a certain window of opportunity. He knew where Roosevelt wanted to take the country. He knew that Roosevelt was held back for domestic political reasons. This gave him a certain window of opportunity. He had to move. That whole prospect of an eventual American intervention led to the decision to attack the Soviet Union. You know, at least the timing of that decision was very much influenced by the America factor. And that event, which is the next great important event in the whole story of 39 to 41, came in June of 1941. German invasion of the Soviet Union. Very important because it leads to a quickening of the pace in terms of American involvement. You can see the power of window thinking on all sides. You know, Hitler senses his window of opportunity is closing. That pushes him ahead. But that creates a certain window of opportunity for the Americans. They can't just sit on their hands and allow Hitler to conquer Soviet Russia. And if they were able to do so, he'd have a couple of years to harness those resources to the German war machine. And when he did that, Germany would be essentially unconquerable. The long-term threat to American security would be unbearable. So we got to move sooner rather than later. We got to enter the war sooner rather than later. All right? And he tries to provoke a German declaration of war with the undeclared naval war of the second half of 1941. This essentially begins in August of 41. The American Navy is ordered to shoot first at these German ships, German submarines, essentially. But Hitler doesn't buy it. You know, we know this was Roosevelt's strategy because he tells this to Churchill at the Argentia meeting in August. Hitler doesn't allow himself to be provoked because he has his hands full with Russia and he knows what an American intervention would mean. He restrains his admirals. And Roosevelt senses that he needs, you know, another iron in the fire, another way of bringing the United States in the war. Right? Or at least this is, I think, the most plausible interpretation of what happens. He can use the whole business with Japan as a way of bringing America into the war. The key thing here is the decision to impose an oil embargo at the end of July 1941, just barely a month after the German decision to invade the Soviet Union. Right? The oil embargo. Again, it's very important you understand the logic of the situation created by the oil embargo, how it put Japan in a corner. Right? Given that the Japanese needed that oil, the Americans were unwilling to negotiate a deal which would allow oil shipments to resume that was acceptable to the Japanese because the Americans were insisting on a total capitulation of Japan on the China issue. Japan was in a corner, faced with this choice between capitulation over China and war with the United States. You know, because the Americans made it clear the Japanese just seized the oil-producing areas in the Indies, that would mean war. Faced with that choice, well, Japan would go to war with America. Right? And this situation with Japan could be used to bring the United States into the European war. Right? The reaction to Pearl Harbor and Washington, very happy. Precisely because they understood that it meant that the United States could come into the European war. Right? Why else would the American policy have toughened so dramatically from what it had been prior to the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union to what it became beginning in July, except for this whole idea that this was a way of bringing the United States into the European war? Was Roosevelt counting on a German declaration of war? No. Because he knew that given what American public opinion was and how they tended to view the Nazis and the Japanese as part of the same evil conspiracy, that the Americans would hold Germany responsible for Pearl Harbor regardless, or for a Japanese attack on the United States wherever it happened, regardless, and he could bring in the United States into the war. It was a convenience for him, not a necessity, that Hitler declared war. Why would Hitler do it? Well, because he was losing control, but it served his interest to make it seem that he still held the initiative. In reality, he had lost control of a process, to be sure, which he had played a key role in instigating and getting it to move in the first place, but he lost control of it because German resources were such that Germany could not stand up to a war with the United States. The United States is a far more powerful country once it can mobilize its full military potential. Plus, it had certain geographical advantages over Germany in this war. December 1941, that's the end. You know, Hitler's fate really is sealed, and he kind of half knows it. No idea how to beat the United States. So December 1941 marks the end of one story, a story which can only be understood if you take these political considerations, window considerations, into account. The end of one story, and in fact the beginning of another, the story of the Cold War and international politics after the Second World War. So let me end there.